call the meeting to order. Dr. Wynn, would you lead us in the pledge? Please rise, take your hat off, put your hand over your heart.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time we'll observe a moment of silence. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Shivi.
Here.
Breckus.
Here.
Zadra.
Here.
Delgado. Dorch. Absent. Jardin.
Here.
Kishel.
Here. City Manager, you have a report? Excuse me. Well, I was just going to bump you up the list. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to step out for about an hour, and if it's okay with the council, I'm going to ask Ms. Zadra to run the meeting in my absence. Any problems with that? Okay.
How about if we have a problem with it?
All right, so we will now start with public comment. Dr. Wynn.
Give honor and respect to you, Mayor and council members. My name is John Wynn. I'm a candidate for the Washoe County School District Board, District F. I'm a native of Reno, Nevada, born and reared, and I am the only son of 9 siblings born to the parents of the late Reverend Willie Wynn and Rochelle Wynn. As an elementary student here in Washoe County in the 70s, I was faced with many academic challenges and had to learn to succeed through the blessed help of many teachers and mentors. Through my personal experience as a career pastor, I know what causes our student to leave and conversely what inspires them to stay in school and succeed. We have a great deal of work to do here in Washoe County, and I believe I bring a number of strengths to get the job done. Throughout the years, I've been honored to serve on numerous boards and commissions that are concerned about youth and education. Currently, I serve on the Education Alliance of Washoe County, the P16 Advocacy Council, the Reno Chief of Police Advisory Board, and the African American Clergy Council. I'm a chaplain for the Reno Police Department and a proud member of the Chamber's Leadership Reno Sparks Program Class of 2014. I am the founder of the Youth Empowered to Succeed, a youth leadership program for middle and high school students, and the author of the YES program. Lastly, I have great experience in bringing together diverse community groups to solve complex problems like we are facing here in the Washoe County School District. I believe it takes the Board of Trustees, the superintendent, the business, academic, and the faith-based community, as well as parents, to work together to inspire all students to believe that it is possible to graduate from high school, it's possible to obtain higher education, it's possible to succeed in a highly skilled career, and it's possible to achieve their goal. I know from experience that we're better when we work together. Our school system is the bedrock of our community, and I'm passionate about bringing people together to find solutions that will strengthen our school district and improve opportunities for all students because our community's well-being depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Church?
Good afternoon, council members, members of the public. My name is Jeff Church. I reside in Ms. Zadra's district in South Reno. I've spoken to you on a number of occasions before about various financial issues and fire issues for the city of Reno. I've always been polite, respectful, and I continue to do so. I back up everything I say with facts, but I do need to be a bit blunt. On May 9th, 2012, the City Council extended the IAFF fire contract through June of 14. In spite of Reno's severe financial difficulties, they did so with no concessions whatsoever. That left Reno career firefighters as the highest paid in the entire United States. They did so with a contract that prohibited the use of volunteers. They did so with a contract that made Reno the primary and only provider of primary fire services to the city of Reno. Arguably, and I think we need to resolve this, if Reno is the only provider of primary services for fire in the city of Reno, does that prohibit automatic aid? We need to resolve that and ask the IAF their position on that. I also want to point out, because of that contract, what happens when we have a fire station completely staffed with 3 capable firefighters, where there's normally 4, but because one calls in sick or takes military leave or whatever it is, vacation, you have a perfectly good fire station with 3 firefighters. Under that contract, though, unless there's some kind of a floater or unless the city is willing to pay the overtime, which they don't have, under the contract, those 3 firefighters are prohibited from staying at that station. So they are pulled from that station and put elsewhere where they're not needed. That's insanity. That's absolute insanity. And that's the contract the City Council voted for, not all of you. Now, the next thing I'd like to point out is that we had, during that period, we had layoffs and we had fire station closures. So I have to ask the council at that time, what were you thinking? I really do. What were they thinking at the time? And I want to point out the fact that we didn't get the SAFER grant next time, and it's really simple why we didn't. We didn't meet the criteria. They have online criteria for that SAFER grant, and Reno refuses automatic aid to its largest neighbor, Washoe County. Reno prohibits the use of volunteers. It's right in the SAFER grant. They look at how many volunteers you have. Reno is only 100 square miles and 200,000 population. The previous grant that we did get alleged that we would serve 6,000 square miles and 300,000 population. And Reno, in that grant, promised automatic aid to Washoe County and then pulled the rug out from under them. Reno simply failed to comply with the previous grant. And now you're wondering why we didn't get the next one? I'll be speaking to you again at the item J6 on fire services. Thank you.
Thank you. Billy Howard? After Billy Howard will be Dr. Weiss.
Billy Howard, Reno resident, with an update on Puppy Mill Free Reno. Distinguished Mayor, honorable council members, city staff. Since I saw you 2 weeks ago, we have over 400 more signatures, nearing 6,600. Las Vegas, by contrast, has 1,300 signatures. 3 more governments have passed the ban since I reported the city of Chicago voted unanimously. Last week, Cook County, surrounding Chicago, passed the ban 15-0. 2 more towns in southern Florida have also joined in. If this area does the same, we'll be able to say that from southern Florida to northern Nevada, animals are being protected from misuse. I have submitted notes and links to reputable resources about why USDA, aka accreditation and licensing, doesn't afford these animals much protection. The term rehoming has been heard in these chambers recently. Rehoming is used by shelters when a dog or cat is adopted and goes to a new home. Doesn't seem a good fit to use the term for a purchase from a store when a puppy has yet to enjoy a loving home. Quite the contrary. I met store owner Mr. Young at his request. He seemed interested in pursuing a course of selling pet supplies and leaving the animals to accredited nonprofits who have the animals' best interest and welfare at heart. I offered to introduce him to local pet owners, to local owners of pet supply stores, and he was interested. The ball is in his court. Coming up is our week-long series at UNR, sponsored by the Graduate Student Association. Studies show most people who know about puppy mills won't buy from a store. Some that do are recent graduates with a new job and a credit card. Our educational outreach will not only present what is a puppy mill and what you can do about them, but I've created a rally including a series of notable speakers in a festival atmosphere I call Activism and Advocacy, Compassion in the Flourishing Community, which will promote early and lifelong engagement with community through volunteering, compassionate attitude towards others, starting with animals, and commitment to social change. The roster includes inspirational speakers Officer Chuck Allen of the NHP, Trish Swain of TrailSafe, Dr. Mark Alavocius of the Psychology Department, and Kevin Ryan of the Nevada Humane Society, among others. Giving a voice to those that have no voice at all, including animals and indeed the very environment, could send compassion bubbling up through the social strata at a time when we increasingly need to depend on each other in the face of mounting challenges. I would like to leave you with a short video of our joyous demonstration. Look carefully at the handmade signs and even t-shirts people took the time to make. We were having so much fun, people parked their cars and joined us, giving us a final count of 75. All of this was a message of gratitude to this body for agreeing to look into the matter and to let you know you have a tremendous amount of support for a unanimous yes vote when the time comes. Ms. Jones? Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Weiss. Following Dr. Weiss will be Wendy Bozak. Sorry if I mispronounced.
Good day, council members. Thank you for having me here. I have a simple message for you. In addition to kids, which we've heard about, and animals that we've heard about, we have seniors and elders in our community. I run an organization called the Center for Healthy Aging, and it is a nonprofit organization that I founded 6 years ago after leaving the university. I've been in the field for a while, and we need to now focus on this demographic. It is the largest growing demographic that we have, and many are frail and needy that can't take care of themselves. I want to support the efforts. My message is simple: support the efforts of the Reno Senior Citizen Advisory Council. They're doing a great job. Donna Klontz and Daryl Fensler, the staff person, and we do need to enhance our efforts. The demographics, about $5,000 a month, $5,000 a year, 20% of the elder population lives on. And $11,000 a year, another 20% live on. We're not all greedy geezers, so we need to focus on those in need, and the advisory committee does that. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Bozak, who will be followed by Dennis Jacobson.
Okay, I'm Wendy Bozak, but that's okay. Nobody can pronounce it right the first time. I'm on the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, and I want to thank all of you for appointing me. I'm excited about being on that committee, but more important, I want to thank you for your previous additional financial support. A little has gone a long way, as Donna Klontz, our chair of that commission, will be telling you about. So I really just want to thank you for the work you're doing with a growing population, though it probably won't mean I'll grow, except in other ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy Bozak. Dennis Jacobson, followed by Tom Clark.
Good afternoon, Council, Mr. Manager. For the record, Dennis Jacobson, President of the Reno Firefighters Association. I'm not here to speak against any particular item, just some general comments and a couple points of information. I appreciate the time that you give me. First, as we heard a moment ago, it is unfortunate that the City of Reno's application and petition for a grant was not funded back in Washington, D.C. However, those of us involved with the grant process, both on the city side and on our associated side, know that it was for reasons other than were stated earlier. But I do want to get a couple of points of interest, or points of history here, and then a couple of requests. The history is we have stepped up on a number of occasions, and our current contracts have provided the city some relief as requested by the previous council in excess of $2.1 million per year, as 7.5% was requested. The last contract accepted by this council included those concessions going forward, which currently stand at in excess of $6.3 million saved to the general fund. In addition to that, my firefighters and our firefighters have been working hand in hand with your staff on numerous grants, unfortunately the last one not being funded, but the two that were funded brought over $16 million of federal money into this valley to be paid out as wages. And again, I remind the audience that these monies do not have to be matched or returned to the federal government. They're monies that stay in this community that were spent in grocery stores and restaurants and supporting all of our local businesses. There's two amounts of money combined bring us to over $22 million that the City of Reno firefighters have put forth and worked with, plus some other concessions over the years and a half, 2 years, bring us to nearly a $25 million aid to the city. We always partner with the city to help out. We have been devastated by the news of this grant. We have been in contact directly with the mayor on a regular basis, with the city manager and his staff, and have committed, as we have in the past, to work with staff to try to find alternate funding sources so that the city and this council can review them and hopefully adopt some alternate funding sources and save jobs so that we can keep these firefighters working and keep them serving the public. And you have our commitment that we will continue to do so, and Manager Klinger knows this, and we've been in good contact with him. And lastly, I would like to remind the council that we have a number of issues even today coming on your agenda that have potential for funding, nearly $957,000 potentially in expenses that you're going to be asked to discuss and vote on today. And some of them may be immediate need. We understand that certain departments have immediate needs that the city has to continue to operate. But I would ask each of you to think very clearly and to only approve monies that are of immediate need when you have pending layoffs in the near future, at least giving us time to come up with a package for you to review to see if there's a way to stem these layoffs, to stem these loss of critical personnel. And I just ask you to keep that in your mind prior to making any decisions on any expenditures. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tom Clark, followed by Ted Levater.
Thank you, Ms. Zadra, members of the council. My name is Tom Clark. I'm here on behalf of REMSA. And I think the one thing, and Jim Goebbels would like to have been here, but he couldn't make it. He's got a ton of meetings trying to do his job. But I think the clear point, and with all of the headlines that we've seen and with all of the concern that's out there, the one point that we'd like to make is from a medical perspective, this community is safe. REMSA has not changed. We may have seen the deconsolidation of fire from the county to the city of Reno, the unfortunate layoffs for fire based on the SAFER grant, which is really unfortunate because I think Chief Hernandez does a fantastic job, as well as the firefighters, of doing just that, keeping this community safe. And we have done a very good job of working with Chief Hernandez and with all of the stakeholders to continue that effort to ensure that your constituents know that they're safe. When they call 911, if it's a medical emergency, they're either going to have a fire truck or an ambulance there as quickly as we possibly can get it there. So that's my message today. Continue to let your constituents know that under all of these circumstances, Reno is safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted Levater, followed by Stephen White.
Good afternoon, Council. Ted Levater for the record. These comments are in regards to the proposed changes to RMC 5.14. I've come to this podium and said many things on this topic, but today there's only one thing which I wish to express, and that is my immense gratitude for the action that you'll be taking today. Thank you so much for upholding your oath to protect and defend the Constitution of this country. And thank you so much for upholding your moral obligation, your moral responsibility to alleviate or mitigate the suffering of the most vulnerable members of our community by protecting their access to the healing power of self-expression. The action you will take today will not only positively impact the lives of so many people in need in this community, but I believe these changes will reverberate throughout this country. What you're doing today will, in many ways, put Reno on the map, and we will finally become what we've said we always were, which is Art Town, USA. So thank you again.
Thank you. Stephen White, followed by Maria Perez.
Good afternoon, City Council members. Stephen White, artist advocate. We're on the verge of a brand new day in Reno. It's a wonderful thing that you're about to do here. I hope passing these code revisions. I spent the morning, this morning, speaking to a bunch of art students at a local charter school. And boy, I'll tell you, they're excited. I was telling them how they can come on down with their artwork and share their artwork with the community. What a wonderful opportunity you're providing for all these young people. You know, the next step we got to do, though, you can't just throw the doors open after all these years of having them closed and expect it to all just work out on its own. And I look forward to working with the City Council and your staff and Park and Rec and your Art Commission. And let's get ahead of all this. Let's start a seminar program, an educational program, so we can teach young artists what the proper protocol is for using public property. You know, some of these restrictions, you know, and guidelines and rules, the city can't really put out there because that would be unconstitutional. But us artists can, and I can, and so I've been writing up a set of rules, a set of protocol that I've already provided to the state park system. And what it is basically is just guidelines, telling artists, you know, the basic principles. For instance, not blocking sidewalks, not blocking doorways, not blocking store windows and things like that, not setting up on the grass in the same location time after time where you might kill the grass. There's all kinds of little things that artists don't necessarily know about. And the other thing I hope that the city will do, I mean, you need to have an educational program for your law enforcement so that everybody's on the same page. But the one thing I hope you all do is let's all take an attitude towards education. You know, this is a new thing. You've got a baby going here that we just started, and you're at the forefront of every city in America. It's a wonderful opportunity you guys have created here, you know, for economic development. It's a wonderful thing, but we got to nurture it. We got to teach it. We got to, you know, guide its course. And that's what I hope you all help me do. Now, I try to do that with my fellow artists by putting on the free community art shows, and we hand out flyers at every art show and teach artists these things. So this is where I hope we'll move forward on. And then when we pass the codes here later on in the session, I'd like to speak to you again, and there's some people in your staff and all I want to specifically thank. And but good on you. Thank you very, very much for, you know, and thanks for the staff members, everybody. It's a brand new day, and it's a wonderful opportunity. And I think you're going to see some beautiful, talented people in your community in the years to come. God bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. White. Maria Perez, followed by Dick Bartholet.
Hi there, good afternoon. My name is Maria Perez, and I am a graduate research assistant at the University of Nevada, Reno. And I'm simply here to ask the City of Reno assistance with promoting our upcoming fundraiser. Dean's Future Scholars is a generation that assists low-income first-generation students at the University of Nevada, Reno. We are considered a center out of the College of Education, and this is our first year holding a run. Hopefully we get we'd like to extend the invitation to our City of Reno community. University of Nevada, Reno community is already covered. Proceeds from this year's program will assist our summer programming. We are a mentoring program. We recruit in the 6th grade. We mentor students from the 7th grade until their freshman year in college. Our graduation percentage rate is higher than Washoe County school districts. We attribute that to our mentoring with our students, one-on-one mentoring. So the proceeds from this run, extremely important, and they will assist with our summer programming, which is geared towards getting our first-generation low-income youth onto the University of Nevada, Reno campus for 6 weeks. We provide them with 2 academic preparatory classes and paid internships Township in the afternoon. We are having our run Saturday, May 3rd, 2014. Starts and finishes at Mackey Stadium. It will go around the beautiful University of Nevada, Reno campus, and we are featuring Latino themed entertainment throughout the race, including University of Nevada's Reno First Undergraduate Club, Mariachis Lobo de Plata. We are also inviting our mariachi clubs from the middle school and high school, and we are featuring Mexican traditional full court dancing along with Nevada Latin Dance Club, which is a little more salsa. So we'd just like to express our invitation, or extend our invitation to you guys for this run. Hope to see you out there, and if I can just get some assistance promoting it with the city, I'd greatly appreciate it. On behalf of DFS, thanks so much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you. Dick Bartholet, followed by Mark Markell.
Ms. Zadra, council members, Mr. Klinger, I'm here to give you an update on Regional Alliance for Downtown. You need to know I just told Brian Bonifant I was here to speak in opposition to his economic update, so hopefully I didn't unnerve him. On May 1st, from 7:30 to 9:30 a.m., the Regional Alliance for Downtown will be holding a mayoral candidate forum in conjunction with NAOP at the Silver Legacy. There will be a similar forum for city council candidates on May 22nd. And then we plan to do a second round of candidate forums in partnership with KMPB after the primary and before the general election. Life and Culture Committee is the one I didn't get to talk about last time I came before you when I ran out of time. The goal of Life and Culture is to help connect some of the really cool things that are going on in downtown and the groups behind them. Eric LaRude has agreed to take over the chair of this committee, and those of you that know Eric know he's a great organizer and a real go-getter. Currently, we're also working with Circus on a very interesting mural project. There'll be more coming your way on that, but I think this will be very interesting to the city. Our Safe and Clean Committee continues to work on the Good Neighbor Agreement. We now have block captains for the startup area, which includes a number of condo projects, the Montage, the Arlington Towers, and blocks, things in that area, Palladio. As an example of how that's working, Marshall Stevenson from the Tonic reported to the committee recently that they have installed sound traps that were recommended to them by a consultant, and they've achieved two things. They've improved the quality of the music within their facility, and a neighbor of theirs that lives over in the Riverwalk condos, I believe, has told them that she no longer hears that bass coming out of their facility. So these are the kind of things that we not only want individual businesses to do, but to bring forward and offer to share with other people that are interested in safe and clean. So again, that Safe and Clean Agreement's on our website, and as other areas of the city start to take a look at how they can empower their residents and their business owners and their property owners, we hope that they will adopt this as a model. The Economic Influence Committee is co-chaired by Bob Shriver and Abby Whitaker. Those of you know Abby know what a fireball she is. We're working on a downtown districts project, and some of you may have already been interviewed by the RGJ about this. There'll be a lot more to come on this, but the idea is how can we leverage what's happening, the successes in the Riverwalk District and the Midtown District for the other districts of downtown Reno, and we're making great headway, so we'll have a lot more to report to you there soon. And finally, remember our tagline, every great city has a great downtown. That's our mission. Thanks.
Thank you, Dick. Mark Markell, followed by Luis Segura.
Hi, City Councils and City Manager. My name is Mark Markell, and I'm a concerned Reno resident. Hi, my name is Mark Markell, and my mission in life is to educate students and the community about what happens when someone gets in a car with a drunk driver. I'm reading from this today because I suffer a traumatic brain injury and get off track. Through Merck's Pad, People Against Drunk Driving, I help to prevent others
for making the same mistakes and suffering the same consequences that I have. I had a car crash. And rolled 8 times. I was not wearing my seatbelt. It wasn't mandatory back then. And I was ejected and the car landed on my head. I was in a coma for a month and in the hospital 5.5 months more. Once I regained consciousness, I had to learn to talk, walk, and even eat all over again due to the traumatic brain injury. I can't do everyday tasks. I walk with a walker and have to take the bus everywhere. My life has completely changed as a result of getting in the car with a drunk driver. Parents, don't drink and drive with your kids in the car. Kids, listen to your parents because they were young once too, believe it or not. and listen to your teachers. They just want to make good citizens of you. They're there to help. I never listened to either one, and look what happened to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Especially an important message with prom night upon us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Luis Segura.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Luis Segura, and I'm the president of the Northern Nevada Soccer League. This is my 3rd year as president, and I've been a player for the last 25 years. The reason that I'm here today is for you to review the way Reno's Youth Soccer Association is sharing the fields to other organizations. The fields that we were using are in really bad shape, and we had to stop using 3 of them. The main reason that we are here is to ask for you to review 2 fields that were available at Terrace Park in the last year. And instead of giving us the opportunity to use those fields, they were given to El Sol Soccer League. This is an organization that they are nonprofit. We've been a nonprofit organization for the last 14 years. Actually, the league started like 35 years ago here in Reno. If that wasn't bad enough, this year another field was taken from us and gave it to El Sol. I talked to the chairman of the Reno Youth Soccer Association and never did get an answer. She just said those fields were for El Sol Soccer League, and that's why I'm here today. Also last year, we asked if we could fix or repair those fields, and we were told they were not willing to spend any more money on Miraloma Park. We are willing to do those repairs at our cost. And like I say, even though they say no, they weren't willing to spend any money, we would like to, with the permission of the city council, we would like to repair those fields ourselves and using it. Those 3 fields, we stopped using it. It was just too many injuries to older people, older players, and the kids themselves. I have some pictures here to show you, so you can see in what shape is Neil Road, which is Miguel Rivera Park. Miguel Rivera Park is where the kids play. I'm sorry.
If you move it up into the middle of there, we can go bigger.
There's one of them right there. And this is through the whole park, it's Miguel Rivera Park. So, like I said, those fuels are in real bad shape. So we ask for you, to review that with the Reno Youth Soccer Association, which I know they're the ones that are in charge of the soccer fields, and see if, there's anything that can be done for us to get those fields back. We don't think it's fair, they were taken away from us, actually for any reason. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over your left shoulder at the back door, there's a woman in a burgundy colored dress and a black. Will you connect with her so she can get some information from you?
Sure.
And we'll follow up. We'll have staff follow up on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Her name is Lisa. Sam Dene.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government, and the man who virtually single-handedly saved Burning Man from extinction. I just want to remind the people of that again. Back in 2005, the Washoe County was hell-bent on eliminating Burning Man, and Sam was the only citizen, he's nodding his head over there, Sam was the only citizen who went to the podium time after time, told them not to eliminate it, and they did not, and thus Sam, ergo, saved Burning Man with a little help from a few other people. Sam Dene, that's me, is an Air Force Academy graduate. I spent many years flying fighters and bombers, defending our nation. Since my airline, Pan Am, was blown out of business in 1991 by the terrorists, Sam has attended virtually every government meeting in the area, 2,467 meetings, and on top of that, Sam has come to the podium 5,427 times, and Sam has done more for this community than the next 100 people added together, including the folks up there. I'll give you one example, the fire department folks. I'm not going to talk about who's making too much money or not making enough money. I'll tell you right now, if you folks had listened to me when I told you not to buy this lavish building so you could eat your caviar up on the 15th floor. By the way, Dene is running for mayor, and his number one priority is to replace the bureaucrats' caviar with fish sticks. If you folks had listened to me, you would have saved $30 million. We had a perfectly good city council building over there that had just been refurbished. And instead you had to buy this place, $30 million, not to mention the $3 or $4 million that's wasted every year on many empty rooms and your own lavish lifestyle. On top of that, just think of the elevators. Those elevators over there, folks, probably transfer to 4 or 5 firemen for a whole year. At any rate, I've been putting a lot of blame on you folks. The blame doesn't belong on you. It belongs on the Reno Gazette. Excuse me, the corrupt, mendacious, perverted, deceptive, rotten, evil, wicked, feeble-minded, imbecilic, and moronic, and cowardly Reno Gazette regurgitator newspaper. Now they want to be mayor makers. The person who should be mayor is the man with the background, a Marine Corps veteran, should be the mayor, no question about it. The person who should be mayor, the criteria would be, how many votes is that person, this Marine Corps veteran named Dene? He's bringing 21,000 plus votes to this convention rodeo. Dene should be the front runner, but the Reno Gazette regurgitator cowards and liars are afraid to mention his name, ever. That name right there, D-E-H-N-E. D-E-H-N-E will be they think the Reno Gazette, their criteria is, for mayor is, who has the most Facebook friends? Think about it. Who has the most Facebook friends? By the way, Sam right here, Dene has 47,500 Facebook friends and 1,273 Twitter followers. So I should automatically, forget the election, put Sam right up there as the mayor. There you go. They also say that the person who receives the most campaign contribution bribes should be the mayor. That's wrong.
Thank you
Vote
very
for the
much.
person who has the fewest
Sam, thank
campaign
you
bribes.
very much. The caviar is in the shape of orange fish crackers, goldfish crackers. That's the caviar that he's referring to. We're closing
Okay.
public comment and move on to the city manager's announcements.
Thank you, Councilwoman Zadra. I have several announcements today. The first involves our community forums. The City of Reno's community engagement program includes 6 community forums, all of which will occur this month. The inaugural community forum is tomorrow, April 17th, at the Women and Children's Center of the Sierra from 6 to 8 p.m. These forums will be held quarterly and allow citizens to interact with each of their local council members and help influence change in the city of Reno. Residents will hear updates and are urged to share their vision and ideas about what they think Reno can be. The forums support the council's priority to enhance communication and community engagement. You can visit reno.gov/community for more information. Second announcement is our budget workshops. City of Reno will be hosting our annual budget workshops to support the council's priority to promote a sustainable and vibrant economy. There will be 2 workshops, one on April 23rd and one on May 6th, both starting at 9 a.m. here in the council chambers. We will hold an additional workshop on May 7th if necessary, and the adoption of our budget will occur at a hearing on May 20th at 3 p.m. Smarter Region Summit. We'd like to remind our council members that the first summit of the Smarter Region project will be held next Thursday, April 24th at the McKinley Arts and Cultural Center starting at 2 p.m. If you have questions, please contact myself or Maureen McKissick. And finally, David Wise Parade of Champions. City of Reno and other community partners are organizing a David Wise Parade of Champions planned for Saturday, April 26th at 5 p.m. in downtown Reno. Wise, the first person from Reno to win an Olympic gold medal, will likely be joined by other regional medal winners from the recent 2014 Winter Olympics. The athletes will also be signing autographs prior to that evening's Reno Aces game scheduled for 6:35 p.m. And we want to say a special thanks to our event partners, Hot August Nights, the Reno Aces, and Draper Strategies and Communications.
Great. Thank you very much.
And we have
That'll
I think we have a video as well, and this is on our community forums.
I think Reno can improve on its freeway system.
I think Reno can be the next tech hub.
I think Reno can be a great city for entrepreneurs and small business.
I think Reno can be a thriving creative music scene.
I believe Reno can become more cultural.
I think Reno can be a city that gives back.
I think Reno can be radical.
Radical. We'll work on that. Okay. Approval of the agenda. We have 2 pulled items, those being J6 and L6. Public comment was just completed. Proclamations will be C1 for the National Public Safety Telecommunications Week, 2 for Reno Community Development Week, 3 for Safe and Healthy Homes, 4 for the Horse Ecotourism, and 5 for the Nevada Hispanic Safety, I got that right, Nevada Hispanic Safety Month. Presentations this afternoon will be Marilee Moya from the Airport Authority, presenting the airport strategic plan, Mr. Bonifant for a current economic review, and an update from our Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. Public hearing will begin sometime after 12:15 today. That will be on Pamela Drive abandonment as well as Toll Drive annexation. We have a time certain of 2 o'clock, no earlier than, that means, for the medical marijuana establishment. We have a 3 o'clock intended joint meeting with the City of Reno Council as well as our anti-graffiti task force. We have a public hearing this evening at 6 p.m. for the Special Assessment District Number 1. Are there any other changes to the agenda? If not, a motion for approval, please. Motion. We have a motion and a second for approval. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. A7, approval of the minutes from March 26th.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion and a second for approval. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Cash disbursements.
Move to approve.
Second. Motion and a second for approval. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Proclamations, National Safety Week. Councilmember Breckus.
great to see dispatch here, some of your representatives. We so rarely get to see you. You're always behind the desk working the phones, and it's just great to see your faces every now and then. So thank you for coming. Whereas the City of Reno public dispatchers and public safety call takers are engaged in the operation of emergency response systems for Reno Police Department, Reno Fire Department, University of Nevada, Reno Police Department, Truckee Meadows Community College Police Department, Washoe County Sheriff's Office, and Reno Marshal's Office. And whereas these individuals answer calls for help on 911 and non-emergency lines for police, fire, and emergency medical situations, and serve as the critical link for prompt response of officers and firefighters in the field to save the lives and property of our citizens. And whereas such calls include not only police, fire, and emergency medical calls, but also those governmental communications related to all public safety and maintenance activities and all other operations which the modern governmental agency must conduct, which resulted in contact by the public amounting to an estimated total number of calls handled for the year of 2013 at over 400,000. And whereas the City of Reno public safety dispatchers and public safety call takers are dedicated and hardworking, often under difficult circumstances and with an extraordinary workload. And whereas the City of Reno public safety dispatchers and public safety call takers daily serve the public in countless ways without due recognition by the beneficiaries of their service, now therefore, I, Jenny Breckus, on behalf of Robert A. Cashel, Mayor, and the Reno City Council, do hereby proclaim April 13th to 19th, 2014 as National Public Safety Dispatcher and Call Taker Week. And Daniel, I think, is the team leader you're here to accept. Okay, well, thank you. And I sincerely do mean this. I think that the dispatchers in the cities I've been involved in are really don't get enough recognition and work under such high stress conditions and 24-hour shifts, and those of you who do it for the long run, it's really an incredible service, and it's just an incredible job that you do. So thank you so much.
Talk about a high-stress job. That's it. Thank you. Next, we'll be declaring April 21st through the 26th as Community Development Week. Councilmember Delgado.
Stand up here with me. So I have Fred stand up here with me, of course, as for being able to accept this. So I have the honor of speaking on behalf of acknowledging that National Community Development Week is April 21st through the 26th. Whereas the week of April 21st through the 26th has been designated as National Community Development Week by the National Community Development Association to celebrate the Community Development Block Grant Program and the Home Investment Partnerships Program. And whereas the CDBG program provides annual funding and flexibility to local communities to provide decent, safe, and sanitary housing, a suitable living environment, and economic opportunities for low and moderate income people. And whereas the Home Investment Partnerships program provides funding to local communities to create decent, safe, affordable housing opportunities for low-income persons. And whereas nationally, over 1 million units of affordable housing have been completed using home funds. And whereas over the past 5 years, our community has received a total of $9.6 million in CDBG funds and $7.4 million in home funds. And whereas some of the following activities that have been funded with both CDBG and home funds: accessibility improvements, neighborhood revitalization projects, community assistance center operations, Aspen Village Apartments, and Juniper Village Apartments. Now I, Oscar Delgado, on behalf of the City Council and the Mayor, do now hereby promote that April 21st through the 26th, 2014 as National Community Development Week. And I have here, of course, Fred Turnier, Director of Community Development, to receive this on behalf of the city. Fred?
If you would, talk about the program. Sure, thank you. And I know you have a very aggressive agenda, so I'll be brief that
On April 30th, you will be hearing the action plan for our community development projects, and I look forward to the public input with that.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Fred. You guys do a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is declaring April as Safe and Healthy Homes Day. Councilman Shivi.
Okay. Family and domestic violence continues to be prevalent as a social problem. The problems of domestic violence are not confined to any group or groups of people, but cross all economic, racial, affectional preference, and social barriers are supported by societal indifference. The crime of domestic violence violates any individual's privacy, dignity, security, and humanity due to systemic use of physical, emotional, sexual, psychological, and economic control over abuse. The impact of domestic violence is wide-ranging, directly affecting society as a whole. It is battered victims and survivors themselves who've been in the forefront of the effort. The Safe and Healthy Homes Fair will be on April 19th, 2014 at the California Building in Idlewild Park, starting at 8 a.m. with a 10K run and a 5K river run. The public is encouraged to attend this fun fair and collaborative effort among local agencies to enhance community awareness of local programs. Therefore, Robert A. Cashel, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, I hereby proclaim Saturday, April 19th, 2014 as Safe and Healthy Happy Homes Day. Yay! This is a great event. It's very, very near and dear to my heart, and it's an exceptional event, and please, everyone, come out for it. Okay, thank you.
I just want to commend the Washoe County Domestic Violence Task Force for putting on this event every year, and from the City Attorney's Office, I have Penny Coulter here, and Suzanne Ramos would be here, but she's in Las Vegas at a function, a seminar, I believe, so she's unavailable today. But the City Attorney's Office will continue. I've been here 7.5 years now. We will continue to vigorously prosecute domestic violence, and we will continue to service victims as best as possible. And so I would like to invite all the council members and the mayor to come out this Saturday from 8 to 12 at the California Building, as Councilwoman Shivi said, to participate in this event. Even if you come for just a few minutes, there'll be a number of booths. The City Attorney's Office will have a booth there. And so I hope you will all come out and support this event. It's a very important event, and we need to continue to stress the fight against domestic violence in this community. Thank you again for the proclamation, all of you.
Thank you. Good work in our community. Unfortunately, very necessary work. This is horse ecotourism in Nevada. Councilwoman Jardin.
Thank you. Well, I'm very excited to be here today, not only because Dr. Pat, anybody who knows Pat Coletti, who has children in this town, know that he's been a pediatrician here for many, many years. I won't say how many.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, I know, I've been around a long time. But also as a horse lover. Pat Coletti not only loves children, he obviously loves horses. So I'm very excited to be here today and share in this proclamation of support for horse ecotourism. Whereas wild horses and burros are an integral part of the ecosystem and rangelands of the United States and the state of Nevada, and whereas wild horses and burros help to build this nation and are living symbols of freedom and our American Western heritage, as represented by the depiction of wild horses on the Nevada State Quarter, and whereas wild horses and burros are natural resources and cultural assets and have the potential to promote tourism and job creation in the state. And whereas building eco-sanctuaries that enable the public to view and photograph wild horses and burros may provide a much-needed boost to the Nevada economy. Now, therefore, I, Neoma Jardin, on behalf of Mayor Robert A. Cashel and the City of Reno, do hereby proclaim support for the development of wild horse and burro-related ecotourism in northern Nevada.
Thank you, everyone. I just have a few comments and thanks. As she said, I'm Dr. Pat Coletti, who a lot of people know, but hopefully not everybody. We'd like to express our heartfelt thanks today for your endorsement of this important addition to the tourism of Western Nevada. We're excited about the positive impact that wild horse ecotourism will add to the local economies and strongly believe that our wild horses will enhance our visitors' experience, much as over the 4 decades of horse viewing has done for the state of North Carolina. As Nevada has many times the horses and many times the venues that North Carolina could ever provide, we expect that we will become the leaders of horse ecotourism in this country. Also, as a win-win for us as the horse lovers, this program will demonstrate to the federal and state government that the wild horses are much more valuable to the people of this state than they are rounded up and put in corrals. Again, thank you, and please note that you will all soon be contacted to participate in an eco tour so you can firsthand enjoy seeing the horses and feeling the excitement that our tourists are going to feel when they are taken out to the range. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. Okay, we'll move on to presentations. Thank you. Oh, am I missing one? Oh, we have another one. I am sorry. We sure do. Nevada Hispanic Safety Month. Councilmember Jordan.
It's okay. It's okay. We're both wearing black.
Breakfast.
Yes. Whereas April 2014 has been designated Nevada Hispanic Safety Month by the Safety Consultation and Training Section of the Nevada Division on Industrial Relations, and whereas the safety and well-being of Nevada's workforce is a priority of the state of Nevada, and educational safety training is important for a safe working environment, and whereas the increase in the Hispanic workforce in Nevada, bilingual safety training will be beneficial in further educating the culturally expanding citizenry of the Silver State, and whereas the alarming number of workplace injuries and illnesses to the Hispanic workforce call for a greater emphasis on the importance of safe working procedures, and whereas promoting safety through constant diligence and attention to risks in the workplace, employers and employees must be instrumental in the efforts of providing a safe working environment, and whereas the state of Nevada commends all those involved in this effort to provide and encourage safe working environments for Nevada's workforce, and whereas a month-long effort to observe safety in the workplace that will express the need we all must have for appropriate safety procedures on a job in our state. Now, therefore, I, Jenny Breckus, on behalf of the Mayor of Reno, the City of Reno, and City Council, do hereby proclaim April 2014 as Nevada Hispanic Safety Month. Thank you. And thank you. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us
My name
where
is Andy Giddings. I'm the supervisor for safety consultation and training. Alberto Garcia couldn't be here. We got double booked. So I'd like to thank you for the proclamation, for supporting our largest and fastest growing ethnic group in the state of Nevada, who also suffers the highest fatality and most serious injury rates of all the ethnic groups in the state of Nevada. Please, thank you. Thank you, the city and the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your good work. Now we will move into presentations. First up, D1, is Marilee Moya, who is the president and CEO of the Reno Tahoe International Airport. And I see you have two of our appointed, City of Reno's appointed board members with you, Rick Murdoch and Jerry Hall. Welcome.
Thank you very much, council members, city manager Klinger, members of the public, and thank you very much to our trustees, our two trustees that are here today with me. And I appreciate this time. I'll make it quick because I know you have many things on the agenda. First of all, I want to thank the mayor and many council members who have been involved with helping us with air service recently, and certainly acknowledge our city staff who have been very involved in our airport economic development and have been a close partnership, particularly with the Smarter Regions effort. So let me just begin with, similar to the effort by the City of Reno, we followed in your footsteps and established a strategic plan, and that was adopted by the Board of Trustees last June, and it is a 5-year plan that has a lot of flexibility and forethought, But it is a compass for our future, and the important part of this was really the outreach that we did in the community with airport committees, user groups, our board and our staff, and the public at large to establish really a roadmap for the future. I'm going to just quickly talk about our 5 strategic priorities this afternoon. And I'm going to start with air service because that's certainly one that we hear a lot about in the community, and our strategic priority is to maintain and increase air service. And we're really always working on maintaining the air service that we do have at the airport and growing new air service. And again, thanks to many council members and the mayor for supporting us on that effort. I think when you look at this map, what you see are the blue dots on this map are our one-stop air service, and the red lines are our non-stop service. And really what you see is a gap on the East Coast. And so our top priorities are really working on air service primarily to New York and Washington, D.C., because this is really the area of the country that we see that we do not have non-stop service. I think it's important to talk about how we've changed, because what I hear a lot about in the community is, you know, obviously we have changed. Our air service has dropped in recent years, and we go back and we compare ourselves to where we were back in 2005. And what we see is the airline partners have changed from 11 partners back in 2005 to 7 currently. And that's really because of the consolidation of the airline industry, that we have fewer partners today. But we've seen a 25% drop in our destinations, over a 32% drop in our departures, and when you look at it, over 36% in our daily departing seats. I think at the end of the day, we always want to leave you with a message too, that when we compare ourselves to other cities with a population of our size, we definitely do have air service, a good air service for a community of this size. But I think one of the things I hear most in the community is the changing nature, the business change with Southwest Airlines, because since 2005, similar to what we look overall at what's happening in the airport, our daily departures have dropped 38%, and the seats have dropped over 35%. So I think it's important to communicate that there was a very much a changing model with Southwest Airlines. And Southwest has dropped less profitable short-haul markets. So what's that's meant at Reno Tahoe International Airport is that we have lost 6 cities in the last 2 years. We're not alone when we look at airports of our size across the country. There has been a tremendous drop in these shorter haul markets because what Southwest is doing is focusing on longer haul markets. And I think an example that I most frequently hear about is last June, Southwest Airlines dropped service to Oakland. And really, when you look at 2012, that market was only 57% of what it was back in 2008. Southwest is really focusing with their merger with AirTran, is focusing on some new direction with that carrier. They are building up a new terminal at Houston Hobby International Airport that will be opening in 2015. And this is going to be a gateway to Mexico and the Caribbean. There's really slots that have become available with the merger of American and U.S. Airways. There have been slots that have been available at LaGuardia and Washington Reagan that Southwest is focusing on. So they have pulled service from some of those shorter haul markets like we've seen here in Reno to concentrate on some of those new opportunities and where they can make a better profit than what they can do here locally. That's not to say that we have given up on Southwest Airlines. We want to maintain the 6 cities that we have with Southwest and look to grow with them hopefully in 2015. One of our very important strategic priorities is optimizing general aviation operations and services. I think it's no secret that we had a difficult relationship with really our general aviation tenants at Reno Tahoe International Airport for a number of years, and we're really focused on really building and rebuilding that relationship and really having a good customer relations and marketing program with our general aviation pilots and our general aviation operators at Reno Tahoe International. One of the most exciting things that's happened most recently is that on April 8th, Atlantic Aviation, which is a fixed-based operator, that's a company that provides services to general aviation, they opened a new facility that they invested $7 million in. And this has got pilot's lounge, it's got a hangar, it's got passenger facilities, conference room. It's just a great gateway to the Reno area for those private pilots and the corporate aviation users that are coming to Reno Tahoe International. And if you haven't been over there yet, I'd certainly encourage you. It's a great new facility. Go take a look. Another really strategic priority for us is cargo development. And really with the uptick in warehousing and distribution in our community, it really goes to show that what we're seeing at the airport in 2013 with a 4.5% increase in cargo usage at the airport, it really goes to say what's happening in this community and the resurgence in our economy with distribution, certainly, and e-commerce distribution. So while cargo across the country was flat, we really had a 4.5% increase at Reno Tahoe International, and I think that we have some expansion that we're going to be announcing probably later this month with, again, some really good news for cargo development. Just again, this shows you that we had an uptick again in 4.5% last year in cargo, and really see that this sector of our business will continue to grow in the future as these sectors in our economy grow here in Reno. Important part, and again, I'm thankful for the partnership with the City of Reno in facilitating economic development of both airports. For us, this really means land development. We have land available for development at both airports. And really, the more that we can develop our land, that means that we bring in what we call non-airline revenue into our operations. So the less that we have to totally depend on the airlines in terms of their landing fees and what they pay for rent, that really helps us to diversify our revenue stream and keep our rates and charges low to the airlines so that they can bring in new airline service. In addition to making really revenue off our land at the airport, parking and concessions, rental cars, those are all places that we bring in funds to operate our airport, because we do not use local taxpayer funds at our airport. Great exciting news, we operate Reno Stead Airport, 5,000-acre airport, home of the National Championship Air Races, and what great news that we're going to have the air races for its 51st year. But last December, we opened a new terminal at Reno Stead. This is a 12,000 square foot facility, has a pilot's lounge and an emergency operations center. And it was 2 weeks later, on December 30th, that we got the news that the state of Nevada had been selected as one of the test locations and test sites for the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, to test the unmanned aircraft systems. And this is really, a great news. I think it was really the local electeds that really supported this, as well as our congressional delegation. Our phone literally started ringing on December 31st with companies that were interested in coming to northern Nevada, and particularly to Reno Stead, to test their unmanned aircraft systems or their drones. But at the end of the day, what the airport authority is looking at, it's great that we have this opportunity to be a testing location early with the development of this new industry. But what this is all really about is bringing the jobs to our community and to our state. And the Governor's Office of Economic Development has done some projections that the unmanned aircraft systems could bring about 10,000 direct jobs to the state and an average wage of $62,000. These are good, high-paying jobs. And that's $2.5 billion in economic impact and $125 million in annual and local tax revenues. So it's a great new industry that we're at the forefront of here in Nevada. One of our last priorities, and one that we think about every day, is providing a really positive experience for all of the travelers that go through Reno Tahoe International Airport. And I think we're in a really good place that we can still provide a really great experience. And I think at the beginning of that experience is really having an environment that really speaks to not being a generic airport, but really being a place that reflects the beauty of the Reno Sparks and Tahoe region. We're doing a lot on social media to have followers and have people interested in the airport. We have a team that's called Kindness Takes Flight. We do random acts of kindness. We have therapy dogs out in the terminal on really hectic travel days. Hopefully, many of you heard that we hosted a military wedding last November, and I'm really proud to say that it was one of the 12 best weddings that Bridal Magazine acknowledged. So we were really proud to do that for our military. Again, you know, I think one of the important things that we've done with the airport is over the last 5 years, there's been about $100 million invested in the facility in 2 different projects. And again, we feel we really are posed for the future. We have a great facility, and I think, again, it's wonderful to be at an airport and certainly work at an airport that is reflective of the beauty and reflective of everything that's so positive in our community and all the arts that we're able to really have shine and show that people that visit the area that they can see what's really wonderful about this community. So hopefully they come back again. So with that, I know you have a full agenda, but I'd be happy to take any questions. But appreciate your time today to just update you on where we are in our strategic plan.
Thank you very much, Marilee. You guys have just done tremendous work. 2 major accomplishments with the STED improvements and the unmanned vehicles research and the development out there with the UAS is just incredible. You've done tremendous work for us in aviation, Atlantic Aviation having just come on board. Again, tremendous. Your board members have been good working partners for you and our community. Any other comments?
Thank you, Councilmember Zadra, and thank you for your liaison efforts with the airport.
Yeah. Councilmember Sheeby.
Can the city help you sponsor next legislative session for helping to encourage these direct flights? Would that be of assistance to you?
It certainly would, and thank you for that question. We are looking to have a legislative platform for a transportation enhancement fund, because when we look at what airports have to do now to bring in air service, we need to be competitive with other states, and in many states there is a state effort to really help with the marketing of new air service, because we compete with 400 other airports, and if we were to get a new flight to New York or Washington, D.C., we need to be able to promote it at that end. So we really want your partnership in helping us with the Transportation Enhancement Fund.
All right, great.
As Councilmember Delgado recently did with you.
Yes, I do want to acknowledge Councilmember Delgado, who is particularly working with us on an opportunity to Guadalajara, Mexico. He participated in a trip that we took down to Mexico City to meet with an airline, and that's looking very promising, that we hope by early 2015 that we will have a link between Reno and Guadalajara, and we really appreciate all the Councilmember Delgado's help on that effort.
Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Moore, for coming, and trustees. One question, we did field some calls last year about some nighttime construction on one of the end runways, and sound is always an issue for cities. Remember years ago, the cargo market component was being kind of sold on no nighttime restrictions. Are you selling no nighttime restrictions when you're trying to expand our cargo service? Because, you know, that's where it comes to us to hear about that, and you know, it doesn't seem to be a problem, but every now and then you do hear about noise.
Thank you for that question. First of all, I just wanted to say about the construction, we learned about that last year, and we recently did some demolition at night. We really warned people that it might be noisy, but we're not having that kind of construction. I think the good news is, looking back 10 to 12 years ago when we were looking at having a postal service hub here, the type of aircraft, the technology has changed tremendously in terms of being quiet aircraft. We're not looking at anything that is nighttime type of operation. But again, I think what the good news is, what you'll see with our operations now, anything that we have with both passenger and cargo airlines, the technology has dramatically changed since what we saw 10 to 12 years ago.
Great, thank you. We normally do not take public comment on presentations, but we do have a request by Mr. Dene.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government, and right here it says anything that does not have an asterisk allows public comment, but I won't go there. At any rate, I used to attend every airport meeting from circa 1994 to approximately 2004 and then they suddenly stopped televising the meeting, so then it was just preaching to the choir. And as a little bit of a background, during all of those years, Sam Dene, me, I have an airline pilot background and also Air Force background. I was a pilot in many kinds of different airplanes, fighters, bombers, jets, airliners, and every single time I tried to get on that board, I was denied. I had by far the greatest credentials of anybody on that board when it comes to flying. Most of them are real estate agents and bankers running an airport. I don't know about now, but back then they had total aviation amateurs on that board, and I'm not trying to be mean. That's just the actual fact. I don't know if they've got a pilot on there now. I guarantee you they don't have a pilot of Sam Dene's credentials on there. At any rate, all of that being said, you ought to take some pointers from these guys and figure out how they do it, because they are the kings of Washington, D.C. corporate welfare handouts. They get more money per capita than anything in this community multiplied by 10. You ought to figure out how they do it. That entire Stead Airport basically was funded by free money from Washington. And the same thing here in Reno, that extra, it's no longer a new runway, the new extra runway, that's all being funded by Washington, D.C. All of these things. And of course, if you follow it down the line, you find out that their salaries are indirectly funded by Washington. And the salaries of the board members, who the last I heard make about $800 for one meeting a month. That's not a hard job to have to be able to get it. At any rate, as I close out, the main thing I really want to talk about is this, and I challenged it back then every single day. Back in the mid-'90s, late '90s, they basically stole land away from citizens down in Rwana Farms. Eminent domain, they called it. He's shaking his head. No, they did not steal it. Eminent domain, they ordered those citizens off of their land under the guise of noise. And the facts are that nobody complained about the noise. They ordered it on. Now you've got that 200 acres of empty land. The citizens, I guess, have all survived, gotten off to where they live now. The main point being, back then, they wanted to make that Rwana Farms into a gigantic cargo area. I even have diagrams of 20 to 30 to 40 cargo plane parking spots right there in the middle of Reno. That was back in the BART days. I don't know if they still have those schemes. I think the only thing that's preventing that scheme is the economy's not that good. My main point is they should move the cargo to Silver Springs. There's an airport down there, with a runway all ready to be opened, and they ought to be thinking ahead and not devastating the citizens of Reno like we have down there with FedEx and those other guys.
Thank you, Mr. Dene. Again, thank you to Mayor Lee and Mr. Murdoch and Mr. Hall for the presentation and good work. Next up is D2, our Economic Development Review. Brian Bonifant and Kate Thomas to give us an introduction.
Thank you, members of council and Mr. Manager. Kate Thomas with the Office of Management and Budget. Here today in advance of our workshop, beginning next Wednesday on the 23rd, we're going to have our first budget workshop. So we've provided information for you today via Mr. Bonifant, who's a project manager at the Center for Regional Studies at the university. He's going to go over for you to make some data-driven policy decisions next week, information on employment, housing, and visitor data. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bonifant.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Kate. Good afternoon, manager and members of the council. Brian Bonifant, project manager for the Center for Regional Studies at UNR, and I am going to walk you through the current economic conditions in the region in light of your budget discussions. Oh, I hate when I do that. Jobs. February 2014, this is a graph of monthly employment in the Reno Sparks MSA, which includes Story and Washoe County. From 2006 through February 2014, that's the last bar on your right in black. February 2,100 jobs. That was 10,000 more jobs in February of 2013. And the seasonal, the February of 2014 was the largest employment size since 2008. The 15,000 job growth from January, which is in yellow, to December in blue, that growth in 2013 of 15,000 jobs was the strongest seasonal growth since 2005. If we look at the max peak, 2006, December is usually the largest month of employment. Compare that with December 2013, we're still 25,000 jobs off that peak over the recession. The employment growth of February over February was 5.4%. That's above the state employment economic projections of 2 to 2.5% of growth, but we have to be careful with using monthly data. And so what we do is we take the monthly changes, and that's in the bars. Yellow is the January months. This monthly, again, in Reno Sparks MSA. But if you average the monthly employment across the year, you get average annual employment, and that's a better way to look at the percent changes. In 2013, we had a 2.9% growth, and that, again, exceeds the state economists' projections. So we had a great 2013, as you can see by the bars. That was really the first year of employment recovery. That follows the 1% growth in 2012 that was preceded by 4 years of decreases in annual average employment. The growth by sectors in the Reno MSA from January to January, professional business services led the way, and that's very important because of the wages that they bring. Last year at this time, they were the biggest losers of jobs, so that's a great recovery in that sector. For the area. Construction, same thing. We all know what happened to them since the collapse of housing. Leisure and hospitality, they have been the drivers of employment growth for the last 3 to 4 years. That's always been surprising to us because that's discretionary spending that you really don't need to make at those establishments. But that's what's been driving the region, and they're still strong. Casino hotels, which is a subsector, grew by 600 jobs. They have been suffering for the last couple of years. Within leisure and hospitality, what's been really driving that growth over the years is bars and restaurants. That's discretionary spending. And then arts, entertainment, and recreation have been very strong over the last few years also. Retail is back with 1,000 job growth. They have been very flat over the years, so that's another good sign for taxable sales for the local governments. And then education, health services. Health services, as we call it, the sleeper of the region, and I'll get to that in a couple slides. Why? The only sector we saw a decrease in job over the year was in state government and the Reno MSA. Usually when I give this presentation over the last 3-4 years, this slide was 6-7 sectors tall of job decreases, so another good sign there. This is a look at how our economy has changed in the 5-county region over 12 years. On the left, starting 2002, that top, that's gaming employment in the region. Led the way in 2002. It has dropped 10,000 jobs. They are now number 3, the third leading employment sector in the region. The white is your retail. They were number 2 in 2002. They are now lead the jobs in the region today. And then that cyan is that healthcare sector. Number 3 in 2002. They slowly have increased jobs through the recession even, and are now number 2 in the region. Fourth is manufacturing, which is the orange. They decreased the recession, but they still are number 4 job employer in the area. And then the most dramatic, of course, is the construction, which is the red, which was the 5th employer in the region in 2002, and they are now the number 9th employer in the region. They have lost a net of 9,000 jobs since 2002, but they lost 18,000 jobs since the peak of 2006. This is wages versus inflation versus employment in Washoe County. It's a very busy table, I know, but it's very important. Just concentrate on the third column from the right, which is your wage changes by sector in Washoe County. And we are comparing that with the bottom line, and in that yellow, we looking at the CPI, the inflation rates of the area, and which is 6.3%. Your materials are going to show 6.2. We made a little math mistake and fixed that this morning. But we're comparing the sector wage growth with inflation, and the green sectors are the ones who have kept pace with inflation, exceeded inflation, and the ones in sectors in red are the ones that have not kept pace with inflation. You go over the last 2 columns on the right, that looks at the employment of those sectors. And at the bottom right, what it shows is 31% of jobs in our area are in sectors who have kept pace with inflation, but 69% of the jobs in Washoe County have not kept pace with inflation, their wages. That's important. But there's something else besides wages. You got unearned wage income. Unearned wage income represents 18% of all income, and that includes rents, interest, and dividends. And this, in the yellow in the middle, is what I want you to concentrate on. That compares our Nevada counties with the 3,100 other counties in the U.S. And basically in Nevada, we have a concentration of unearned or non-wage income that stretches along the Sierra Range front from Somerset all the way down to Kingsbury Grade, which is in Douglas County. And you see Douglas County ranks number 31 in the nation in unearned income up in the yellow. There's in Washoe County, followed by Carson City. So you see that band of unearned income through our area. Sidebar, in the earned income on the left in green, Eureka County is number 2 in the nation in earned income, excuse me, just ahead of New York City. And Story County is the 75th, ranked 75th in the nation. The caveat behind that is it's by place of work, the earnings by place of work. So many of those are not living in those counties. That's the earned income in that county, and then they divide it by the residents of that county. So it's kind of a skewed, but it still points of the earned income that is happening in those counties. And for us, for Story County, we assume a lot of those people reside in Washoe County. The great job growth and some good income numbers are parlaying into some strong taxable sales growth. Washoe County is in the yellow bars. This is quarter over quarter. 12 of the last 14 quarters in Washoe County have shown positive growth. Calendar year 13 was 8.6% growth, preceded by 4% in calendar 12. All quarters in 2013, we surpassed the growth in Clark County. I don't know if you remember, but economists always pointed to Clark County was going to lead us the way out of the recession, and they were going to recover faster. But our taxable sales actually have been more robust than the South. But then the bottom, you see the industries that are leading the way. This has been the trend for the last few years: general merchandise, followed by bars and restaurants, and then motor vehicles. Again, bars and restaurants, discretionary spending. Always been a surprise for us for the last few years. This is a look at gaming. We are back in the black in Washoe County, which is actually in the dark blue columns. Last 4 quarters have been all positive growths with a calendar year improvement of 3.5%. The first time since 2000, first time since Indian gaming was legalized in California, we had 4 straight quarters in a calendar year of improvement. So we're seeing that as a definite sign of bottoming out in the gaming side. Some more visitation statistics. Upper left is your cash. This is the growth in cash occupied rooms. The yellow bar is non-gaming accommodation. They continue to lead the way in growing of cash occupied rooms. Thus the talk of the Marriott and I think it's Hampton Inn in the Northwest. Non-gaming accommodations have been doing very well in the area. And then they do very well with the cash rates. The yellow bar on the bottom left, they're $100 a night is the non-gaming accommodation rate. We're seeing 2014. The other colors are your downtown Reno, South Suburban, and then Sparks. They've had some mixed success with the growth in occupied rooms, but they all are seeing recovery in the rates in 2013, or the fiscal year 2014. And we're seeing, after a long slide on the right there, the visitation totals. After a long slide, we saw increases in 2012, 2013 in visitation to Washoe County. If we look at January and February of 2014 of this year, we're down 1%. But if we remember, we had Safari Club last year in January. That minus 1% is actually a very good number. We're expecting a much bigger decrease. So what about the residential population? This is a look of our county pop. There's 2 official sources of population estimates in Washoe County. One's the state demographer, which is in red, and the other is the U.S. Census Bureau, which is in blue. Because the taxable sales allocations to local governments is driven off the state demographer population estimates, we use those, which are the red again. We're at 432,324 as July 1, 2013. That represented only a 1.1% pop increase over 2012, July 1. But again, we got to remember that's July 1, so we didn't get all of the calendar year. So we do expect the next year to have a much more robust, still way below the 2.7 average annual increases we experienced before the recession. This looks at our in-migration into Washoe County from other states and other counties, which is led by 5 to 34-year-olds. The color of the rows indicates they all had positive increases in migration between 2007 and 2012. This is from the Census Bureau. This is their latest, most current data. 20 to 24-year-olds, that's the leader of the what they call the age cohort that's driving the in-migration to our area. With the silver tsunami, they call it, the 65 to 69-year-olds lead in growth, but their volume are still way under those clips that we're seeing in the 5 to 34-year-olds. And it's important, the millennials, the 18 to 24-year-old, that growth, that in-migration is very important to our area. And this slide I got from Tim Ruffin at Collier's really speaks to that point. It's not only really good for the university and its growth and its plans for growth, but with this graph on the bars on the right show, the millennials are in the blue, and by 2016, the millennials will make up the majority of the knowledge-based employment in the U.S. And so we need that growth in that age ranges if we're going to have a really good knowledge-based economy in our region. So that growth portends well for our area. Finishing off with some real estate slides. This is notice of defaults in the blue, foreclosures in the red. AB 284 in October 2011, and the Homeowner Bill of Rights October 2013 has really suppressed the distressed housing from moving out from the owner and into the market, creating what people think there's a shadow inventory. That is a big unknown. I mean, if you talk to some realtors, no such thing. You talk to other people, huge amounts of vacant homes. We go through the bank ownership assessor data every month, watching the stuff coming into the banks and the banks reselling it, and I can tell you it's still a trickle. We're not seeing any movement. We have no idea. We don't know if the employment growth and property values is affecting what's going on with the distressed housing. But this is one of those last really unknowns in the economy that not many people have a handle on, that has to be watched. And this is really a concern for the new home builders, of course, waiting for the shadow inventory to come hit the market, and then they're stuck with their inventory. So we continue to watch it. We have no answers to that shadow inventory. This shows the prices of sales by type of sales, and it shows that the overall median, which is in black, because our distressed inventory is so low, it was only 20% of all sales in 2014. Back in the day, it was 2/3 of all your sales was distressed. Now it's 20%. This is causing your overall median to rise up to the non-distressed levels. As you see in the black, the red is the bank resales, blue is short sales, green is the non-distressed. The lack of this non-distressed in the market is why our prices grew by 30% in 2013 of single-family homes in Greater Reno Sparks. And after a flat fourth quarter in Greater Reno Sparks, first quarter 2014, this is an updated slide from your materials that we just did this morning. First quarter 2014 grew by 2.6%. That exceeds the normal appreciation rate of 1% per quarter. So we're still exceeding strong growth of that. We're at 225,700 is our median value for single family. That's still 43,000 off being, we feel, as undervalued. If you take the blue line and run that out at 4% per year, we're about 43% still undervalued in the area. But if you see that the sales was really flat because of that listing decrease, the listings, the inventory is much less than it was in 2012, almost 20% less. Here's a graph of new single-family home sales by month in Washoe County. January in the yellow, so we've got through February 2014. 2013 was a decent month. We had 714 sales of new single-family. That was the strongest since 2009, about 60 a month. So we're seeing strong numbers, strongest numbers. February, usually those are really slow months for the new home builders. And so this is going to be an important year. Again, they're watching that shadow inventory. But we feel that new single-family sales will surpass 1,000 this year. Of course, that does not compare to the 3,000 we saw in 2005, 2006. And to conclude my presentation, this is sort of the last piece we've been waiting for to really feel there's been a complete economic recovery, and that is in sales within single-family homes above 300,000, and that's exactly what 2013 shows. In 2013, 25% of all sales were in homes above 300K. In 2010, it was 17%. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I can take them now.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you for getting your package to us a little early to be able to go through some of those numbers. Are there any questions?
Thanks again for another good job. I guess, the takeaway for me, because this is a prelude to the decisions that we have to make related to our budget, is this unearned, which I didn't know when I was looking over this, I knew it was like mailbox checks, but, the reasoning for, Douglas is 31 of 2,300, what is this, 3,000 counties. We're 172. That's real up there. And why are people here when they get their income from elsewhere? Some of it could be their tax advantages of living in Nevada, but you're not going to live somewhere where you don't have a high quality of life. And so that points to high quality of life values in our budget, in addition to the important public safety and infrastructure ones. So we've got our jobs cut out for us in that regard. Thank you.
Anyone else? Good information. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Did you have something? Okay. You should say that. Okay. Being so patient, thank you. Next up is Donna Klunz, who we all know from our Senior Advisory Committee, and an update on your activities. I see some of your members have held out for this long period of time, too. Thank you.
Thank you. A few of us are still here. Thank you very much, council members and city manager, for giving us a chance to do a short presentation today, bringing you up to date on what the Senior Citizen Advisory Board has been working on this year. There are 9 of us that are all appointed by the city council to serve as volunteers throughout the year working on senior citizen issues. We have heard today a lot of information about demographics, and the numbers of folks that are 65 and more growing at 260-something% is the number that we are serving, those folks that are retired and those folks that are younger than that. Our recreation programs throughout the city of Reno serve folks starting at age 50 years old. So we have approximately about 20% of the population who are in that range here in the city of Reno that are active in our communities, either still working and participating in recreation programs, or retired and doing a lot of volunteering and looking toward that great quality of life that we were just discussing here in the city of Reno. I think I saw how this works, so I'm going to click is it the forward button? There we go. The mission of this is the first time I've used the PowerPoint here. The mission of the Senior Advisory Board is to advise the council on senior citizen issues. We're here probably once a month or so talking to you about something that's going on in the community or something that is a serious need of seniors in the community. One of the things just this past month was the remote area medical program that came into town that served about 800 folks in northern Nevada at Hug High School. A lot of those people were seniors without health care support for optical, dental, and healthcare needs. And we were here, and the city of Reno very graciously helped us get the word out to folks who needed that service in our community this past weekend. We also support events that meet seniors' needs, such as Older Americans Month, which is coming up in the month of May, and we'll be back at the next council meeting for the proclamation about that. We also act as senior advocates. Again, this month, some of us were at County Commission. There was an issue about whether or not early voting would continue on Sundays, and some of us found out and went down to the County Commission to urge the Registrar of Voters and the County Commission to keep our polls open, especially on Saturdays and Sundays, because our seniors often rely on family members to get them to the polls, and many of them, that's the only day that they can vote, and also take the seniors who need rides. So we were involved in that just this past month. Our vision is that by participating in community dialogue, we will establish public and private partnerships to provide our senior citizens with 21st century facilities and programs with supporting staff and volunteers by the year 2020. With the struggles that the city's had with budgetary items, there are a lot of volunteers that give time and energy to the senior programs in our community right now. We have outstanding staff that are at the senior centers that provide fun programs, also support food programs, educational programs, outreach programs to help connect the seniors that walk into Evelyn Mount and Neal Road and Paradise Park, Teglia Paradise Park, every single day to stay healthy, to stay active, and to be able to talk with other folks. Believe it or not, isolation is as much a danger to an early death as being a person with no funds that cannot live very well to provide their food, their shelter, and so on. Being by yourself with no one to talk to and no one to socialize with also is one of those things that causes folks to die sooner than they should. So it's a fun opportunity for our seniors to get out and be involved in our Reno City programs, but it's also vital to our life and death to keep those programs strong and keep seniors dancing and playing games and getting together to work on things such as senior games and Older Americans Month. We developed a strategic plan, much as some other community groups that are appointed by our city council, so that we could identify needs and areas that we could be of help to the city as we go forward in this year to serve our seniors. We identified community information as one of the top areas that we needed to work on, and as part of our efforts, it's on the other side. The Senior Advisory Committee has been working on better ways to get information out to seniors. We developed a survey that's going out next month to our seniors that come to our senior centers to ask them what are the ways that they would like to receive information. We are following along with the council's work on community outreach to provide times for our seniors to interact with the city council members and other major staff members of the city of Reno. During Older Americans Month, in addition to the city's own work in April to have community forums to allow community members to come forward and talk with each of you throughout the city about their concerns about the city government and city services. During Older Americans Month in March, there will be opportunities for seniors to come and speak with members of the city council, with our police chief, with our fire chief, about issues of concern to our senior population here in the city of Reno. And that was organized and put together for Older Americans Month by your Senior Citizen Advisory Board, working with the County Senior Advisory Board and other community members on that. Yesterday, we kicked off an idea that we've been talking about, which is to provide senior citizens an opportunity to learn how to create television programs that would put senior issues out in the forefront in a program that is developed, written, produced by seniors, for seniors, and then to work with their city staff to be able to get it on our cable networks, both the City of Reno, City of Sparks, County, and eventually, hopefully, out to the community at large on ideas and issues that we can educate and that we can highlight things that are of concern to seniors in our community. And we had about 15 people show up at our meeting yesterday at Neal Road, some of whom have a lot of experience already, and some of whom were excited to learn how to do this. And so this is another way that we are helping provide more community information and more community outreach, especially to that large demographic of seniors that live here in the city of Reno. Our program development strategic piece is also to take a look at the programs that we already offer and to improve them and increase them. So we're working with the department to see which program seniors like the best, which program seniors would like to expand or add to, and we're giving our advice and our input to the professionals that work in our recreation programs. The funding and evaluation analysis piece, we keep track of the recreation program budget that the City of Reno puts together. We also follow and track Washoe County's senior services budgets and programs and provide input there for the social services part that the county provides to a lot of our senior citizens. Our partnerships and sponsorships, we're continuing to focus and grow them. Just taking a look at the Older Americans Month brochure for this May, and the number of folks that are involved in that, from the Reno ACEs to Crisis Call Center to the Washoe Sheriff, Sparks Fire Department, our own City of Reno Police and Fire Departments, Ageless Repertory Company, the March of Dimes, the Cancer Society, all manner of agencies that provide services for our community at large that also participate as partners with us in providing the programs and the opportunities to learn about issues that we all need to know about to live better lives, and also to get out there and be active in the community. Our summer games and our winter games are continuing to grow. Our major partners there are the renowned senior, why am I forgetting their name? Senior Care Plus, thank you so much. Senior Care Plus has been there for every of the large events that we put on, as well as the funds that we are grateful that our own City Council provides for the Senior Advisory Board to give back to the community, to sponsor things. I provided a flyer for you in your that the clerk handed out to you of Older Americans Month coming up. I don't know if we can do two things at once, but Older Americans Month, May 1 through 31, is a 30-page booklet that folks can get online if they go to the web address that's up there on the screen, Washoe County. There we go. WashoeCounty.us.senior services. We'll also have it on the City of Reno website. At least it will be on the Senior Advisory Board's website, and maybe some other spot on the city's website. And there are about 60 to 70 different events going on. Almost all of them are free. Many of them are educational events. A lot of them are just fun events to get together to have a good time. Opening ceremony, May 1st, is at the Washoe County Senior Center. That is a free event. There will be information booths there for folks to pick up information, a lunch that will be provided, and some of you, I think, will be there as our honored guests that day. We'll be having 3 candidate forums for the folks that are running for office. In the primaries, we'll have one at the Senior Center for the county, state, and federal candidates. We'll be having one for the City of Reno candidates at Neal Road, and there'll be one at Sparks Senior Center for those folks that are running in the city of Sparks. And our closing ceremonies will be the 31st of May, and that will be at Neal Road. There'll be a picnic at the end of the events starting around noon, and a lot of games and activities for all the seniors. So anybody listening and watching was more than welcome to come, and we invite all of the City Council members to come and help us celebrate Older Americans Month this time. I'm going to switch. Can we switch back to finish off the strategic plan? We identify transportation as a huge need for our seniors in this community. Yesterday, there was a very well-attended meeting with RTC that focused on seniors and disabled people's needs for changes and improvements in the transportation system here in Washoe County, and your Senior Citizen Advisory Board members are involved in that and attended that, and will be working on that with the other partners that are involved in that. And last of all, the Senior Service Needs Assessment is another large document, the Washoe County Master Plan for Aging Services. This is still a draft. This will be presented to Washoe County commission, and it's the work of folks from our senior advisory board, as well as a lot of senior citizens and those who serve senior citizens throughout the community, to put together a comprehensive plan that includes the needs and ways to reach those needs in the next 5 years here in Washoe County. And Reno being the largest piece of population in Washoe County, our Reno senior citizens are included in, and all of their needs are included in this master plan. And we'll come back to you with a little more information on that once the final document is there. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I did send you our strategic plan as an email attachment, and also the full Older Americans Month brochure, so that you can have that on your computers without having to make hundreds of pages of copies for you today. We'll be back to talk with you about the senior citizen budget that we were able to donate money back to the community to help all of the various activities and services. I believe we will be on the first May meeting, but from the money that you have given to us to use for senior activities, some of it has gone to provide equipment at our senior centers for games that seniors are finding that they want to participate in that we didn't have in the budget already. Pickleball being one of the biggest growing games that's going on at our senior centers. And we started archery during winter games, and there's been such a great interest in that we were able to donate a little money to get an archery program started for seniors. We've given funds that help a lot of the large community agencies that work with seniors in our community, both for seniors that are very low income, to help them with transportation, to get to places they need to go to help them with the short periods that they need a little bit of help before they qualify for county and state services. We've helped those that are working with the Alzheimer's patients in our area. In addition, many other community agencies that work with seniors that through your help with a small budget to us, we can give back to the community as those needs arise. So we thank you again for all your support and appreciate this opportunity to give you a little more information about our group. I'm ready for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Are there any questions? You guys do great work, and I know some of you serve on both the county's board as well as ours, and
some of
we
us do.
Certainly appreciate that. It's nice having that cooperation between the agencies.
Okay.
Anyone?
Thank you.
Great work. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item number E, the consent agenda. Are there any items that need to be pulled for discussion? E3. Anyone else? We need to look at pulling, hopefully for later on the agenda, E2, that would require a 6-7 vote. And we don't have 6 members here to come close to getting a 6-7 vote, so we'll pull that one as well and hopefully be able to return to it later. So is there a motion for all items but E2 and E3? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. E3, Mr. Delgado.
See, Mr. Morton here, just wanted to see if you can talk to us a little bit about the project that you guys have with the Oliver Montello neighborhood, affordable. Or Fred could either answer, just a quick little summary on that, please.
This was actually housing that the city developed under NSP 3. You know, there have been 3 NSP programs. One came under the Bush administration to the state, and then they doled it out. NSP 2 was competitive, and that's the one we were successful in getting a $21 million grant into Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County. And NSP 3 was another assigned amount of money. A certain amount went to Washoe County and a certain amount to the city of Reno. The city tried to develop this in certain areas, and they could speak to that better than I could. But because of the long-term commitment of the city council, particularly Jessica Sferrazza, being real honest, she pressed that really hard to develop and do things in the Oliver Montello neighborhood. And we ended up putting a lot of money in there. We were able to designate that under NSP 2. We've actually spent about $2.5 million in that neighborhood, upgrading and improving, and I think if you go through there, you'll see the results. It's really quite impressive. I actually brought a booklet of all of our scattered site properties that you'll have on your desk upstairs. We take a lot of pride in what we've done there. The city developed these, and I had worked with Jody Royal Goodwin in planning that. It seemed an appropriate use for those vacant lots, and I'm just incredibly pleased with what the city has done. I mean, the buildings are beautiful, solar energy, they're a great entrance into the neighborhood, and what the city has asked us to do is to take those and maintain those over the next 20 years in a very high-quality manner, and that's what we intend to do with your approval today.
Great. You know, of course, the work that you're doing, the Reno Housing Authority with the staff is outstanding. It's great, and I just wanted to kind of get to have the rest of the council as well as the people here kind of hear from you a quick little summary about what the work that you're doing.
Well, I appreciate that.
So
very
really
much.
appreciate that. Project's great. Just wanted to get a quick little snippet for everyone else. So continue the hard work, and really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Mr. Morton, may I just ask one quick question? During the whole stimulus years, how many single-family scattered site units did you bring on?
How many during the NSP?
Yeah, all NSP, all our.
We have bought 200.
200?
Almost exactly. We was come back. One of my staff was noting that this past week. Single-family homes in the three desert
rounds.
Yeah, right. And we have sold a number of those back to middle-income people because NSP wasn't just a low-income program. And that's something I want everybody to realize. NSP, the idea was you would help neighborhoods that were really stressed because of all the foreclosures. So a big push for that in NSP 1 and NSP 2 was for middle-income people, 50 to 120% of the median income. We gave incentives, we did things to make it attractive, but we sold a large number of those to middle-income, first-time home buyers, all the criteria that I think you would applaud. And we also, there was a group, and we had to do a certain percentage of them for people low income. So that's why we had both a rental, and we ended up creating a lease to own as well. There were a lot of people that we found who would make great home buyers and who met the income criteria, but the credit or the credit scores particularly, or they didn't have the down payment. So we actually have 35 of those 200 homes that are in a lease to own program, where we're actually helping people who couldn't buy it up front, and we've sold several of those. I know there are at least 4 more that are currently in the process of buying those homes.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. That's informational.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Morton?
This is
No,
great.
your work has been exceptional. I mean, I've had such an education. For those of you that don't know, that the properties that they hold are just incredible. And I mean, I'm so proud, very proud. Great job. Thank
Well,
you.
I appreciate that. We tried to use local contractors. We didn't just, expand our staff and go do work. We designed the work, and then we contracted with a host of local contractors to do the work inside, to do the landscaping. We did make a real effort to upgrade the landscaping. We didn't want lawns that you have to water and maintain. We did xeriscaping. And I think any of you that have seen our properties would applaud the way they look. We also did as much energy conservation as we could. So since we had the money, we wanted to do it right because the goal was to upgrade those neighborhoods. And again, instead, in Sparks, Sun Valley, out in the Highland Ranch area, and now we're actually doing some in a more scattered manner. But we've had just applause from neighbors, the HOAs, everybody concerned. And it's taken a real effort. I mean, and again, I left a CD actually that HUD did on our program as a model to show other people around the country. So I do take a lot of pride in this. And again, the City Council gave us the NSP 1 program. I mean, I didn't really seek it, but that was given to us. Then the NSP 2, because we'd gotten so involved in it, I was very competitive on that, and we were successful. So, thank you. Anything else?
Thank you.
Motion? Motion and a second for approval. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll now move on to item F, public hearings. Open the public hearing. F1, Madam Secretary, have notices been sent?
Yes, Madam Mayor, all the notices have been sent and proper notice was received. No correspondence was received.
Okay.
For the record,
Bill Gall, Senior Civil Engineer on this project. Council, before you today is a request for an abandonment of a 60-foot wide by approximately 140-foot long portion of Pamela Avenue, located north of the intersection of Pamela Avenue and Donald Street, bounded by Donald in the south and Airway Drive on the north, and the applicant's parcels to the east and west. The property requested is a dead-end street segment. It was created by the extension of Airway Drive several years ago. The city is no longer maintaining this roadway segment and has partially blocked it off to discourage use. The right-of-way for Pamela Avenue was obtained by the city when we annexed this area from Washoe County. Originally, the right-of-way was dedicated to Washoe County through a dedication, and no value was exchanged for the property. The area has been reviewed by the City of Reno and all affected utility companies. There are some utilities in the area. The city has a sewer. AT&T Nevada and NV Energy also have utilities, so a utility easement will be retained. For this, the applicant would be required to relocate any existing utilities prior to any development that would preclude continued maintenance access. Staff recommends that council determination that the public will not be materially injured by the proposed vacation and approve the abandonment subject to the conditions in the staff report. I am here, as well as the applicant's representative is here, to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Delgado?
Can I see a map on the screen really quick?
Of course.
So we'll abandon that, and it's going to go to the parcel to the west or to the east?
So, yeah, per abandonment law, basically the property goes back from where it came.
Okay.
So in this case, this area was mapped in a subdivision map from one property owner. So when it's abandoned, it basically cut down the middle, and it separates, goes to the property owners to the east and west. There are actually 3 adjacent property owners primarily, but most of it will go, it splits down the middle to the east and west.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item F2, Madam Secretary, notices?
Yes, Madam Mayor, proper notice was given, and we received one letter of concern from Connie Robinson, 7895 Thole Drive.
Staff, we don't have the council member with us today who represents this ward, but let's see if we can move through it without his input.
Madam Mayor, I need to read the ordinance first, since this is a ordinance introduction, which is Bill number 6899, ordinance annexing to and making part of the City of Reno certain specifically described territory being .92 acres of property located on the southeast corner of Thole Drive and Casillas Drive in the Special Planning Area, Reno Stead Joint Corridor Plan, Low-Density Suburban Land Use Designation, Washoe County, Nevada, together with other matters properly relating thereto. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I wonder if there might be an appetite by the council to reopen the agenda to continue this item, seeing as how our council member is not here.
We can do that. Are there any significant questions? Could we take action today, or are there questions that we need to?
Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager. We haven't received any comments on this. I heard that there was somebody who had some concerns. I don't know if that person's here to comment.
Who was the letter received from?
It was Connie Robertson.
Is there a Connie Robertson with us today?
I believe council received a letter.
Okay. Well, it's up to the pleasure. We frequently can take action without the council member if members, the rest of the council doesn't have significant question. But we can also continue it to another meeting when Mr. Dortch can be present. Are there significant questions by council members?
No, I just wanted to inquire more about the letter that was received, but if there's no real discussion on this item, then we can move forward.
Madam Chair, I mean, the person's waiting to get this annexation to hook up to sewer, right?
To build a home, no, they're going to be on
to
septic on
subdivide.
this one, yeah.
Okay.
It's just within this sphere. It's this parcel right here. It's in the joint plan area. This is Sky Vista over in this area. Everything in
Yeah.
red in here is the city of Reno.
I mean, this
already.
area is put into the sphere in 1998, so it's been coming in kind of piecemeal patchwork,
Correct.
as you can tell. I'd be inclined to go with it. We can always, at the second, let Mr. Dortch raise any concerns he might have.
Mr. Thomas just informed me that the person who had concerns was that she did not have an interest in being annexed and did not want to have to hook up to city services. So there's no chance of that through this process.
Because it's an adjacent property and they're not subject to it.
Correct. It's somebody in the area who doesn't want to annex. This person is building a house and therefore needs to annex.
She feels she's in the path if one domino falls into the city.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Sorry. She feels she's in the path of annexation,
Correct.
and that's why she objects to someone else getting annexed. But,
Correct.
you know, this area since 1998 has been planned to go into the city. It's
Correct.
very inefficient municipal boundaries to have a patchwork. So,
Do we have a motion?
Vote.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. To refer.
Yes, sir.
Item G, ordinance adoption, G1.
This is ordinance number 6324, ordinance amending Reno Municipal Code Title 18, Annexation and Land Development in order to apply regionally consistent development standards for school facilities by adding certain language to and removing certain language from Chapter 1806 Administration and Procedures, Section 1806-405 entitled Special Use Permits, Section 1806-407 entitled Site Plan Review, Chapter 18.08 Zoning, Article 2 Permitted Uses and Regulations, Table 18.08-4 entitled Uses Permitted in Residential-Based Zoning Districts, Table 18.08-5 entitled Uses Permitted in Non-Residential-Based Zoning Districts, Table 18.08-6A, and B entitled Uses Permitted in Regional Centers Based Zoning Districts, Table 18.08-7 entitled Uses Permitted in TOD-Based Zoning Districts, Section 18.08-202E8 entitled School, Primary, Public, and Private, Section 18.08-202E9 entitled School, Secondary, Public, and Private, Section 18.08-202E10 entitled Schools, Non-Traditional, Secondary, Public, or Private, Article 4, District-Specific Standards, Overlay Zoning Districts, Section 18.08302 entitled Special Purpose-Based Zoning Districts, Section 18.08406E2B entitled Southeast Neighborhood Planning Area Overlay District Land Uses, Chapter 18.12 General Development and Design Standards, Article 11 Off-Street Parking and Loading, Table 18.12-8 entitled Off-Street Parking Requirements Table, and Table 18.12-11 entitled Bicycle Parking Requirements together with other matters properly relating thereto. And this would be a motion to adopt.
Move to adopt.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. G2.
This is ordinance number 6325, ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code Title II, Administration, Chapter 2.06, Departments, Section 2.06-080 entitled Boundaries, and Section 2.06-090 entitled Special Assessments, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
We have a motion and second. Before we take a vote, that we do have a request for public comment. This is for G3.
how about a staff report? I think there's some changes they want to propose.
Yes, Madam Chairman. Steve Hardesty, Public Works. During the course of preparing for this second reading, we noticed that we made a slight error on the boundaries. It was brought to our attention by the folks over at the assessor's office that part of what we were trying to include was outside of both RDA 1 and RDA 2. And if we look on the map, you can see that the RDA number 1 actually cuts off right next to the St. Clair building and goes up the alley. My assumption when I drew the map that it went all the way out to Holcomb, it was a bad assumption. Somebody was watching over me, though. None of those areas out there were actually notified or are a part of any of the calculations that were included in the
the rate, the assessment percentages, and they were not notified of any of the proceedings. So it's just a simple adjustment on our description. And that description, I believe, was passed to you all earlier by City Attorney's Office and myself.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Reno City Attorney's Office, if you could revisit the individual council member who made the motion to see if they would amend their motion to include that modification in the second, please.
So amended with those modifications?
And for the second?
I'll second. I'm sorry.
Great, thank you. All right, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
G3.
This is ordinance number 6326, ordinance to amend Title 4 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Business License Code by amending Chapter 4.04 thereof, which is untitled, by entitling the chapter's general provisions and by amending Section 4.04.020 to exempt sales of First Amendment protected expressive merchandise from the business license requirement and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Before we have discussion, we have public comment. David Shearer, followed by Blair Denny.
Good afternoon, honored council persons. The two artists that came before me, Ted Lavender.
Please identify yourself for the record.
I beg your pardon?
Identify yourself for the record.
Of course. For the record, my name is David Shekar, independent artist, courtroom sketch artist, and portrait painter and fast sketch artist. The two artists that came before me during public comment were Ted Lavender and the winning plaintiff in the landmark civil rights case, Steve C. White, in the case of White versus City of Sparks, 2007. They appreciated what you have done, as do I and all the other artists of this town. I sent you an email, and I misspoke and I said we the artists as if I was representing everybody, and of course no one could do that. What I meant to say is that all the artists that I talked to really appreciate and value your courage, your intelligence, and wisdom, and the unanimous passage of the final passage that you'll vote on today, these items G 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3. One of the concerns that I know that you had prior to moving into this is what are any of the repercussions that might happen? Well, we realize that with this great opportunity that you're presenting with us also requires great responsibility, and we choose to fully represent to the city that we can self-police ourselves, and what that means with the educational component that will inevitably be produced by the city of Reno, that we could assist in that. We could help other artists and pass out that educational information and let them know what they can do and what they cannot do. We also have a self-interest in making sure that we regulate ourselves so that the city doesn't have to put up with the hassle of having to go through some type of compelling need for regulation. In other words, we see somebody smoking pot or drinking. Besides that being illegal, they're going to know that that is activity that will not be tolerated. The same thing if music is going to be beyond the standards of the allowable volume. And we're also asking all artists that when in a public area, whether it's a street, park, sidewalk, wherever it is, leave the area cleaner than it was when you first got there. And we believe that when you pass these three First Amendment expressive merchandise codes, it's going to make the city of Reno be more vibrant. I think it's going to attract more tourists, and inevitably, I think the city of Reno will get more revenue when people realize what a vibrant, rollicking art town this is. And I thank you for your service in passing the first reading, and we urge you to also pass the second final reading of this to make Reno a more vibrant community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Blair Denny.
Day, Council.
I'm an artist. My
Identify
name is Blair
yourself.
Denny.
Thank you.
I've worked in Santa Fe, Taos, North Carolina. From one end of the country to the other, I've been in galleries. I know that what the art market is. The only thing I really want to stress is that there needs to be some type of oversight as far as what public values are. For example, it should be geared towards family values. There shouldn't be anything in the street that's offensive based on anything that's in the galleries now, because a lot of the galleries are showing things that are offensive that really don't portray what art should be on classic level, and those things that there should be some kind of maintenance values as far as structured ideas and acceptable norms. And so the artists being the way they are, and some artists calling themselves artists, will want to stress those values and push forward things that aren't necessarily in the public interest as far as I'm concerned. So they wouldn't really want to be noted historically as far as Reno goes. I think that we should really kind of think in terms ahead of what's going to happen, and kind of curtail things towards the future to represent things as they should be. So I'm going to be in the Liberty Gallery. I won a Taos Open award in 2008. I mean, I have a background, and I've seen a lot of artists. I know a lot of artists. So I'm just making a statement because I thought it was probably the right thing to do, and because I think this is really historic, a historic amendment, and I think it could be handled really well and good for Reno overall, because of the way things have been in the past. They've been more or less curtailed to certain individuals, certain organizations, certain galleries, and they don't really represent art very well. That's really what I'm going to say. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephen White.
Stephen White, artist advocate. 12 years we've been waiting for this, folks. I want to start out by thanking some folks here. I want to thank Jenny Breckus, Miss Dorch. You're sitting in front of his name. Jenny Breckus, Oscar Delgado, thank you very much for meeting with me. Hillary, thank you very much for facilitating the meetings that we've had and all. These folks right here, these are great folks right here. Mr. Thompson, the Business License Department. Julie Towler from the City Attorney's Office. Mr. Shipman. And also, we can't forget Tracy over here, Tracy Chase over here. These folks have, they all took the time, we all sat down, met together, and we came up with a really good set of codes. And I thank all of them for the hard work they've done and putting up with me for all these years, jousting with them, But we've accomplished it. But, like I said before, now it's time for the city. We need to take control of this. We need to start some seminars. We need to set forth some guidelines for artists to properly, do this sort of thing. One of the problems that I think was just mentioned about, for instance, pornography, that sort of thing. I've been dealing with all these issues that are going to be facing the city here for many, many years. We've been putting on free community art shows in the state parks and various community parks around the area. And so I look forward to working with the city and putting on seminars so that I can have a chance to discuss these matters with artists. For instance, if you're going to display artwork that may be borderline, distasteful to some people, there are ways of, simply putting a drape over the work of art and a little sign on it that says parental discussion advised. And that's the way we handle it at our art shows. And I point out to the artists, you'll find out you'll get more people looking at the artwork, peeking to see what the heck's under there, But, and the same thing is true, when you're watching television. They put on notices, parental discretion advised. So there are all these little points that we need to make and that we need to educate artists about because, artists have never been able to do this before. So we really need to get ahead of this, and we need to get these seminars going. And there are things that I can point out to artists as a professional artist that maybe a lot of them don't know. There are little tricks of marketing. There are all kinds of things. But that's our next step. So so I hope we'll move forward in doing that. And thank you to all of you again. This is a wonderful opportunity. You know, one more thing I wanted to mention. You know, you already have public funding for art, purchases of art for the community, like the beautiful sculpture out here in front of the city. I want you all to start thinking about maybe the next time you purchase artwork for the city, stop and think about putting some guidelines, some specifications in for instance, sculptures that not only are sculptures that can stand alone in the community, but they'll also maybe have panels on them that facilitate public display of artwork, or maybe platforms that will, you know, facilitate public display of sculptures and all. Now, by doing that, you can take those, you know, that public art, and you can place it, for instance, in Midtown, that will in turn direct artists to the Midtown area. And the other thing is, I hope we can start working on, you had that graffiti attack in Midtown. I want us to all start working about,
Work
you know,
fast,
towards,
Mr. White. We're over
towards
time.
mural projects for young people and all.
Thank
you
you.
very much, folks. God bless you all.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment forms, we'll close the public comment section of this item, bring it back for discussion. Staff, we heard two of the public comment kind of take us to the jurying of the work, that we still have work to do, the jurying of what's displayed. Will what we've got in front of us and that we've worked so hard to get to, will we still have the ability to accommodate that kind of future work within the ordinance that we have in front of us today?
Good afternoon, members of the council, Mr. City Manager, Madam Mayor. The short answer to that, this is Michael Chomp from the Business License Division. Short answer is yes. And we've already continued some of that work when we're starting to move forward with the second piece of this.
Great. Thank you. Any further discussion? Long time coming. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. G32.
Ordinance number 6327, ordinance to amend Title 5 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Privilege Licenses, Permits, and Franchises by amending Chapter 5.14 entitled First Amendment Artisans and Sidewalk Speakers by changing the name of the chapter to First Amendment Protected Expressive Merchandise and Displays on Sidewalks by amending Section 5.1410 thereof to add new definitions by amending Section 5.14020 to clarify the purpose of the chapter by amending Section 5.14040 to remove the business license requirement and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Motion and second for adoption. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. G33.
Which is ordinance number 6328, ordinance to amend Title 8 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Public Peace, Safety, and Morals by amending Chapter 8.23 thereof entitled Parks and Recreation by amending Section 8.23.075 entitled Park Permits by exempting display and sales of First Amendment protected expressive merchandise and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. G4.
Which is ordinance number 6329, ordinance to amend Title 4 entitled Business License Code by adding a new section 4.04.067 entitled Moratorium on the Acceptance of Business License Application for Pet Stores intending to conduct sales of dogs, cats, or rabbits, and providing the moratorium shall be in effect for a period not to exceed 180 days from the date of adoption, and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Mayor, we're on H. Okay. We've been trying to rapidly get through, since we had a long beginning of the meeting, rapidly get through these items since we have council or staff sitting here before we get to those time certains. Resolutions. You betcha.
Resolution 817957, resolution designating the Director of Finance and Administration as City Council's authorized representative for determining and disposing of personal property no longer required for public use.
I have a question on this for staff.
Ms. Breckus?
I'll let you get up here. Ms. Olson, do we have a process or a list where we have all our surplus items itemized that anyone in the public can look at, that the council is knowledgeable about what the city manager is surplusing?
Jill Olson for the record, Finance. Yeah, we have lists that our policy actually requires that the departments provide those lists to the Finance Department annually so that we can make sure we capture everything at that time. But even in between, as things come up, we're able to dispose of those by sending them to auction or various other means.
Okay, through the auction lease. I saw a legal notice advertising to nonprofits who wanted to get on some sort of list. What was that legal notice that the city put out?
That is another resolution and policy that we have related to if there are nonprofit organizations that are interested in any surplus property that we might have, we can offer it to them first, and they can have that property. And that's typically they like some of the office equipment, file cabinets, computers, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion?
No, I'll make a motion.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. H2.
Resolution number 7958, resolution of the Reno City Council pursuant to NRS 268.061, paragraph 1E1, declaring that it is in the best interests of the city to convey a remnant piece of certain city-owned real property that is unparceled, located at East Shore Drive and Lynberry Street, adjacent to APN number 019-600-02, to SWD-NVL LLC and other matters properly relating thereto.
I have a question on this, Madam Chair.
Let's get a second first. We have a motion for adoption and a second. Discussion.
Okay, is the developer here, present, or his representative? Okay. Hi, Ms. Fuss. I met with Mr. Thomas out there at the property this morning. Tell me this. The area to be abandoned, or I guess sold or granted to this developer, I understand that the subdivision approval that the Planning Commission granted shows this area to be a landscaped area with a parkway, then a curb, and then portion will go then into the development. Is that how I understand it?
That's correct. As part of the TOD standards, there's a 5-foot landscape strip and 5 feet of sidewalk.
Okay, so we're replacing landscaping for landscaping then at this area?
And I don't know.
Generally?
Yes, generally, yes.
Except for on the back side of Lynberry, right?
A lot of that is just, it's kind of in no man's land. I don't even know that I would call it landscaping.
Yeah, it's stirred back there. I guess my question is, what if this project doesn't go? Is he going to continue to maintain the landscape across the street from Virginia Lake as he has? And because I didn't see any irrigation out on this, it's well established. It's maybe not, the trees aren't the greatest, but they are landscaping at one of our premier parks.
Sure, and I will say that he's owned this property since 2006. And his intent, as far as moving forward with this next tentative map, is he got the tentative map approved in November. He's now given the tenants about a 4 to 5 month window to leave. Then he will start the abatement of the asbestos, and demolition will begin in June. So things are happening. If for whatever reason development does not occur, as part of this process, he will have that land and he still owns that property. He will continue to own that property.
Is he planning on finaling this in one final map?
He is.
Okay. Okay, I'm ready for a vote. Thank you.
And we should add that this was actually something that was all agreed to long ago, and we've just kind of brought it forward for current.
When was it agreed to? I wasn't around for that discussion.
It went to Planning Commission and was approved as a tentative map at Planning Commission back in November.
Okay, but it hasn't been before this body?
Has not.
Okay.
Right.
This is a question for staff. On here, it says SWD-NVL LLC. Can we get who the stakeholders are on some of these LLCs in our staff report?
Lori Miles, Public Works. Yes, I will get that to you and get that to you by memo.
And yeah, maybe on future ones if, because it's just not clear who these stakeholders are, and these are just letters, so thank you.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. H3.
Resolution number 7959, resolution to augment the budget of the City of Reno, Nevada for the 2014 fiscal year and approval of budget revisions for the period of January 17, 2014 through March 25, 2014.
Question?
I do have a question. This is a rather modest augmentation to the budget, but I see that there was a budget augmentation related to the courts, and that was some discretionary funds that got moved around. Within the budget, are those discretionary funds of the courts within any particular line item, or what were they originally budgeted for? What was the court thinking of using this funds for that then they used to do some payback to some salaried folks?
Correct. Zach Hafner for the record. The funds were part of the AA fund, the Court Administrative Assessment Fund. They originally were budgeted as part of supplies in that fund, and then as part of the settlement agreement with the marshals, it's being moved from the AA fund to the general fund where the marshals are paid out of.
Okay. How much is so it's really a catch-all line item that the judges have broad discretion to use it for a number of areas?
Yes, that's
But when
correct.
it went over to salaries?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's some funds, okay, well, that helps. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Motion? Motion and a?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Are we good to continue with the agenda, Mr. Mayor? Yes. Okay. Ordinances, ordinance introduction? We have none. Community development, J1.
I don't know that we need a presentation on this. I'm prepared to move to approve.
I do have a question, though. Is the developer's representative here?
Yes, he is on.
Okay.
Invite him up.
I'll preface my comments while he walks up and then let himself introduce himself. I know there's a lot of history to this, like probably more than I don't want to know, or anyway, but that's previously, to get to this point of settlement agreement, some of the council members were involved, and you know, the market has changed, even probably from the settlement agreement went forward. And I'm not averse to continuing this, but you know, continue dialogue if you're not going to be able to move forward with these 41 lots. Do you have other thoughts, or how's it going in getting this project done? Is the market wanting these 41 lots is really my question.
I'm Gary Canup, and I'm one of the managing members, as well as one of the owners. There's 70 of us involved in this project before it closed, and the city is holding $1.4 million of our money to finish the project. We were sued by Pierre Hashef when he was on the city council. He had turned that lawsuit over to a guy by the name of Kosak. We are still in litigation. To answer your question, it would have been sold and developed by now had we not been in that litigation. We are still in this litigation. He turned the lawsuit over to a guy by the name of Kozak, not Kozach. And we have prevailed in 2 courts. We have prevailed in one of the Supreme Courts, and he's just filed another suit, and we're going to prevail in that, but it just takes time. And so we have developers willing to buy it tomorrow if we didn't have this lawsuit in the cloud on the title.
Okay, so all 41 lots, you know, you still think there's interest and they'll go at some point?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I thought about doing it myself.
Okay.
Originally, and then we got into this lawsuit deal, and I just got other things I'm doing and
Okay.
don't have the energy or the time to be. So we're just battling the lawsuit. As soon as we get it resolved, we will sell it more than likely. And I've talked to 3 different developers that would love to buy it and build houses up there. It's a beautiful piece of property.
Okay, okay, I understand then. Well, hopefully in the 2 years it can get sorted out.
I hope so too. I hope it's done by the end of this year or the end of this summer.
Okay, and then when it is perfected, we'll go up and do quality assurance and make sure that we are not going to be in the position of accepting disintegrating infrastructure.
We've
up
had
there.
engineers up there. We've had it re-engineered, and we've been dealing with the city, and we've got people up there doing maintenance on it continually. So it is not deteriorating.
Well, good luck with everything.
Thank you.
If I may, Susan Ballroth, Deputy City Attorney, I just needed to put this on the public record so it's reflected in the minutes because there is an incorrect statement in the staff report. And I just want the record to reflect that the city has no obligation to complete the improvements.
Okay,
Other
thank you.
than that,
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Mayor, would you like to continue to rush through the rest of the agenda, or do you want to go to time certain? We would be at Rosewood Lakes, J2. Uh-huh.
We have people here from the state. Before we go to J2, I'd like to, excuse me, I'm sorry. Before we go to J2, I'd like to go to J5, update, discussion, possible direction to staff regarding medical marijuana establishments within the city of Reno. We have some staff. Huh? Excuse me? Everybody can sit down, relax a minute. We're going to take about a 3-minute break. We have to visit the grown-ups place. Call the meeting back to order. We're going to go to item J5. Got a time certain at 2. We're getting close. And before you start, I'm going to excuse myself from these discussions right now because I have a granddaughter that has been using some medical marijuana. And until I finish working with my legal counsel and my staff, I don't want to put a conflict. So, Ms. Adra, would you take over and run the meeting and the hearing on this, please?
I will.
Thanks.
Okay, we are sorry for the time certain. Those of you who came early, you heard me say that we just wouldn't, time certain means we won't hear it before 2 o'clock. And we were trying to be respectful of our limited staff's time. Not to say we weren't trying to be respectful of yours, but staff has a lot of work to do, and we wanted to get through some of the things that they had to be here for earlier. So we're now on item J6. Oh,
J5.
J5, excuse me. Cadence.
Good afternoon, council members. For the record, my name is Cadence Matievich, Assistant City Manager. We come before you today seeking council direction on a very significant issue for our community. It's one that your staff has spent a good deal of time over the last 6 months analyzing and researching. I must first say that while it is my name that is on this staff report, the report is the result of the effort of many different individuals who have worked as a team to try to bring forward as comprehensive and balanced a report as can be produced on this matter at this time. A number of those people are seated behind me, and as you raise the questions that you will have for us today, I will likely rely on them to help provide you with the answers related to their respective areas of subject matter expertise. We also do have the privilege, as the mayor said earlier, of having senior staff from the state of Nevada's Division of Public and Behavioral Health present here today, Ms. Marley McDade-Williams and Mr. Joe Thiele, and I would like to thank both of them for being willing to attend this meeting today in assisting and answering questions that you may have about the state's medical marijuana establishment regulations and their certification process. The Health Division put an extraordinary amount of work into developing the regulations that were approved by the Legislative Commission last month. And throughout that entire process, they were extremely open to the input and inquiries from local government. They worked hard to understand our processes and our concerns, and I would like to personally thank them for their consideration and their hard work on behalf of local governments and the state of Nevada. Thank you. A very lengthy staff report has been prepared for you. It is, unless it is your desire, it's not my intent to address everything contained in the report. Really, I think we'll get down to the fundamental issue. Staff is here today seeking council's direction on the question of whether to allow medical marijuana establishments to operate in the city of Reno or not. If the council decides not to permit medical marijuana establishments in the city, staff would recommend that you direct us to prepare ordinances implementing a prohibition. Alternatively, if council decides to authorize the operation of medical marijuana establishments within the city of Reno, staff recommends that council adopt the following recommendations.
to direct staff to prepare an ordinance repealing Section 4.04.065 of the Reno Municipal Code, which placed a stay on the acceptance of business license applications related to medical marijuana establishments. Secondly, to direct staff to initiate a text amendment to Title 18 of the Reno Municipal Code to repeal Section 18.02.114, which placed a stay on the acceptance of use, building, or other permits related to medical marijuana establishments. That you would direct staff to prepare ordinances authorizing medical marijuana establishments within the city of Reno and to prepare appropriate ordinances in Titles 4, 5, and 18 of the Reno Municipal Code. To direct staff to evaluate Title 8 of the Reno Municipal Code to determine whether any amendments to the criminal provisions are necessary and to prepare any appropriate ordinances accordingly. Additionally, staff would seek council direction on the following issues if it is your intent to allow medical marijuana establishments in the city of Reno. First question is, does council wish to petition the Washoe County Commission for more than the 2 dispensaries currently allocated to the city by statute? Second question, to identify any criteria council would desire to establish above and beyond that which is contained in the Nevada Revised Statute and Nevada Administrative Code relative to who may or may not operate a medical marijuana establishment in the city of Reno. And the third question, the minimum criteria to potentially be contained in a performance contract between the city and each operator of a medical marijuana establishment. Included in your packet today is a decision tree that outlines the various options being presented to you, and I would ask for the overhead projector, please. Yeah, maybe. So again, the preliminary question of should medical marijuana establishments be permitted in the city of Reno, if it is the policy direction of this council that the answer to that question is yes, then we would defer you to option 2, and it would be staff's recommendation that the city defer the selection of operators of medical marijuana establishment to the state as outlined in option 2A. The voters of the state of Nevada amended the Constitution in the year 2000 to allow the use of medical marijuana within the state. Moreover, under the authority granted to it by the legislature, the State Health Division has established a robust, strict regulatory scheme that seeks to protect the 8 federal priorities identified by the United States Department of Justice. Staff recommends council defer the selection of operators to the state, as both state law and regulations set forth an extensive merit-based selection process. The Health Division has been provided resources to manage both the application process and oversight of the industry. Although it is unknown today how many applications for medical marijuana establishments within the city of Reno may be filed, staff anticipates that number may be 30 or higher. Allowing staff, the state, to evaluate each of those applications according to its merit-based criteria and to select operators that rank at the top ensures consistency and fairness. Deferring to the state prevents staff and council from having to engage in a lengthy public selection process, utilizing discretionary and subjective criteria to narrow the number of dispensary applications perhaps from 30 down to 2. Additionally, concerns have been recently raised as to whether local governments, in fact, have even been granted the authority to require potential operators to engage in such a public process in advance of submitting an application to the state. Questions regarding how such a process would comport with confidentiality provisions contained within the state law and regulations remain unanswered. Staff is concerned that establishing such a process could subject the city to risk of significant legal challenges, requiring the allocation of limited city resources to respond to those challenges. Madam Chair, I think I've probably talked enough, and at this point we'll open it up to your questions. As I mentioned, there are a number of us here, and the representatives from the state are also willing to answer questions specific to their regulatory restrictions and their process.
Thank you. We've had different procedures that we've followed as it relates to public comment. Typically, we take public comment now so that we can hear what the questions are or input is from the public. There have been some people who say, hey, I'd rather ask my questions after I've heard all of yours. Council, we have 3 public comments. Would you like to hear their questions now to incorporate them into our discussion later?
I think I would.
I agree with that. So we will open the public comment on this section. Again, I have 3. If there's anyone else who would like to speak, certainly you can fill out a form and give it to the clerk, and you'll be included. Chris Hempel, who will be followed by Jamie Valaziris.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to make a comment that, I'm representing many families here in the state of Nevada with very sick children, including my own, that could utilize medical marijuana for various ailments from seizure disorders, autism, et cetera. It's very important to many families here in the state that we have access to this and access in our own city. And so I urge you to please allow these dispensaries to come in so that we can have access to this and make the right kind of medications that we need for the patients of the state. There are a lot of people that are seeing dollar signs in this process. I would just like to urge that you follow the state regulations and allow the process to happen in a fair and merit-based process compared to some other areas of the state. So I just urge you to allow the process to happen. The state is doing a fantastic job. They've outlined everything for the proper way to do this. So I just urge you to please keep an open mind to this and allow this to happen and let the state do its job. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Valaziris, did I get it right? I'm trying.
Close. Valieres. We're ready to go. We have a location and we're ready to start providing medicine. And we need the permits to do this. We're in perfect location. We have support from existing dispensary operators that'll come in and show us how to operate, and we want to work with you guys and set the bar for everybody else. So we're ready to go now. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca? I can't. Is that a G or a C? Help.
Sorry for my horrible penmanship, Councilwoman. It's Gasca.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for considering this. It's been a long road. You saw me testify many months ago when this first came up. I was in front of the Planning Commission as well, and have been working on behalf of a few clients who would really like to operate within the city based on their compassionate care for the patients who will be able to benefit. Of course, the community as well, as you'll hear from the staff of the state, to whom I need to give many, many accolades. Their tireless work has made this possible in a very, very responsible manner. But you'll hear that one of the important criteria is the community benefit and how the existence of these establishments will affect the community itself. And so what you'll see are just really the best of the best. We're at that point in the medical marijuana industry nationwide where we have the benefit and have had the benefit of picking and choosing from those situations that have failed in other states and those other situations that have flourished. And so I'll be proud to watch as the variety of entities apply at the state level. And I hope you do default to that, to the system that has been set up at the state level, because the merit-based application system is incredibly important. If you were to consider something like a special use permit, I think there would be many, many challenges, as you heard from staff, those constitutional issues that may arise, some state challenges as well. But as you move forward, I hope you do consider things that are reasonable, like daylight operating hours. Sparks is looking at the same thing. Washoe County just looked at 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. with the support of the sheriff's office for something of that nature. The localities, the zoning, general commercial, MU is something to consider, anything along the TOD, because of course at the very core of this is patient access. And so we want to make sure that patients are able to access these in reasonable manners. If they don't have a car and need to take a bus, then that's something that's very important to consider. And of course, the Virginia corridor is mostly MU. There's also some hotel casino areas along that way. So anything that's traditionally been commercial, whether or not it's in the master plan, but is along that sort of corridor, I think would be definitely a reasonable location. And for those MUs, particularly for cultivation facilities, there are several MU districts where cultivation facilities would be reasonably located because there aren't a lot of, general commercial activities there, even though they may be designated MU. So we really hope you take into that into consideration as well. But by and large, I really want to give staff accolades as well. It's been a year now that I've been working on this process, and your staff in particular has been very, very diligent from top to bottom, front, forward, backwards. I'm going to be actually happy to pass along the staff report to some of the smaller jurisdictions so that they can see some of the challenges as well. Tonight, Fernley has it on their agenda. Tomorrow, Carson City has it on their agenda. Douglas County continues to consider this issue as well, as do some of the other smaller jurisdictions. So accolades to staff. Thank you.
And thank you. I have no other public comment forms. Again, is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public comment and bring it back to the table for discussion. Questions? Ms. Jarden?
I think mine's more of a question of procedures. Obviously, I have questions, but I don't believe those questions in the first vote would be appropriate. So procedurally, what do you need from us in order to open discussion for the next level?
Councilwoman, the order in which this body wishes to conduct your discussion is at your discretion. I do think, perhaps at the beginning of the initial question of does this council wish to allow them to operate in the city? If you think you can get to that first, it may result in a number of other questions not needing to be asked, or in fact may send us further into this decision tree. So your staff's recommendation would be that you start with the primary question.
That was my only, at this point, my only question, and I guess open it to the rest of the table, is if we wanted to do this in bites and maybe take the first bite.
And that's the discussion that Councilman Delgado and I were just having. We have the opportunity, if there is, more beneficial for us to take on pieces and vote along the way, we absolutely have that opportunity. This is positioned to accommodate that.
That was our intent.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Burkus.
For myself, I am prepared to move forward. I think it's been good to watch some of the other jurisdictions, particularly some of the urban ones that have made that decision to move forward. So I am prepared. I haven't given a whole lot of thought to the numbers. And, as often is, things are written for Clark County, with Clark County in mind, which has most of the heavy urban. Clark County is in the unincorporated. So when they wrote that, we were limited to 2. And Washoe County as a whole, you said we could petition them. How many could we petition them for?
Councilwoman, the state statute contemplates a process by which the county commission may change that percentage allocation. And there was a basis upon that if the county commission's determined that doing so is necessary to ensure that the more populous areas of the county have access to sufficient distribution of marijuana for medical use. And so based on that, I think it was intended to provide access, as you heard some of the prior public speakers address. And so, I think reasonably, probably if you look at the population breakup in this county, half of the residents reside within the incorporated limits of the city of Reno. And so of the 10 that are allowed, 10 dispensaries that are allowed in Washoe County, perhaps up to 5 would be appropriate within the city and would meet that criteria that was contemplated in the statute. Now, it may not be the desire, and because our county is so geographically large, you look at areas up at the lake and other things, that again, the intent is to ensure access across the county. And so if by concentrating 5 in the city of Reno and then the additional 2 in the city of Sparks may mean that 7 of them are in the urban area, and that's not enough for the rest of the population in the outer areas of the county. So that would be a policy decision for you to make and direction to your staff to make that request of the county commission.
I guess, thinking about this, if I live in Arrow Creek or if I live in Cold Springs, I probably do a lot of my commercial shopping not in those unincorporated areas. So even though, if you do it mathematically on population, we get 50%, the majority of the commercial activity takes place in our area. People go to the doctors, pick up their prescriptions in our areas. But with a new use coming in, one that's kind of, new ground, I don't know if we would want to make a strong assertion for, 5+, but with the representations that you've made that there has been so much interest, and I sense so much interest, and I'm just kind of clicked on this today, I would be inclined that if we do move forward, we ask for more than 2, possibly 4, with the provision that the county then doesn't up the numbers and we get, some number that's way more than the legislature thought would be appropriate on a population basis formula.
And I think at this point, what we really do need to do, and Mr. Delgado just asked if he could make this motion, is let's see if there's reason for us to continue to have those discussions by resolving.
I'd like to move for there be permitted medical marijuana dispensaries in the city of Reno.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion.
Madam Chair, may I clarify, is that motion for medical marijuana establishments because there are different types, or is your motion specific to just dispensaries? There are cultivation facilities, production facilities, testing laboratories, and dispensaries.
In addition to those.
There are those 4 types. So because you specifically stated dispensaries, I want to clarify that.
Okay, dispensaries in addition to what you just.
Medical marijuana establishments is the general category.
Okay. So that's the motion. Did I hear a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now, discussion of the components that would need consideration based on.
Perhaps I will try and adjust this so that we can zoom in on these 2 options. And again, the staff's recommendation is that you give us direction today to repeal those stays on applications that had been previously placed in our Reno ordinances in Title 18 and other in Title 4 of our Reno Municipal Code to repeal the stay, that we move forward with preparing ordinances to allow for medical marijuana establishments within the city, and those would be within Titles 4, 5, and 18, and that we look at Title 8 to see if there are any amendments that need to be made within criminal provisions.
Cadence, you're saying that we would repeal that stay, even though we've not come to a conclusion as to how we're going to proceed.
Councilwoman, our recommendation is that we prepare an ordinance that would repeal that. We would, our recommendation at the time that we brought that forward is that it would be the repealing of that stay would coincide with the adoption of the new ordinances that would be forthcoming. And so we would work on those on a parallel track, that stay would be in place until such time as the necessary amendments to those other titles is made.
But we're saying come to the party even though we haven't opened the doors or decorated the ballroom.
Councilwoman, we're saying save the date. We're sending it out we're sending you an invitation. We're going to have a party. You're gonna have to go get pre-qualified from the state to be able to get through the door. We'll do some stuff up front to say that you're eligible to be at the party. With certifying that the proposed locations are not necessarily disqualified from use. The operators would move through the state's merit-based selection criteria. They would certify the operators and the maximum number of dispensaries that's allowed for in the city of Reno should the county commission, should we petition the county commission to take action. So, you know, as many as, I would anticipate at least 2, perhaps as many as 4 or 5. They will send us those certificate holders, at which point we would recommend that they go through a process with us to enter into a site-specific performance contract where in addition to any general restrictions that you wish to put on operating hours, those sorts of things, if there are things that this council sees are important to you, that those come forward in a performance contract, that the approval of the business license be conditioned on the execution of that performance contract, and that we would then issue a business license. They would take that business license back to the state, and the certificate, which had been provisional, would then at that time go into effect, if I understand it correctly. But that your staff's recommendation today is that you direct us to make the changes to the ordinance that would, and within the staff report, we can get into those. I know you'll have a number of questions about some of the specifics on zoning, those types of things. You know, do you wish to see it in mixed use areas? Those items. We would take that direction from you, go back, prepare those ordinances, and bring them back for your consideration at a later date, although not a much later date. We realize that time is of the essence. We would work to get those into place and back before you in as quick a time frame as possible.
Okay, so the statutory framework for this performance contract, would that be a development agreement or just our general ability to get into agreements with any party? Because we don't generally get into agreements with business licensees, but we do have precedence in getting into agreements with developers under our land use permitting authority.
That is correct, Councilwoman. I think at this time we would be looking for your direction, and at the time that we bring back the ordinances for your initial approval and referral, that we would bring back more information on that process. While I know that we don't normally have the practice of entering into performance contracts with business license, I would submit to this council that this is a very different industry than that with which we have issued business licenses before. There are federal considerations that need to be made. Perhaps a development agreement is the right path. At this council's, with this council's approval, the city manager has been working to secure outside legal counsel. We have been able to do that as of this week, and would anticipate bringing those, the items that you would recommend to us today and any other items that through our research staff finds that we would like to ask for their guidance on, and when we bring this back to you, that we would further define that. But again, today, the general process being first come to the city for certification from us that the proposed location is not disqualified from use, would not constitute an approval. The operator would go through the state's merit-based selection criteria. If they are in fact able to get through that, and in that allocated number of dispensaries for the city, they would then come to us, and we would enter into that process where we would make site-specific evaluations, enter into the performance contract, issue the business license, and then they would be able to begin operating.
So Cadence, what exactly are you hoping to get from us today? And by background, and we've had this discussion previously, for me, it has been a huge advancement in my evaluation of this legislation. For the very reasons that I've expressed before, I took an oath of office to uphold the United States Constitution and federal laws. This is entirely against federal law, and to also uphold the Nevada State Constitution and NRS. So there's a conflict. And I have been able to follow the rationale, accept the rationale that there is a medical benefit. I have not yet seen all of the comforting identified solutions for us bringing the opportunity to get that prescription filled here in our city identified. So that's why I was comfortable with the first vote, but I have those resolutions, cash-only business, how do we, keep any kind of authenticity. Those very issues that we've talked about along the way certainly have scoured over the information that's been provided to us and the very detailed work that has come from the state, but still lots of questions. So what do we need today? What do you need from us today?
Councilwoman, what we are asking for the answer to the first question, which you've already given us. And so based on that answer that yes, you wish to allow for dispensaries and other medical marijuana establishments to operate within the city of Reno, we have a number of things that we are asking for your direction and input today. The first one would be we need your direction to begin the process of repealing those stays that exist within our ordinances. So we would need that direction from you. We would need your direction to begin working on our ordinances that would allow it. In fact, we anticipate that through that process, certainly any issues that you wish to see, that you don't see addressed in the state's regulations, in the statute, if there are specific areas that you want us to be certain that when we bring back our ordinances for your consideration, that to the degree possible, that we've addressed those within those ordinances. To your point, this is a new industry. There are challenges with it. I can't stand here today and tell you that over the course of the next couple of years, as we move through this, that there are not going to need to be amendments to those ordinances as we learn new things about this business, as our community learns new things about these businesses operating here. But what staff is seeking from you today would be that direction to make those amendments. If there are specific provisions that you wish to see within that you let us know what those are today, to the extent that you know what they are. And then those three questions that we ask is, do you wish to have us petition the county commission for more than the two dispensaries that are statutorily allocated to the city? Do you have any specific criteria today that you would wish to see brought forth as we develop that baseline criteria for performance contract, knowing that our concept for this is that it would be able to be site specific, and any minimum criteria that you would want to see there. So I guess really we're asking for your input. What are those areas that you're uncomfortable with, so that when we bring you back a product for your consideration, to the best of our ability, we've worked to address those issues. Please.
For the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. The second question, which Caden's point out, really is, I think, the core of where you're at, because we started out as staff spending a lot of time and energy trying to develop a procedure and a process and rules that would present the council, the community, with some assurance this was going to be done right and done properly. And what we concluded after spending a lot of time was that the state has a process that's much more robust and much more thorough than probably we could replicate. So my suggestion would be to you, since there are members of the state here, you need to be comfortable. We are, but you're probably not yet, that having the state be the one that vets these applications and sends forward to us people to allow to operate in the city of Reno, that you're comfortable that's the right process. Again, we're comfortable, but you haven't spent the time that we've spent kind of researching this, and so my suggestion would be that you ask the state to maybe explain their process so you can understand it. We did send out, I think, to each of you the document for you to look at, but there may be questions you have related to that. I know they spent a lot of time and energy developing their process, which, as I understand it, in my layman's terms, would be similar to the way we regulate gaming, even though it's different. So that's maybe where you're at now, is you need to be comfortable that the state process is the way to go before we get these applicants.
Madam Chair, if I may, do you want to go? Okay. Since we're talking procedural mechanics, I see what they're saying is, when it goes in down to Carson and it comes back up, maybe we want to write some agreement with them and find a tool to do that with. I'm comfortable with that. I think maybe since they're getting outside counsel, let's have them brief us on what that tool or instrument would be. We had some discussion about so on. But for me, the interim question, and one that I think I see a parallel situation is, say we get 25 people in the door, and they all have to go and get something from us to throw their application down to Carson City. And that's not unlike someone who wants to open a daycare, because Washoe County regulates the daycare providers, and they walk over here with their little form, and someone up on the second floor says, yeah, you're zoned for it, and then they walk over. So what another mechanic, I think, is prior for it going, when the application period closes, all 25, someone up on the second floor has been signing off on them as per zoning. Some may, and this will be on the zoning, have to come through a special use permit process, potentially, if we put those triggers in. But in general, we'll know what is going down to Carson. I think that if we so desire, we should have the period left open for when we have all 25 to take a resolution of this body and saying, you know, these are the 3 that we like, and any of us can propose a list or something. Because when I read the state criteria, I see 3 of the 9 really get to the heart of what's local support. Well, for me, local support would be a resolution of this body if we can agree upon, you know, these 3 are good, and maybe it's these 3 are the best because they're dispersed widely, or these 3 are best because it's an area that we have some defining, you know, neighborhood revitalization needs. It just somehow gives us an ability, and we don't have to do it, but a resolution is a non-binding statement of intent of us to say down to the state when they start going through the applications, look, Reno picked out these 3 as their top, and this is what they want to come to. If we can't get there, we can't get there. We'll wait for the state to kick them out. But I think we could, you know, we can do a resolution anytime we want for anything, and I don't know that we need direction on this, but we could certainly keep that in our minds, in our back pocket as a mechanics. So that's one thought I had.
Madam Chair, would you permit some input from your staff on that suggestion?
Please.
Thank you.
But we have one more question.
Oh,
though,
I just
that
wanted
adds
to ask, is there, from what I understand, that poses legal questions. Other cities have tried this, and to me, it seems like it could really pose some problems.
Staff would have a number of items to put forth for your consideration if it is in fact the desire of this council to go forth. And the first is, as your policy advisors, we do have legal concern with that. And I think at the end of the day, the state's merit-based process has been established. The regulations are in place. The Legislative Commission has adopted those. And that staff does not have discretion within that merit-based selection criteria, I don't believe, to amend that, to take into consideration some input from the local government where the establishment would be located. That's not to say you couldn't send it down there for them to have as part of that consideration process. I just don't, it's difficult for staff to see where within the merit-based criteria that's established in both statute and then further fleshed out in the regulations, how they would be able to apply that. Additionally, if it is still the desire of this council to do so, staff believes that it will take an extraordinary amount of time and effort on the behalf of your staff to bring you as objective as criteria as possible and information and a great deal of background on the individuals for you to be able to make such a selection. When we were before you in September, this council expressed concerns about the very conflict that Councilwoman Zadra brought up between the federal prohibition against the use of marijuana for any purpose in the United States. And council appreciates and supports your desire to uphold the Constitution and the will of the voters of this state, and so you are moving forward. But staff would present to you that any process by which this council is placing a judgment on the council's desire to see one operator over the other could potentially expose you to greater scrutiny from the federal government.
I have Delgado. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Neil. That's fine.
Thanks. I just have a couple questions. When you talked about outside counsel, I know that we gave direction at one of our prior meetings to secure outside counsel relative to giving advice on this. Where are we with that?
We, Councilwoman, we have just this week entered into actually two separate agreements, both with the same firm. And forgive me, I never get the firm name right, but one of the names is Oliphant. And for them to advise us, the City of Reno, on specific issues such as the tool, I think that's a good word for it, Councilwoman Breckus, that we might use to put conditions on these businesses, and then additionally a joint representation for the City of Reno, the City of Sparks, and the County Commission to represent all of us on sort of the basic underlying issues that local governments face with our land use and our business license things. And so they are not to exceed contracts within the amount of money that you authorize the city manager to take into effect. And I believe that for the one contract that involves Washoe County and the City of Sparks, that they are going to be considering them in the very near future.
Okay. And the only other comment I was going to make was I think maybe outside of some of the legal problems we may encounter by putting some, additional criteria beyond the states is, I'm not sure at this point, when we don't know how many dispensaries, marijuana establishments we may request or be granted, that additional criteria, if we were to adopt anything, I think would potentially be impacted by the number in which we requested or were granted.
Sure.
So,
and I guess if I may, at a minimum, what staff would be seeking today is, it would be your direction on, because the answer is yes, which process do you wish to use? Do you wish to develop some sort of a pre-screening process? While that is not the recommendation of your staff, it is the policy decision of this council if you wish to put that into place. If so, what things do you need us to consider as we develop that and bring it forth for your approval? Or the alternate, which is to let these applicants go through the state's process first, and what do you want to see on the back end, if you will? I think time is limited. I know that, you heard from people today, operators and patients who are anxious for this to move forward as quickly as possible. I think some of them think they've been waiting 14 years for this. And so I know that the state is also under a tremendous amount of pressure to open up that application, to get the noticing out, to open up the application period and get to work on this. And that is part of the reason that staff recommends that you go with option 2A. It would allow us to bring back our ordinances and other things, but some of those other considerations, which would come on the back end, we have considerably more time than putting something into place to take place on the front end in advance of the state going through their process.
Okay. Mr. Delgado.
Real quick, Cadence. Applications go to the state, and the state will do their filtration through all the regulations. Who sits on that body that's going to do the rankings?
Councilmember, I don't believe that it's a body. I believe that it is professional staff. I would ask Ms. McDade-Williams if she wants to elaborate on that, or if she's shaking her head yes. It is staff of the health division at the state that will evaluate those applications in accordance with the regulations.
So those staff members, do we know how many there are, and are they hired on? Are they appointed? How does that, those staff members?
I think you'll hear from Ms. McDade-Williams that they are working on that right now.
Thank you. For the record, Marla McDade-Williams, Deputy Administrator with the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. We have 12 permanent staff members that we'll be hiring to administer the entire medical marijuana program. We have an additional 17, I believe, staff that we're bringing on a temporary basis for application review. The state law limits us to a 90-day period to review applications. If we aren't completed by the end of that period, the applicants will default to approved. So we are hiring temporary staff to work through very objective criteria and scoring to get us through that 90-day review period.
So will they be made public, the people that are going to, I'm assuming since they're state staff, that people would be aware who's approving these? Who's ranking these?
Yes, they would be made public. So we've imposed some additional criteria on those that we're hiring. Some conflict agreements to ensure that they don't have any conflicts with anybody that they would be reviewing. We're proposing some internal processes that may result in blind review, so they don't even know whose application they're reviewing.
Great. And can you kind of, broadly speaking, what types of people are you looking for in terms of the backgrounds, so we know who's ranking these?
So what we've done is we've tried to structure it so that we balance skill sets of all of the different needs that we have. We have needs for people to have a financial background to look at the financial pieces. We have a need for people to understand some of the physical infrastructure requirements. So in all of our hiring criteria, we've balanced it out, and we'll hire different skill sets for each of those different activities that we need expertise on.
Perfect. Thank you. Maybe you don't know, maybe staff, but how many people would you guys refer back to us? 2, 4, 6, 3, 2? Okay. And in the case where those 2 don't work out, we would get the next 3 and 4 brought. I mean, basically just trickle down.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Can we, again, going back to the question that I initially, the extreme discomfort that I have, that I'm looking for, you to fill in those gaps, is the federal law. And, we've had the discussion points in the report, and I've certainly heard from staff. The federal law has 8 specific federal priorities, and they all are appropriate for us to be concerned about, and that's what you've been evaluating, you at the state have been evaluating, and the promise that you will continue to. And in particular, for me, it reads that while the federal law provides no exceptions for the use of marijuana, medical or otherwise, there has been inconsistency in the federal enforcement of the activities. That's exactly my concern. There's been inconsistency. Kind of we'll look the other way, to, no, this is really a big problem for us, specifically as it relates to a cash business and the ability for it to become very ugly and very illegal. So I need you to fill in those gaps to give me comfort there. And specifically the preventing state-authorized marijuana activity from being used for a cover or pretext for the trafficking of other illegal drugs. So you need to help me fill in, how do I get there with temporary employees that you haven't hired yet that are going to be the ones to evaluate the best performers of this?
I'll defer to Cadence for some of the rest, but the 12 permanent employees we're hiring will be the ones with the ultimate oversight of the establishments. Once we get through the application process and the merit-based process, and they come to the local government, and we're moving forward for the final certificate that allows them to do business, that is our responsibility to oversee. So we are hiring auditors, we're hiring professionals that can inspect, conduct regular audits, conduct yearly inspections of those establishments, look at their financials on a yearly basis. The auditing requirements that we have in the regulations were one of the most addressed issues as we went through the process. We got a lot of negative feedback about our requirement, but we are maintaining the governor's perspective that we maintain high-level oversight over these businesses, and so we didn't back down from that requirement. So from that perspective, the oversight of the establishments will be state-level staff, always working collaboratively with the local governments to ensure that we limit criminal activity, that the minute that we have any concerns about any establishment, that we take appropriate action.
So give me a better understanding of 90 days, employees that you're hiring permanently who are apparently going to come with the expertise that we need, that otherwise you wouldn't hire them, and then the temporary employees that they're going to be bringing in. How does that all relate within that 90 days? And why is it 90 days? We've kind of been burned in the past on meeting a state deadline, and we rushed to the plate to make it happen, literally a home plate to make it happen. And we had to kind of back in and find corrections afterwards that weren't too comfortable for the city to do, cost us a considerable amount of money to do. So talk me through that, the 90 days, the 12 employees, the temporary employees. How does that all play out?
Okay. Well, let me start with the enabling legislation was signed June 2013. It's now April 2014. We had to adopt all of the regulations prior to April 1st, 2014. So we've conducted extensive hearings. We've completed that process, but I've been very open along the way. We don't know how they're going to work. We recognize that if something doesn't work, we're going to have to come back with more amendments to just our regulations. But the 90-day application review process applies to us as a state agency. It doesn't apply to anybody else. It's simply once we open up our application period, and our regulations call for us to give 45 business day notice of when we intend to open our 10-day application window. Once we give that notice and we open that 10-day window, the very first application that comes in, our staff have to have made a decision, approve or deny, within 90 days of receipt. And it's calendar days for us, it's not business days. So to help with that workload, we're structuring a system where our permanent staff, we get them on board, we train them in the criteria that we need to use to get to the ranking process for all the applicants. And with our temporary staff, they're not out there making a first level decision. They're making second and third level reviews of applicants, again in a blind manner so that they don't know whose application they're reviewing. But we're breaking it down by tasks, so they're scoring certain elements so that they have little bias to bring to it. And again, based on their experience. So once we get through just the application process and the ranking and start determining which of those applicants are going to be authorized to move forward at the local level, there are going to be inspections at the local level, and then before they ever get going, a final physical on-site inspection by our staff to make sure that all of their policies and procedures are in place, that their security systems are working, that their inventory control system is working, that the marijuana they have secured in this state meets the criteria, which is that the only way that they can purchase marijuana right now is from an existing cardholder in this state. So we have a system that monitors all of the cardholders. We will hold every operator to identify who they purchased their product or who they have secured their product from and how much. And so that's their first level of just verification that they're operating within the rules. Once they get moving, again, we will have physical on-site inspections. We will do complaint investigations as we get complaints. The only things we aren't going to conduct a complaint inspection for are the prices of products or customer service type issues in establishments. As it relates to the federal issues, this is a states' right issue. What we understand federally is that it really is the individual operators who are taking the chance that the federal government, a federal law enforcement agency could come in and shut them down. No other states have taken action against state staff, local staff, for having approved operations. The people who are at risk are the actual operators themselves.
In your process of putting this plan together, this program together, how did you arrive at comfort of regulating a cash-only business? I understand that occasionally they've got a bank to work with them, and maybe for a week or two or for short periods of time, and then that one leaves and they have to potentially seek another. Cash-only business, essentially. How did you bring comfort to that? And I'm somewhat comforted in knowing that you've tried to build the plan, the program, around the similar kinds of regulations that we have for the gaming industry. So talk me through that, the cash-only business, and how you arrive at a red light, or not a red light, but a green light there.
Well, the best we can do is in the inventory control system, where we are requiring the establishments to monitor the product they have real time, on a regular basis, and those are systems that are developed. I mean, we've seen them work in other states already about how they track their product. It's in your auditing function, your financial auditing function, back to what they're reporting in taxes. We also have the State Department of Taxation that will be assessing the collections from the establishments, working with them working with an independent auditing firm because we're requiring independent financial audits as well as our own audits and inspections of the establishments. I mean, that's the only comfort level that we can get to right now, that we're going to have enough oversight to potentially identify whether there are any problems. And honestly, the federal government is not looking away. I mean, they are still, you know, if they believe that somebody is, you know, you're working with law enforcement, if they believe that somebody's got a connection to a legitimate business, then they're going to come in and they're going to shut them down. So I think there are a lot of systems working collaboratively to really look at whether or not there's any illegal diversion of product.
And have you addressed what potentially could be the next step were the state to then move forward with recreational marijuana? And any action that we take today, is it just implied? Is there any legal risk that the zoning that we would potentially put into place today for medical marijuana would automatically roll over just by implication or experience in other states?
I can't answer that question about whether or not what you do with zoning for medical marijuana establishments has some impact out in the future legally. I'm just not qualified to answer that. What I can say is from our perspective, we are looking at a medicinal program. States that have moved into recreational have done it for whatever reasons they've done it, but many of them have waited until they've had good oversight on the medical level. But again, it's just too much out there for us to guess at. I just know that from our perspective, we're very focused on the medicinal part and making sure that what we do put in place works.
We've heard threat. I've met with many parties who have been working very hard to get a positive and affirmative action from this council. And we've heard their projection. They've even identified Senate legislative members who will be proposing a bill that recreational is coming. I want our council to be aware of that and have protections built in that what we're doing is for medical only and not have an automatic rollover for potential recreational. Be prepared for future risks.
Yeah, and I think, our perspective is, as a public health agency, we're comfortable with the medical part of this. And if it moves into recreational, I think we will want to have our own policy level discussion of whether or not we're the agency that maintains any of that oversight. I think, like you, we've all heard there are efforts out there to move towards recreational. I think it's very hard to connect the dots between this initiative and that. I think that will happen and decisions will be made.
Except for the land zoning.
But if it happens in a legislative session, and that's where people have the opportunity to have the policy level discussions. But we aren't going to propose it. We aren't out there advocating for it as a state agency.
Councilwoman, if I may, as council concludes this discussion today, staff would seek. We've heard that concern, but would ask that you include, if in fact there are motions to be made, that you include that in your direction to us, that we ensure that what we bring back to you makes it clear that the ordinances that we are putting into place are for medical marijuana establishments. So, if it up to and including, if we need to put language in those ordinances specifically that indicates that it is not for any other purpose. And so if and when the time comes when we're contemplating recreational, then that would require an amendment of those ordinances, but that it would not be implied in those. And so we would ask that if it is the concern and direction of the body as a whole, that be included in the motion.
Question. Yeah. Is your criteria mirrored from other states?
I'm sorry?
Where are you coming up with your criteria? Is it mirrored from other states, or?
So we started with the state of Arizona.
Okay.
We've incorporated some of Washington State, particularly with our lab requirements, Massachusetts, Colorado. So we started with the base, and then as we've gone through the process, we've had We have over 1,200 people on our listserv now. We've had extensive input. So it's been modified so that it meets our needs for strong oversight, but it isn't so punitive that it will keep somebody from coming forward to do business.
Okay. I mean, I think it's incredibly important that we move forward. The voters voted for this twice overwhelmingly. And the one thing is I think the state, you guys are much more, you've been looking at this much longer than we have. So I feel comfortable that you guys are the experts. So that's it. Thank you.
Madam Chair? Just a quick comment, and then I think we're maybe prepared to make a motion here. I kind of feel, while there is some concerns relative, the cash-only business does also cause me concern and some pause. But I also feel like some of the other concerns we may be having a back-end performance contract in place does a number of things. It allows us to craft some, local oversight regulations that we can control at this level, but it also allows us time to get our outside counsel on board to give us some more direction. So, that's, I guess, where I take some peace of mind is in knowing that we still have some authority at the back end of these licenses. I am supportive of moving forward with this and removing the stay and moving forward with putting ordinances in place and adopting the state's regulations in this regard. And actually seeking more than just the 2 dispensaries from the fact that the medical need is well documented. It is very, very apparent, and the information of even the children refugees in Colorado, the influx and the data relative to that is big, and it's there. So my concern from an accessibility standpoint, with only 2, we are contradicting ourselves with only 2, if truly our intent is accessibility. So those are my final comments, and however we need to craft a motion.
And I would agree with that.
Ready?
I would like to see, because of the accessibility, I think that we should ask for as many as we can.
Well, yeah.
6, I mean,
Let's take that as our next motion maybe then, but I have one more question, and I'm sorry I didn't get your last name. I think your comments on the back end are good, but I'm not going to get off of this resolution, but it doesn't have to be in the direction today because we reserve the right to do resolutions anytime we want. But tell me this, when they come through to our zoning office and getting their packet ready to go down to see you, and we have a list of all 25, say one meets all of our zoning and your criteria, but it maybe seems objectionable for other grounds, something that is just missed through. Or say 1 or 2 rise truly to the top. And we bring a resolution, which is not uncommon, of ways that local governments speak to state entities, letters of support or so on. It says, whereas, because this is your own criteria, that I think you're going to have a hard time with. I've done enough scoring on procurement from the public sector and privilege allocation of money for a state agency to know that you've got a tough job before you. But so would it be helpful to you if a city says, has seen all the applications, sends down a resolution saying, whereas the proposed location of this establishment would be convenient to serve the persons, whereas the likely impact of this establishment is to be negligible or less than others comparatively. And then, you've got your third one is, whereas the amount of taxes paid to, we could even say, hey, this one's going to jump up this property assessment tax more than anything else we see, or bring in one that's been delinquent on the tax rolls. So you get a packet, of 25 from Reno, and you have a resolution that helps you with your decision-making on these 3 criteria. How would that help you?
So, for the record, Marla McAdade Williams. The applicants have the burden of demonstrating how they meet the community impact. As Caden said earlier, to hold us to different criteria than we've already adopted in our regulations would be difficult. Where the situation you described would be helpful is if an applicant comes to us and says, we believe that we're going to increase, the economic benefit of this particular area. And yours comes back and says, there's absolutely nothing here that demonstrates that. I think it would be helpful in that respect for verification of information that applicants are telling us, because they really do have a burden of demonstrating a very detailed proposal to identify why they're better than somebody else. And so anything that we can get that says, you know, that's not even correct, or yes, that's correct and we agree, that would be helpful.
I mean, you're going even further than I'm suggesting, because you're talking about us looking into their application. And are those applications going to be public record when they go down to you?
Portions of them will not be public record.
Okay.
But all I'm saying is, when what you're saying, if somebody comes to us with an argument, you know, in their proposal that says, we believe that the community benefit that we're going to have is something that the city of Reno wants, and they've told us they want it, and then you come back and say, well, we didn't really tell them that, that would be helpful for our review.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. So on the numbers, to move along, I think the number was 10 that the legislature thought could be in the county. Sparks gets 2, right?
Correct.
We get 2. That's 8. 2.5. Well, let's just say there's, you know, then there's 6 that are reserved to unincorporated Washoe County. And I don't know. I think 5 sounds like a reasonable number to me based upon not population, but service area and so on. So I would be inclined to pursue that number, ask the county if they'd be willing to allocate 3 to us. But what discussions have they had up in their place? Are they talking Gerlach and I don't know, the lake and Arrow Creek?
Councilwoman, as staff has been monitoring what our fellow local governments here in Washoe County are doing, they have had discussions about that. Their discussions contemplated simply what was in the statute. I don't think they wanted to be presumptuous so as to assume that we wanted more than what the statute allocated to us. I do believe that they would be open to a petition from us on a basis of providing access to ask for additional numbers, but I think that's on us to go forward and do that. I mean, certainly they have talked about, you know, they've done the same math that you just did. You take out 2 from Reno, you take out 2 from Sparks, and that leaves 6 for the remainder of the unincorporated areas. They've talked about Gerlach, they've talked about Incline Village, they've talked about those other areas, but my observation of the discussions that they have has been along the same lines of that many of you have had today, is that it's about access to medicine for the residents of Washoe County. And they represent the residents who reside in the incorporated area as well as the unincorporated area. And so my sense is, absolutely not my intent to speak for them, but my sense is that they would be receptive to such a request from this body.
And I would make a motion that we direct staff, or if staff chooses, come back with a resolution for us to adopt, asking the Board of County Commissions to allocate 3 additional to us for within the city of Reno.
Councilwoman, may I ask for a clarification? Because I think in the interest of time, if your direction is that we must come back with a resolution, you know, that puts us to another 2 weeks at the point that they can get that on the agenda. So if it is your desire, staff would request that you give us authorization to put forth such a request.
How about this? Let me take a stab here. How about make a motion to repeal the stays, to begin working on all related ordinances, to put forth to the county the request for 3 additional marijuana establishments, and to, through resolution, prior to going to the state, give some direction to the state, and then post-state selection, have performance contracts to be worked out on the back end.
I would support that. I wanted to talk a little bit about zoning, not too much about zoning, but a little bit about zoning. And well, no, because that needs to get into the ordinances.
Maybe I could get some clarification, Neil, on the resolution that you wanted prior to the direction to the state.
Well, it was kind of taken off of what Jenny was saying, and the state seemed to be receptive and maybe desiring a little bit of direction in that regard. but it was to just give some direction via resolution prior to us sending our applications down to the state. That part of the motion can certainly be amended.
And you specifically included performance contract, no consideration for an SUP, as Clark is requiring. No consideration for what is some commercial. I think we need more definition to it. Our colleagues within the state are using the word some commercial. What is some commercial?
Well, and the only reason
residential?
I'm not
What
necessarily
are the
supportive.
distances? We have 660 in Clark, no distances identified, at least to my eye, in Sparks. Distances between dispensaries and cultivation, but not between residential in the city of Las Vegas. Those are all things that I think we need to give our staff really clear direction on.
And to the extent that it is the desire of this policy-making body to give us that policy direction, we are open to it. If it's something that you wish to, in the interest of moving this item forward, you can give us direction on some of this, and we can bring it back at your next meeting for additional direction as we prepare those ordinances. I mean, I think when I believe that we have heard the concerns of this council, that if there are additional concerns that you wish to express today regarding spacing, that we are certainly open to that direction from you. We will bring back a draft ordinance for your consideration. If at that time there are revisions that you wish to make to that, if you think that we haven't gotten it right. And I think, Councilwoman, to your question about some, as we included in the report, that there have been some restrictions, that different communities have different types of zonings. And so for us to say universally that, what MU means in one isn't necessary, I think you get into terms of art and those other things. And so I think if there are concerns related to land use that you have, we are most open to receiving those today.
Mm-hmm. And if we're designing a motion right now, we have a motion that has not yet been seconded, so we're still kind of trying to mold that motion. I would absolutely want to have that there be a distance from schools, daycare, and residential of no less than 800, preferably closer to the 1,000. I'm not so much sure I understand the need for a distance between a dispensary and a growing facility. What do we call that? Cultivation. So I'd like to hear about that, if you need direction on that. And our concerns for supporting or not how is there another level that we can build in for the cash-only business and the opportunity for that to become trafficking? Is there anything more that we can do there? You may tell me no, but is there anything more that we can do there? Give you that potential direction to evaluate that.
Councilwoman, I can't stand here today and tell you that there is or that there isn't. I think what your staff has contemplated is a process that would allow you, our recommendation is to put a process into place that will allow people who want to operate those establishments to come forward to us, to ask us, within the land use restrictions of the city of Reno, is the proposed parcel disqualified from use? If it is your desire that we have additional restrictions above and beyond those which are in the statute, relating to that the establishments be in commercial or industrial zoning, if you wish to further narrow that, you may. If you wish to place additional spacing requirement, you may. But that our recommendation would be that those would be the only additional restrictions that we place on the front end. And so that our staff would relatively expeditiously have the ability to look at a parcel, look how it's zoned, look at the adjacent parcels and spacing, and say either yes or no, this parcel is or is not eligible for use as a medical marijuana establishment. At that point, the applicant would have the ability to take that letter to the state. Whether they elect to do that or not would be their choice. Someone may decide not to submit an application. They submit the application, they go through the state's merit-based criteria. If they are issued one of the 1 through 5 certificates to operate a dispensary in the city of Reno, and keep in mind there are cultivation facilities and others, that they would then come back to us. We would go through a process by which, at that time, I believe, through the performance contract, through our business license, through the privileged business license process, we could put into place additional conditions to address those concerns. And that our recommendation would be that in order to ensure that the limited resources of this organization are not spent developing criteria on the front end that would be duplicative of what the state has already done, and would, to the extent that they go above and beyond that, may not be authorized for us to put into place by statute. That our recommendation would be that whatever conditions above and beyond on the operation of the business itself, that those be placed on the back end.
Madam Chair, may I ask a zoning question? The state has spacing requirements from single family. Is that true?
No. The state has spacing requirements for schools and community facilities.
Okay. I'm comfortable with not exceeding those provisions. One of the uniquenesses of the City of Reno zoning ordinance is this special use permit for residential adjacency. We've moved away from that through the MU zoning tool in looking at areas that we consider mixed use, which are appropriate for a mix of uses. Sometimes that's been a problem, but I would like to see these be required to have a special use permit for residential adjacency. I think that's how we have always continued to provide what level of protection we think is most suitable for single-family residential uses. I think that's one of the cornerstones of our zoning ordinance that works well. Secondly, there's another issue here, and our zoning map, if you look at it, is covered by tremendous numbers of PUDs, planned unit developments. Those are how we've done a lot of our planned communities that are under the control of one developer. Most of those are residential, but some of them, even the big residential ones like Collin Ranch, have commercial elements. I'm a little uncomfortable because if we drop it into a zoning ordinance of commercial or whatever and create a new use in the code, it's most likely that we'll never see any of these within a PUD. And it may be appropriate that there's locations within PUDs to allow that. So I would like to see staff maybe see if there's a way. See, the PUDs, you've heard me talk about this, are these vesting tools. But new uses can be created at any time. And the administrator has the authority to call this use, medical marijuana establishment, but also call it not unlike, say, a pharmacy or something. And I'm wondering if maybe we could have staff explore within some of the PUDs if there's ability for administrative discretion to call it a similar and like use in some PUDs, because I have a feeling that people are maybe having a hard time going around town finding locations outside of the PUDs, and there may be opportunities for some of those to come in, and then maybe there's a procedure in some of those PUDs for the staff to call it a similar and like use. Do you think that's worth exploring on your end?
Off the top of my head, Claudia Hanson, planning manager. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a way that we could do that if we're defining a new term to put it into a PUD without opening it, but we can look into it during this process.
Yeah, I mean, say, okay, South Meadows, okay? They probably allow pharmacies. It probably says somewhere in the book, pharmacies. If you have the ability to determine a new and similar use, which I'm sure all those PUDs have that language, maybe there's a way that if someone comes through and they're finding a land, somewhere in Damani Trade Center or wherever, that we can write, an interpretation that it's a similar use in some scope to some use that's allowed. Maybe it's not the dispensaries, maybe it's the growing facilities that are in some PUDs, the determination could be made that they're processing facilities because food processing is allowed.
We can look into
that. You following me?
I understand what you're saying. We can look into that through the process.
Okay. I think it would be helpful to the industry as it develops to have as many land use choices as possible, but we've also got to balance it with those vesting rights. So you guys could look at that.
For me to be on board with crafting of this motion, we will need some type of a barrier between schools, public facilities, and residential.
And I believe all of those are in place other than the residential. They already have that spacing criteria.
And I'm saying, for me to be on board, that needs to be in there. This is an entirely different kind of business than our community has ever had. I think we need to give our residents confidence and respect that we've have their concerns and needs on our radar screen, and we're responding to them.
And I think I think that's going to address Councilwoman Breckus's issue on the residential adjacency.
But I think we need it identified. We need to, is it the 200 feet that Las Vegas is doing? Is it the 660 that Clark is doing? We need to come up with a number. And if an applicant wants to change that, then they do come in for an SUP and ask for special consideration. But we build it in to give our residents confidence that we're protecting their homes, their neighborhoods.
Okay. Cadence, do you need that as part of the motion, or is that just direction to staff?
Councilwoman, we understand that direction.
Okay.
And
I think that's good direction.
And if certainly if it's your desire to include it in the motion, that's your discretion. But we Councilwoman, we understand that when we bring back proposed ordinances, that it is your desire to see in that spacing requirements for residential adjacency.
And that it was, and you worded it very well before when I was talking about any future kind of use. I want that language to be very tight, that any future action that is taken, it does not include you.
Understood.
It is only for medical marijuana, period. No other use.
Well, I'd then second her motion with the provisions related to the zoning for the single-family protection, possible SUP or spacing, and looking into the PUDs for allowances, administrative authority within the vesting rights for the uses.
And would you like us to look into the mixed-use zoning districts to allow some or all of those?
Well,
no mixed use. Mixed use is residential.
That's going to lock everything out. That's going to lock so much land use out.
Mixed use is residential.
That's not good.
I think it's clear, again, Bill Thomas from Assistant City Manager, it's clear what the rub is here. We need to make sure we come back with something that addresses that. The purpose of mixed use was, in fact, to have all the land uses, so you could have residential mixed with commercial. However, the way we've set it up with our transit-oriented development corridors is we've taken most of our areas where that would be highly accessible and allowed residential to be mixed with it. So we're going to have to look at that issue to see how we deal with the MU. Most of Virginia Street's MU, so you would by
Bring your
default,
wisdom
if you
to
said
it.
it couldn't be in residential, you would take
Bring your
everything.
wisdom to it, knowing that we need to protect our residents'
We will do
comfort
that. We'll
and
evaluate
respect
that.
their ownership.
Mr. Thomas, because this is uncharted territory, I think we could be here all day asking so many questions. Could it be possible that we do maybe a separate, meeting, public meeting on something like this, so we can really, you guys are clear and.
When it comes back to us, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe a modification of the motion is to repeal the stay, bring us back ordinances, and request 3 additional marijuana facilities from the county.
I think we've got the direction that we were looking for. We contemplated in the motions that we presented to you that we would be back with particularly Title 18. That sounds like the biggest issue, which is the land use part. So we'll come back to you with a discussion on the options and consider everything that you've said today.
So you don't need any motion from us today on anything else?
I
motion's on the
think
table.
we've
Yeah,
crafted
okay.
it along
So we
the
need to
way.
vote.
Cadence, are you comfortable that you've been following that in your notes?
I am comfortable, Councilwoman.
Any further discussion? We do not typically open up public comment again, but I will, if there's anyone else who wants to speak on this item. Okay, seeing none. We have a motion and a second.
You got a gentleman back here.
I didn't
that
see.
raised his hand.
Okay. Please come forward, and then when you're finished, you'll need to fill out one of these blue forms, and when you get to the microphone, identify yourself for the record.
Hi, I'm Paul Reed. I'm a resident of Reno. And I just want to say that in 1983 through 85, my wife was going through a horrible situation where she had a mastectomy. And after that, they removed her ovaries. She was then going through chemo and radiation. I was a police lieutenant. I came home from work one day and my son said, "Dad, you can't go in the house." I said, "Why?" Because you don't want to know. Because theoretically, I was supposed to arrest her. The only thing that stopped her writhing on the floor was marijuana. And yes, I only want to see medical marijuana too. And I know that Sparks is considering just industrial areas for the cultivation and commercial zoned facilities only for the dispensaries. Please also remember there has to be laboratories and facilities for kitchens to make the other type of marijuanas. There's like 100 different types of marijuana, because my daughter also passed away from a brain tumor and was also using marijuana to relieve her stress. So please consider this and please move on. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? And again, identify yourself for the record and then fill out one of the forms.
Absolutely. Shane Johnson, for the record, resident here of Washoe County. I just wanted to make a comment regarding the setback requirements that you've been discussing, and I think a great discussion, something that absolutely merits a lot further consideration. I would note that what happened down in Clark County, they kept the setback requirements for residential, for cultivation, infused product manufacturing, and testing laboratories. They ended up removing that requirement for dispensaries, and the whole point was access to medicine. This is a medicine for the people who need it, so having it in close to places where people live, where people do their shopping on a daily basis, to some people is very important. So I would just ask you to consider that.
I'm talking about 2 to 3 football fields.
I would just ask you to consider that as you move forward in this process, because that really does limit where these businesses can be stood up in this city from my look at the layout of the land, so to speak. So thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. People, come forward all at once and let me know, as opposed to lingering in, please. Is there anybody else? I see one. This will be the last one. Come forward.
Holly Powell, for the record. I actually ran across this meeting by accident, but now I have some questions that might pertain to her. But in respect to what you were mentioning about the residential, that brought up a concern with me. All of our community buildings and schools are in residential areas, so how is that going to conflict with these state limitations on space if we have all these units in residential areas? All these community buildings and schools, how are we going to do mixed units or mixed-use properties with the...
That's what we're trying to
Okay.
avoid. We're trying to ensure that that we need to meet with the state already identified for the schools and community. We're talking residential, and you're right, many times they're all in the same. So if you don't meet all 3 of those, whatever that requirement is that we come up with, that we approve, then you won't get the approval.
Okay. Another thing as well is, I haven't heard talked about today, but I wasn't at the last meeting. How is this going to affect property values? How is it, if any, has it affected so far property values with other districts? And
Okay. I don't think we've heard that, but we can go forward with that question, not necessarily while you're there.
Okay.
Was that it?
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. So is there any further discussion? I will bring forward the question that we just heard from public comment. Have we had in your review, when you went to take a look at any of the other sites, or when the state evaluated, did you see property value impacts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fred Turnier, Community Development Director. When we did attend the city and county of Denver, some of just the comments we received from staff was that when dispensaries were allowed to open, they actually went into areas that were kind of lower property value, and what they noticed is that a lot of other developments have started up around them. So we didn't get a specific number, just more of a qualitative assessment that it feels like that neighborhood has built up around it.
So it's been a positive impact versus a negative.
Again, that was a
in the
qualitative
commercial
assessment.
and industrial areas. You didn't see anything about the nearest neighborhoods or residential areas. You didn't see anything.
Well, actually, some of the places we did see that the dispensaries were on the commercial row. They were on a commercial street, and actually about just one parcel away from this were residential neighborhoods. So they were facing onto, it would be like if they were facing on Kitsky and there's residential behind the commercial uses.
Yeah.
Excuse me? That could be, yes.
Yeah, and my only comment to that, and of course you want to protect, residential adjacency to a certain degree, but I'm kind of wondering, particularly when you start mixing in maybe daycares, and the state has the outlines on that. But I guess my concern is, are you limiting its accessibility if it's proximity to a major medical facility? All of a sudden now it's getting trumped out because there's residential adjacent, when truly the community in which you're trying to serve is at a hospital, a children's hospital, or someone going in for long-term treatment. And so now you're kicking it out further, and you may be defeating the whole intent of accessibility to those that need it the most. I don't know. I don't know what the data that was collected. Yeah.
So.
Again, that would be a policy decision of this council, this board, to determine that benefit, if there is one.
Okay. And staff did hear, was that adequate? Okay. And staff did hear that when you bring back to us some action that encompasses everything that we talked about, that we plan it more as a workshop kind of, is that what you were describing?
Yeah,
A workshop?
Because I think it could be all day. There's a lot of questions. I think the public needs to be here for their input. I mean, this is a process, because it is so new.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
further discussion here at the council table? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for all your hard work. Okay, let's return to our agenda J2. Oh, we need a comfort break. 3 minutes.
Call the meeting back to order. I apologize to everybody the way we've been bouncing around today. I know some people have been sitting here a long time for different things, but we're going to get back and schedule a little bit. We're going now to item J2, the Rosewood Lake Golf Course project. Then we will, one other, and then we'll get to the graffiti task force. Staff?
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, for the record, Julie Conway, Parks, Recreation, Community Services Director. And before you today, you have items J2, 1 through 5. And for your consideration and direction, we're asking for you to consider the items related to the disposition of Rosewood Lakes Golf Course in relationship to an agreement with the First Tee of Northern Nevada. And this is an agreement that that would handle and support our short-term and long-term goals for the golf course. So we have individuals in the audience today from First Tee of Northern Nevada. That's Chris Dewar and Michael McDonald. Chris is the executive director, and Michael McDonald is the president of the organization. We also have individuals that they are also working with related to the operations. And in the essence of time, we would like to respond to your questions that you might have regarding the deal points. And we have both our attorneys as well as our financial staff here today to answer any questions you might have. What I'd like to do is to just introduce a little bit of just a slight bit of background in that we came to you in December with a presentation from the consultant that we hired and Keegan and Associates, who presented the trends that are going on nationwide in relationship to golf course management. And then soon after that, we received a proposal in February from First Tee of Northern Nevada, and they were interested in looking at Rosewood Lakes as their home course. And those documents are in your packet, as you have seen, related to proposing that they provide the operation and maintenance, both short-term and looking at a longer-term plan that we would come back to council on as that matures. So our intention is that you would support the recommendations before you today for the short term and as well as the long term, and we'll come back to you with more details as they are developed. So with that being said, I'm going to leave it at that, again, in the essence of time. And if you have any questions related to the individual deal points, we can discuss those as they may arise. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions right now of staff?
Yeah, I do have a number of questions. This was the item that was of most importance to me today because I believe there are financial implications and it's a lot of deals, it's a lot of commitments. So I apologize for that to everyone. First of all, why are we going with an independent contractor with them on this first deal? What is the nature of that? Why are we, we've got leases, but do we have a separate one having them be a contractor to us? What's the thinking on that?
I'm going to call up our attorney.
There's a lady right behind you who wants to speak.
Thank you, and they could talk about why we're looking at them being a lease agreement.
No, not a lease agreement, a contractor.
Julie Towler, Deputy City Attorney. Good afternoon, council members. The independent contractor agreement is for the services themselves of the classes to be conducted by First Tee. The other agreements relate to the lease of the property itself.
Okay, I understand that. So currently, do we offer these kind of classes? So we're adding and expanding our golf activities and offerings with classes that they'll be holding for us? Is that what's going to happen?
Again, for the record, Julie Conway. We do have a golf pro that provides lessons at the course, and so that individual is under contract. That is the only contract service that we offer out there. And so this particular agreement would allow for First Tee to provide types of classes to the community and provide those youth services, continue to provide those youth services.
Is the city going to provide that back-end support through our class registration system and all that we do?
Yeah, I'll have either John or Julie speak to the deal points because that is covered in the agreement. And
okay.
First Tee would do all of the administrative work on that, but I'll let John speak to that.
Okay.
Julie Towler, Deputy City Attorney. The way that the independent contractor agreement is written is so that First Tee would collect the fees and the registration.
Okay, not through our system, because, that is a cost to us. I guess my next question is, there's the term municipal golf course, and keep it in a municipal golf course standards and yada, yada. Undefined term, and I'm struggling with the difference between a municipal court and a course and a public course, because I know there's public courses, which are courses that are privately owned, privately operated, for profit, but they're open to the public, and And so a municipal course seems to be an undefined term. And the reason I'm getting to that is we heard so much from the people who wanted us to keep our commitment to golf that we keep a municipal course because this one is unique from the other public courses because of its affordability. It's an outlier in that it's that much more affordable. Of course, our consultant never brought forward any rates, what are the rounds of golf cost in this town, and does this fill that niche to evidence that? But we heard a lot of testimony for that. But in this deal, there aren't any pro formas on what a round of golf is going to cost. And so how do we know that we're going into this deal, and that golf will remain at an affordable level? Because now we have this profit component. And I just don't know if we're going to meet our policy objectives. I think it's great these folks in this program stepped up, but it just doesn't seem like it's answering the question that was really raised when we had the advocates come and speak about this recreational offering.
For the record, John Shipman, Deputy City Attorney. Just again, to couch kind of what's in front of you today, we have this short-term lease agreement with the consultant contract. Really what I believe the parties are looking at there is to get First Tee into the operating position with the course, finding out exactly how much it is going to cost to conduct the golf, what they are going to need to charge. So, and then there's the second half, which is the reconstruction of the course. And the idea is that we'll come back, the parties will come back at the end of this short-term lease, and you'll know, and you're supposed to get as part of the option agreement, pro formas for what the actual costs are for golf on that course. So at that point in time, before we enter into a longer-term commitment, you're going to have all of that information. The short-term lease is put in place really to get golf out there between May 1st and the end of the season. The long-term lease is the one that this council is going to have to decide whether or not it meets its strategic priorities in terms of we want to offer golf, whether the prices make sense, whether the financial commitment of the city is reasonable given what our resources are. So it's divided up into two parts, short-term and long-term. I don't know if that helps you with...
Great that they're coming forward and the short term, but we've got an option. We're giving them an option. You're asking us to adopt a document that references an exhibit on the financials that hasn't even been created yet.
Right. See, and the way the option agreement works is, yes, you are adopting an option. You're giving them the option to come back and exercise this option, but there's conditions precedent to that option happening. So that's going to have to be an approved by this council financial plan. That's going to have to be approved plans. That's going to have to be an approved, I think it's listed in your staff report, but there's about 3 or 4 milestones that have to take place before the option for the lease goes into effect. And at each of those steps, you get to check in with the operator, with First Tee, to say, look, does this make sense? So that's the whole point here, is so that we're not locked in, you're going to have the opportunity to revisit this a couple, 2-3 times based upon what the financials are going to show, what the pro forma is going to show.
I'm feeling complex deals all over again with a different ball that we used to talk about here at this table. It's complex. It's, when you talk about precedent conditions and we have exhibits that haven't been prepared, I get a little uncomfortable. I don't see the cost savings. They've been kind of fuzzily expressed as, well, we're going to take on the golf courts, and then we're going to defease the bonds, and so on. But I don't see a true cost savings that we will have. And I received a comment that said, we should not be paying for the carts for this operation, because we passed a medium-term bond last year on the carts, and now that's going to be handed over to them once we pay them. So I'm anxious about that component too. So I don't know. I'm really struggling with this. I'm very much having a difficult time on the option, and there's an assignment provision that allows them to assign this whole deal over to a equity investor.
No, where do you have that? Where in your document you're pointing to that?
Yeah.
Because my review, I don't believe that's the case.
Okay. The first one is the independent
Oh, the independent
No,
contractor.
no, no, no,
or
not in that one. No, not in that one. Okay. So in the second one,
in the short-term lease
in the
agreement?
short term, it's referenced in the staff report though, but, so in the first staff report, under conditions precedent to exercise the option.
Okay.
So that does reference that. It says, the first tee or by equity investors or lending institutions, subject only to commercial reasonable considerations.
That's the financing plan. So they have to present a financing plan to you that has to, at the end of the day, it can't be really contingent. It has to be reasonable, and it has to be one that they can execute immediately. There is specifically in both the short-term and the long-term lease, and I'll point out the sections, they can't assign it without city council approval.
Yeah, but they can assign it to a I mean, the whole reason we went through this whole process is because they're nonprofit, and then they're using a for-profit operator, which makes me understand, I guess the scenario I see is the for-profit operator jacks up the rounds price, which reasonable, but maintenance or something doesn't work, and then the complaints come to us, and, well, don't look at us. The issue is with First Tee, and we don't even oversee, the operator. And I'm uncomfortable. Why didn't we just contract directly with the Duncan Associates?
Well, because, I think maybe First Tee can speak to that too, but I understand that Duncan doesn't want to do it without First Tee. First Tee's, the use of the course is very specific, and so, really, the policy call you have is, do we want golf or do we not want golf? Right. The open space versus do we want to have golf there in some way, shape, and form? And what these agreements memorialize and recognize is there's going to have to be some financial contribution on the part of the city to make that work. Things like the golf carts, things like some reconstruction money allowance to do certain things, things like repairs over the long term are going to be on the back of the city. But at the end of the day, the council also has the ability to pull out and say, look, if they're making a huge profit, then you can cut back on a lot of that stuff. And it's going to be up to the First Tee and up to Duncan to determine whether or not they want to continue. Ideally, it's being set up. Hopefully they do make a profit. You can talk to them, but we've tried to do it. The city's tried to do it for a number of years, and we've been in the red. $736,000.
Well, and we put it out to bid about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And we didn't get one golf company offered to take it over anything.
Right.
And with Duncan, you've got one of the best golf course operators in the community. And I don't know how many operates, but I've known him.
We even did that jointly. Not only did we put it out to
That's
bid,
right.
but then we also tried to do it with the county.
That's right.
And Sparks is kind of a joint effort.
And I get that, but a lot of the red is the bonding that we've had on this,
Well,
is the
if I
bond
may-
payments, which will be defeased.
Yeah, if I may, what is driving the defeasance of those bonds, there's two things. The timing is potentially this agreement, but those bonds were going to have to be fees regardless for the RTC Southeast Connector
Yes.
project.
Yes.
So there, that is a sunk cost. That was
Yeah.
programmed into the $7 million that we received from the RTC. That's more of a timing issue than anything else at this point in time.
I know, but when we keep talking about how golf is such a money loser for us, a lot of it is this big 850,000 number, and what percentage of that is the bonds. Then on top of that, we've got deferred maintenance that we haven't put in. I don't know, you mentioned one thing about how First Tee is very specific. And I appreciate that. I think they are a great program. I have a little experience with them. But then the constituency is broad and not necessarily the same as this specific one that will be in charge of this asset and getting a lot of privileges. And so will the constituency that has depended upon the course will it be the product that they've wanted? Maybe we should hear from First Tee.
I think they've been meeting, my understanding, they've been meeting with the Women's and Men's Club and talking to them about that. Let's jump over and let somebody else ask a question now.
Just really quickly, Mr. Shipman, are we obligated to pay for the carts because of the lease?
Yeah, we have an agreement. We entered into an installment purchase agreement for those carts, and it's currently, and finance could probably speak to this. I think there's $165,000 left remaining on that note.
Okay.
So.
And if we do this deal, who owns the golf course?
Golf course, we would always own the golf course.
Okay.
There would be a lease, a long-term, we have a short-term lease for between now and the time that the RTC construction goes through and through that interim period, and then potentially give it with the option agreement if they meet certain milestones and can demonstrate a financial plan that works, and the council's comfortable with that, and you approve it, then it triggers the long-term lease. And that's going to be up, I believe it's like 15 years. It's like 3 5-year terms or something.
Okay, and we have the ability to vote on the money that we would spend for TIs?
Yes, as part of Exhibit 1 on your staff report talks about kind of a preliminary number in terms of, and I want to say it's in the neighborhood, putting aside the bond costs, of about $365,000 is what the parties are looking at now to get it in a playable condition post-reconstruction. Those are, I mean, I'd caution, those are preliminary numbers, and it's going to be dependent upon a number of different factors that, you know, how much damage does the RTC construction. But the point is, I guess the point to the council is that you will have the ability to look at that at a later point in date, and if it turns out, you know, they need more money, you can say, hey, we can't do that.
I just don't want to put the cart before the horse. I
Right.
mean, there's things in there like grease traps and things like that.
There are certain things that are going to have to be paid for kind of out of the box to make it a playable course. Things like when we lost the concessionaire, the grease trap went away.
Right.
So in order to keep this, you know, in order to keep golf there now and to have an operating concession, that's something that would be put in. And that goes into your...
Right, right. And then I didn't see an extensive marketing plan in here. Is there something that maybe they could get to us? I think there's so many things that they could do to think outside the box. You're right, it's a policy issue. Do you want golf or do you not want golf? And I think there's a lot of things that they can do, working with the high schools. I mean, even doing Frisbee golf at night, things like that, maybe.
I think that's a great question to ask the first tee. I mean, and they've got a good story there. So
All
if
right,
you want.
thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I clarify quickly on the finances, because it's been talked about a couple of times. And if you look at Exhibit A in your packet, you'll see that there's a total cost for city for maintenance, equipment, repairs, $375,600. Some of those costs are going to be one-time in nature. I mean, the golf course lease, $159,000 of that is the golf cart lease. That needs to be compared to, and as Councilwoman Breckus points out, the $850 included the debt service. So if you take the debt service out, it's around $300. So the city is currently losing just operational costs about $500,000 a year. We're spending just this year $375, and that number should go down because some of these costs are going to come out in the future. So when you're weighing the options here and you're looking at the costs and whether or not we're going to save money, and we're going to save money on this, and then in future years it should be even greater.
Mr. Delgado, you had something?
I did. You know, I'll wait to hear from First Tee on their quick presentation.
My name's Bob Sater. I'm wearing two hats here at the moment. I'm a member of the board of directors of the First Tee of Northern Nevada and past president. I'm also a lawyer who's worked with the Duncan Management on the acquisition of 5 different golf courses, either leases or purchases in the last 5 years. So I have background on both. Our president is here with the First Tee, Mike McDonald, our executive director, Chris Duer, and Tom Duncan is here to answer any other questions you might have. But I'll try and field the questions I can. And the presentation we have basically is just to support what the staff has been telling you. Now, the First Tee is a youth organization. Our nonprofit mission is to develop character in youth through using the game of golf. We are not a professional golf course operator, and we would probably do about the same kind of job that the city of Reno has done in operating this course if we tried to do it ourselves. So we paired up and partnered up with Duncan Golf Management right from the start because of Duncan's experience in running golf courses and as a business plan, taking over golf courses that have had financial problems and being able to run them and not lose money. So that was the idea in the first place. Now, when you look, a couple of these questions, I think, have gone to the issue of, well, what's this? Is this really going to be a municipal golf course, What are the rates going to be like? What assurance does the city of Reno have that the facility will be available to the public as it has been in the past? Our view of the market here is that this must be run as a municipal golf course. The rates have to be low. That is the niche in the market that this golf course has. If you tried to, instead of charge $30 or $35 a round, charge $50 a round, you wouldn't get to play, and you wouldn't have the income. So to a large extent, it has to be the same market that you've had. Now, the analysis of rates that are going to be charged in the first year, you'll actually see the rates are going to be lower than what the city of Reno has charged last year, this year. So to the extent that we can give you an assurance on that, that's our plan, and that's the way we intend to run the golf course. Now, since the First Tee is a youth organization, what the First Tee is looking for is a home course for all of the different types of classes that we do, and to have a real facility that the kids can use and call their own. And our partner, Duncan, is committed to that goal. And we trust him because we operate programs at Duncan's golf courses already. So we have a working relationship, and we know that that's First Tee's purposes will be met. So if we can answer any other questions, be happy to do so.
Why don't you bring Mr. Duncan up just a minute?
Yes.
Because when I visited with him one time, he just was talking about how he was working with the men's and women's club and how he was working with kids and going to teach them how to cut grass and wash dishes and do everything else. Mr. Duncan. And he used to be the head coach of the golf team at the University of Nevada for I won't say how many years because he doesn't look that old.
Well, you're being kind. My name is Tom Duncan. I'm president of Duncan Golf Management and owner-operator of 3 golf courses here in the area, and then we also have 2 management contracts, one in Tahoe City and then also one in Fallon. You know, we've taken the time to do some rate comparisons, and if you'd like, I'd be glad to hand them out. And we are committed to these prices, and I think that would make some sense to your question.
If you wouldn't mind giving them to the secretary and let us look at them as we go through, Mr. Duncan.
Sure.
Yeah, or put them on the, or will they show up on the overhead? Would they? Yeah, put them up there so we can all see them.
All right, there we go. A lot of times the golf course will dictate to you how much you can charge, and certainly our customers are going to dictate to us how much we can charge. We currently are going to do about 125,000 rounds of golf at all of our different golf courses. So our marketing will be to the existing customers that we have and to any recommendations and references that they do have.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
You have presented some rates that represent that you're not going to price yourself out of your own niche.
Correct.
Smart business. I guess my question is this. First off, let me say to Mr. Sater and Mr. Duncan, thank you for coming forward with an option for us here at the city. It was, 2 short months ago that we had this discussion, and I think today, had you not come forward, we would be talking about closing the course.
Right.
So I appreciate your efforts in working with the city on this. Maybe staff, my next question is for staff. There's language in the short-term lease with regards to termination by either party. It's just a 30-day notice, correct? So if we, by some wonderful stroke of luck, that was a golf reference, came in and wanted to buy the course, we would have an opportunity during the short-term lease with 30-day notice to sell it.
There's a 30-day termination for convenience in the short-term lease, period. There might be a title issue. I mean, we have title restrictions on that property in terms of it was dedicated to us for public use and for municipal golf purposes, essentially. So depending upon who the sale is to, you might run afoul of a problem there if you're trying to sell it. Does that make sense?
If you sold it, it would be sold as a golf course? Or are you thinking
No,
about
no, no, no,
development
no,
for houses and
no,
stuff?
sold as a golf course. And I understand that it, with regards to its water retention and the flood issues, that it really only has two purposes, as open space or as a golf course.
But it was deeded, I mean, I guess the further point, it was deeded to us as a municipal golf course, essentially. So it's the difference between us selling it to a third party, running it as a golf course, versus us operating it as a golf course. We might be deed restricted in our ability to sell it to the third party, is all what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you.
But yes, we can get out in 30 days.
Okay. The other question I had, with regards to some of the maintenance, I guess here's my question. Let's say we as the city would still be responsible for the maintenance of the course, certainly during the short-term lease, correct?
Yeah, for the maintenance, the city's responsible for the construction and maintenance of all the physical permanent improvements on the golf course. So all the big, so the roof replacement, major structural repair, carpet repair, major irrigation system repair, cart path replacement. Yes, in both agreements, we are responsible for that.
Okay, so there may be, what may happen is after a 6-month period or after the season, First Tee could come back and say, due to some of these maintenance issues that we're suffering at all departments within the city, that it's not a course in which they can make profitable or, I guess.
Exactly. They could come back and determine that, and they could actually terminate in 30 days. So if they get into it and they determine it's a flat money loser, they could terminate in 30 days. They could go through a period of time. Well, but the initial short-term lease, the whole point of the initial short-term lease is to do exactly that, to find out where their costs are, what sort of revenue they can generate, and can they make it a break-even process. And then the information that's gleaned during this period is going to be used for the developing of the financial plan for the longer-term redevelopment of the project. And either it's going to pencil or it's not going to pencil. Either the repairs are going to be so substantial after running them for a year that neither the city nor First Tee can contemplate paying for those, or they're fine and they just need some tweaks and we can do it, and it's going to require a financial contribution, but it's more on the level of what you see in that Exhibit 1, which talks about, and Public Works can speak to this, that was them going through and looking at all these major components and their best guess about what the cost would be for those in the short to medium term.
Okay. And with regards to the golf carts, I do have some concerns with the golf cart issue. Is there an opportunity with regards to our lease of the golf carts that can we turn those back to the seller?
Yeah, I mean, the issue that, and First Tee can speak to this, the issue is if you give them a course without a golf carts, that's going to make them less competitive. That's going to create a hole in the budget for, what they're going to have to, come up with the money for that, and that will ultimately go to the question of not whether or not golf is feasible there, because that's a cost, and if they don't have something to cover that cost, you don't have golf. So the request was to have the golf carts there so that you could, in fact, that would be worked into the price, and it's what people expect. So.
And even at the long-term lease point, we would still be obligated to pay for all the carts?
Yeah, at this point, you think of it as a contribution to the operation of that course. The golf carts are a financial contribution that the city would make. That's been the request.
And after we pay those off in, year after next, they belong to First Tee?
I believe they're going to be paid off, and finance can speak to this. The notion is to pay them off immediately, so they'll be.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because we pay off that medium term with our Southeast Connector money. For the record, Jill Olson, that's correct. And actually, our lease with the golf cart company says that we have to actually maintain possession, and if we don't, then it triggers a payoff. Oh, okay, that's right. But the question is, does the agreement give them the golf carts as their property after we pay it off? Do they get the golf carts as their property?
Sure.
Yeah, maybe there was a misunderstanding on my part, Councilmember. Yeah, they're leased assets. Okay, so they're, we will retain them as our property, but for the duration of the lease, they will be
So
leased assets to
it's
them.
like we're leasing the car, but we're going to let them drive it.
Correct. But we have the financial obligation up front with our medium-term obligation. We have to pay those off to be in that position.
Okay. Were we planning to open the course and the expenses related thereto? Were we planning on doing that? Let's say First Tee hadn't come to us. Were we still going to be at this month? Were we going to be opening it? Right now? Okay.
And they have First Tee and nothing comes of it. And I know that Mr. Duncan, who I talked to, has been meeting with the men's and women's club about playing golf there and doing things like that. And I love the idea of what he's talking about, teaching the kids to maintain, to do things, service, feature a bus, tables, cut grass and everything else. I think it's perfect.
Okay, if I may, tell me about the long-term lease. That's a separate agenda item, so will be voted on separately for us. I feel there's so much uncertainty, is the Southeast Connector, and the contract says it expressly, will the Southeast Connector go? When will it go? Or if it doesn't go at all? But still, with that much uncertainty, we're locking into like a 15-year lease option on this property to them for a municipal golf purpose.
Councilmember Baracus, the key there is when do you lock that in? And that gets locked in after, and it talks about it in the staff report, after the financing plan has been approved by City Council. So if there's a problem and a hole in the budget, for instance, a financial contribution is being asked for the city that we just cannot do, that plan will not get approved, that option will not be exercised, and the lease will not attach at that point.
That's that Exhibit D to that?
Yeah, so yes, so that would come to you first for blessing, then it would become Exhibit D, assuming that you blessed it.
Yeah, but there's no clawback on that. I mean, they can just show us a spreadsheet with here's what it's going to be, here's what it's going to be. We are committed and locked in to them on this option pretty strongly. I mean,
Well,
I could see someone standing up and say, hey, they've got the numbers, they showed it, they checked that box. You signed the agreement. I mean, the recommendation is that the mayor signs the agreement.
Yeah, but again, I guess the distinction is that would be a discussion at a later date. I mean, and that's a fair, because if you felt like they didn't have the financial wherewithal to do it, or that the numbers that were being presented were not accurate or were not, you have the ability to say, no, I don't feel comfortable approving this plan. I don't feel comfortable approving this lease agreement. So that lease agreement will never come into force.
Well, if there is something waiting for that thing to become valid, why do we have to adopt it today? We can go forward with all the rest and hold this for, a year from now and see how the relationship works. That's what I would recommend that we do. I think that's where we need to go.
I can tell you the intent is create the existing relationship now, get at least a season under the belt of the operator and under First Tee so they know exactly what they're dealing with, to get them to a point where they can present something on the option agreement. If in fact the numbers don't work, we've approved the option agreement, but it'll expire because the numbers don't work at the end of the day.
I just as soon hold off on the option agreement, make this relationship work for this year, and then come back in a year and agree to commit to a relationship for a future option. That's where I'd like to go. I think that's not unreasonable. I think we have our back against the wall pretty tight on this.
Well, I think we have our back up against the wall, even closing it.
But,
So,
yeah.
and the thing is I can't imagine asking these people to come out for a one-year deal and then us to hold them by the throat for 1 year and then be able to jerk it on them.
But you're willing to give them 15 years with so many different permutations
Are
out
we giving
there
them
and
15 years
possibilities.
right now?
That's what it looks like. I thought
No.
renewal.
No.
And again, I'm not
The
being clear.
No, the option
Yeah.
is for 15 years.
The option is for 5 years. The option, and so in order to exercise the option and to get the 15-year lease, they have to provide a financing plan that's approved by City Council. They have to provide a schedule of construction that's approved by City Council. They have to get all the permits they need. So it's like any development project. You have to be basically, at the notice to proceed level for them to get the lease. And you have to, as a council, agree that that's where they are, and you're comfortable with them, where they are financially, where they are with their plans, where they are with their fundraising, or whatever they need to do on a moving forward basis. So yes, they have an option, but that only gets them in the door. It doesn't get them the lease.
Well, I understand that, but the option is for 5 years. I mean, I'm having a hard time with the carts, because I had a hard time bonding for that last year. And, and I may be willing to go on that, but, you know, I'd like to hear from them. Is the option absolutely imperative to you to go into the other agreements, and why so?
Real quick, I apologize, I misspoke. It's 3 years, it's not 5 years. So it's a 3-year option.
Renewal, with an option renewal?
No. The option itself is just 3 years.
Bob Sater again on the first tee. Our vision, the only way this works for us is a nonprofit, is to have the long-term piece in place going into this. You have to understand the way that this 18-hole golf course works. We're willing to lease the 18-hole golf course and operate it, but it really doesn't serve the purposes of the first tee nearly as well as what the facility will be like when it's reconstructed because of the road, the Southwest Connector. And the reason for that is that there's only going to be 9 holes left. And there's going to be a significant amount of area that we can create for the kids, specifically for the kids. So you have small holes and play holes for children that we won't have on the 18-hole course. So when we negotiated this with city staff, we made it clear right from the get-go that the only way this works for us, the only thing that's acceptable for us to do the short-term lease is to have the long-term lease too. Otherwise, it just doesn't work.
So you're really in this to have us rebuild a 9-hole course for the community, and that's what we're committing to right now, whether or not the Southeast Connector goes through.
Well, until the Southeast Connector goes through, the course would not be rebuilt.
It would be 18 holes.
It remains 18 holes.
What if the Southeast Connector never goes through?
Then it would remain
Still
18 holes. And you have a lease in which you can terminate the lease in 30 days, and so can we.
Yep.
So we talk about, this is really not much of a commitment for us. I mean, in terms of a long-term commitment, as long as it stays an 18-hole golf course. We're willing to do that because we see the long-term potential for our organization and for the children of the community as being terrific.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just, in my mind, an absolute win-win. The entire time that I've been on this council, we have struggled with the debt service and the oversupply of golf that we have in our community, our ability to make modifications, and boy, staff has, and the men's group and others have worked just as diligently as possible. Businesses who volunteered and put in a lot of assistance out there, that's all recognized and appreciated, but it still hasn't gotten us out from underneath this huge debt service that we have in a much, much, much underutilized course. I think this is absolutely a win-win. It is no different. In fact, it's even less of an obligation than we've given to Sky Tavern and some of the other types of activities that we've had. We've got these kinds of relationships. The fact that we have a public service that you provide, this isn't a for-profit, you know, that might be a little bit different. This is teaching kids life skills. I mean, I totally get what it is that you do. And still accommodating public use, it absolutely is where we need to be. I move that we accept staff recommendations.
Second.
Legal counsel, have a motion and a second. Now, are we doing these items? So you're doing 1.2.1?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the first item is the staff report. You can accept the recommendation in the staff report.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr.
Item 1.2.2.
Yeah, this item is the independent contractor agreement.
Chair will entertain a motion. Have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item 2.2, or J.2.3.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is a short-term lease agreement.
Move to approve.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item J.2.4.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is the long-term lease agreement.
I motion that we move this to our next meeting on April 30th for greater ability to reconsider and review this in the interim.
I have a motion. Do I-
With a projected schedule, Exhibit D to be submitted as a preliminary basis by the app.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Motion dies lack of a second. Do I have a motion? Move to approve. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose,
No.
no. Show the vote 6-5-1. Or, wait a minute, yeah. Yeah, there is 5-1. Item J.2.5.
Resolution number 7960, resolution directing the defeasance of and the payment of principal and interest on the City of Reno, Nevada general obligation limited tax golf course refunding bonds, additionally secured by pledge revenue series 2004A, and providing other details in connection therewith.
Second.
I have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We'll go to J3, and then we're going to the graffiti. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Duncan, teach those kids something. Excuse me, I'm supposed to call you Mr. Duncan in public. Excuse me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item J3, discussion approval of agreement. And we have Gary Duhan wishes to speak.
Good afternoon. Gary Duhan for the owner of the Post Office, 50 South Virginia LLC. If I could, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to defer to Susan Roth to do the initial presentation, and I'll supplement as necessary. Thank you.
Susan Ballroth, Deputy City Attorney. Staff does have a presentation if you'd like to see one. And
I don't think, I want to hear this point of legal issue about the
Okay.
the ditch.
That's
what I would like to hear, Mayor.
Okay. Just for the record, the agreement that is before you for approval, there are two changes that have been agreed upon. On page 3 of the agreement, D1, the word materially is being deleted, and D3, the word material is being deleted. And the signature block, there was an error in the signature block, and that would be corrected. The effectiveness of this agreement pursuant to the terms in G2 is subject to and conditioned upon obtaining all permits, permit modifications, and other approvals from governmental agencies relating to city water and access to the Cochrane Ditch that are required by law for the consummation of the terms of this agreement. And this agreement would be subject to approval of the Cochrane Ditch LLC to the extent that that is required. The approval of the Cochrane Ditch LLC is required, and that would be, the motion would be subject to, that's the effectiveness, and then the approval of the Cochrane Ditch LLC to the extent required by law.
So the motion would be to authorize the mayor to sign this agreement with those changes, and it becomes valid upon the approval of the Cochrane Ditch LLC.
And as well as the effectiveness, in other words, the use of water, city water, and the infrastructure, the ability for the city water to flow, to cool and heat, the city water right permit has to be modified by the state engineer, and that's a process.
Okay, so if the Cochrane Ditch says no, then this is not valid?
If by law there is an issue as to validity of the Cochrane Ditch LLC, then it is subject to that approval, that requirement.
Okay, and you all are okay with that one? Okay, so if the Cochrane Ditch doesn't want to grant this, then this is not valid.
If the Cochran Ditch LLC isn't willing to grant it, we'll talk with them, find a resolution, and bring it back before you. But we've had
Okay.
initial conversations,
Okay.
we're comfortable.
Okay, well, great. Well, I'm excited about this. It's going to be really cool to see, you know, like the operations inside the building. So thank you.
Motion to approve, have a second?
With changes as outlined by Ms. Ball-Roth.
Before, I'm sorry, one more thing. If by chance there is another change that we agree upon to the language in the agreement, if something falls out in the next couple of days, we would like the authority given to the city manager to work with us to make that change so it doesn't have to come, so it doesn't have to come back to this body.
Okay, with your sign off on form.
That's part of your motion? Yes. That's the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously.
We are E2 and J4.
Yes, no, we're going into recess, the city council, now we're going into redevelopment.
Wait, we have J4 still.
Joint meeting of the graffiti task force in the city of Reno.
Do you want this up there? Come on up.
Would you call the roll, please?
Shivi? Here. Breckus? Here. Zadra?
Here.
Delgado?
Here.
George? Absent. Jordan?
Here.
Michelle?
Michelle.
And I'll give them a minute to sit down and I'll call roll for them.
Now at 3 o'clock.
Okay, for the anti-graffiti task force, Tom Stewart? Absent?
Here.
Here. Trey Abney?
Here.
Jack Hawkins? Here. Jamie Crotney?
It's Crane here.
Crane, absent, here. Mark Sullivan?
Here.
Brian Egan? Absent. John Lange? Absent. Jamie Sousa?
Here.
Major General Ron Bath?
Here.
Barry O'Sullivan?
Here.
Greg Peak?
He's gone.
Absent. Ellie left.
We have somebody who wishes to speak for public comment. Troy, they here? Troy, I probably butchered it, but come on up. Introduce yourself to the record, please.
Thank you, yeah. My name is Troy Baer. I represent Asphalt Protectors. We are primarily an asphalt services related company, but we have a new endeavor, and it is to become a distribution center nationally for a safe, biodegradable, non-hazardous cleaning agent that dissolves uncured graffiti on contact without damaging the underlying surface. On smooth surfaces, it's just a matter of wiping the graffiti off. On textured or porous surfaces, it would require some minimal pressure washing. We also will be providing a removal service for the local area, and we believe that our product can reduce the cost of removal of graffiti and the damage by graffiti by a significant amount. And for anybody who would be interested in more information about that, you can contact me. My name is Troy again with Asphalt Protectors. Our number is 827-5666. And you can also email me at troy@apireno.com.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now we'll go to approval of the agenda. Motion, second? Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Now, Article 5, here, Eric Shapiro.
Members of council, hello. Thanks for having me here.
Identify yourself for the record, please.
Eric Shapiro with Reno Artworks. Okay, well, after participating in a few of the anti-graffiti task force meetings, and we basically just would like to formally express our interest in developing and implementing an arts education program with the intention of mitigating the proliferation of graffiti in Reno and increasing community pride through public arts and education. And there was a pride element to the graffiti task force findings, and we would like to work with them and the city to increase beauty and pride and ownership in our city. Our group has developed and is currently implementing the Desert Tortoise Project in Fernley in association with the Black Rock Arts Foundation and the National Endowment for the Arts. We've gone into 7 schools in Fernley and produced 15,000 4x4-inch tiles that we'll use to create a mosaic on a 30-foot granite sculpture out in Fernley. It's the first permanent piece in Fernley's new sculpture park. We've also did the Water Under the Bridge mural on the Keystone Bridge. We trained 15 adjudicated youth and were able to actually pay them and hire them as professional artists on that mural. And they were all able to pay their fines with the authorities and complete their parole, I believe it's called. Our lead artist, Pan Pantoja, was awarded the Christine Nagy Johnson Award for Social Justice with his work on that project in the preceding 7 years, working with adjudicated youth. And yeah, so shorten this up a little bit. I have a lot of information I prepared. Yeah, basically we're in the process of transitioning into a nonprofit, and we would really like to be involved in making our city a better place and brightening things up a little bit and giving people something to take pride in. And there's been some talk with Sierra Arts, Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful, as well as interested in working in the pride element of the graffiti abatement program, what we'll come up with here. But yeah, we can team up with Sierra Arts and potentially the Holland Project, and we just want to let you guys know that Reno Artworks is here. We have a space on Dickerson Road. We've operated for 2 years there as member funded and non-subsidized, so we've paid our own way and survived on the production and consumption of art out there. And yeah. Sorry, I'm a little nervous to talk to you guys. This is great.
It's all right.
But I'm really excited to see something happen and to see what the task force's final findings are and to make something happen. So thank you all so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Staff report? Do we need a staff report? Oh, yes.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the Anti-Graffiti Task Force, I'd like to publicly thank council, first of all, Mac Venzon, Deputy Chief Reno Police Department, for the record. I'd like to publicly thank council and the staff that worked with the Anti-Graffiti Task Force publicly for establishing and recommending a very dedicated group of individuals that you see here before you to serve on this council, or on the task force. Most importantly, I want to thank the task force members for their unwavering dedication to the process, as well as other city staff who were present during the meetings. Since August of 2013, this group has met every 3 weeks for up to 3 hours per meeting to come up with what I think is a very comprehensive report and set of recommendations for your consideration. If it pleases you, I'd like to invite the task force vice chairman, Mr. Trey Abney, up to the podium to present the task force recommendations to this body.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Manager. For the record, Trey Abney with the Chamber of Commerce, and also standing before you today as the Vice Chair of the City of Reno Anti-Graffiti Task Force. I would like to thank Deputy Chief Venzon for his hard work on this. I would like to thank Barbara DiCiano for her efforts, Deanna Gescheiter and her team, and all the staff here at the city that helped us along the way. Every time I work with your staff, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Manager, it's a wonderful experience, and you have excellent people working for you. I'd also like to thank, of course, my fellow members of the task force who met month after month on this issue for the last 7 or 8 months. And while they picked the ugliest face to present to you, there are plenty of people here that are in the trenches on this issue every day dealing with this that are here to talk to you. I'm going to try to make this really quick due to the lateness of the hour and how busy your meeting has been. So we'll go ahead and roll on this as well. Again, started meeting in August, and the idea was, as you know, a group of concerned citizens came to this council as a grassroots effort and said, graffiti is a problem in this community, and we are here to address it. And I don't have to tell you all the cost of graffiti to this community. And it's not just the hard cost that we can quantify, the cost of the taxpayers for the city having to clean it up and deal with it through the investigatory process, the court process, the cost of the property owners for having to clean up, in some cases over and over and over again. Obviously, the cost of the neighborhood that surrounds it, both through the property values of that property and those around it, especially if you have a property that stays tagged, stays graffitied, or is graffitied over and over again, and what happens to those property values and the feel and the pride of the neighborhoods that this occurs in. And of course, you know, you've heard of the broken window theory. If you have a property that stays tagged long enough, you end up having other things that start to accompany it through other crimes, property damage, and otherwise. This is a real quick chart. You'll see that while you know, calls the service request have been pretty much the same between 2009 and 2013, for example, you'll see the markings removed and the arrest and things have decreased over this amount of time. And some of this is due, and we'll get into this in a minute, some of this is due to only going down to one graffiti abatement truck when there used to be two, having a dedicated detective for graffiti, and a graffiti enforcement team, and due to the budget cuts and the tough choices that you folks had to make, had to be reduced. We focused on three things. It's not just enforcement, it's not just locking people up, it's not just taking care of the graffiti and eradicating it and removing it, but it's also education and having a mind shift change and a culture change. On the education piece, everything you do, anything important, needs to be based on data. And so we need the trends, we need statistical analysis, we need to have a baseline of what we're actually looking at here so we know how to deal with it, and frankly, who is doing the tagging. Frankly, I was surprised, and I think many members of our task force were surprised about the perpetrators of graffiti, of tagging. It's not just young punk kids, it's not just people in gangs. In fact, the average age, we found, at least here in this area, is a 20-year-old male, and the majority of them are not gang-related. You certainly have a gang-related issue with graffiti, but a majority of them are not gang-related. And frankly, that surprised me. And it surprised me that the average age was 20 years old as well. I expected it to be a little younger. And it's not just spray paint, it's etching, it's you know, all magic marker, all kinds of things that you use to damage and alter a property. Contain targeted messaging to engage distinct and separate populations. And we're not just talking about educating the entire community and telling the entire community about how they can help look for this and report it, but it's also identifying those subgroups and those populations that may be more likely to engage in this, and really drilling down and talking to those folks as well. And of course, the message fresh and at top of mind. Successful eradication efforts, making graffiti removal kits available to the public. And we've talked about that, and you know, Tom Stewart can tell you a lot with his Wells Avenue efforts on the things that they've been able to do in that corridor when providing, you know, doing cleanup days and providing the equipment and the tools to help people clean these up. Partnership with waste management and folks like NV Energy and AT&T, and those folks that have a lot of infrastructure that are located all over the city that are prime targets for tagging. You'll see in the full report that we did, and I don't have the numbers here in front of me, but waste management spends a lot of money every year, both in picking up their big trash cans that are tagged, painting over them. They do provide paint to the city, the green paint, to the city abatement trucks for them to paint over that. And so we've been talking to them and working with them on that issue. Partnership with Washoe County Sheriff's Office, and that's more, can we use some of the folks up at the jail and use them in cleanup efforts, as we do in you know, lawn maintenance effort and others in public buildings. I know the school district uses those folks a lot. And adopt a block programs, and I think we mentioned this later, but some of the ideas for the city, we have in your report, you'll see we have maps of where these hot spots occur. Graffiti occurs all over town, but there are certainly specific areas of town where it occurs a lot more. And so as we've recently seen in the last few months, as you've revamped your community engagement process, this may be one area where you can really go in and focus on a specific neighborhood or specific area and really get people engaged in this specific issue. And that takes, of course, again, that's a culture and a mindset. You have to get, we need to help people understand how important it is to keep the community around them clean. Enforcement, and I touched on this a little bit earlier, a rededication of the graffiti detective to the graffiti enforcement team. There used to be one detective solely focused on that, and due to budget constraints in the last few years, that position is no longer there. Now, obviously, that is a cost issue to the city, and that's a discussion that you folks are going to have in your budget talks, which begin soon. Instructing all city employees to look, listen, let someone know. Certainly, Reno Police Department is already on top of this issue and are trained and work on reporting that as soon as they come across it. And now, of course, through your Reno Direct app, which I hope all of us have on our phones, you can actually take a picture of the graffiti right where you are and send it in, tell them where the location is, and the city can get the information that way. NRS enhancement, there's a list of, Tracy, I think 5 or 6 things that we worked with Tracy Chase on to actually go to the legislature with, everything from making it illegal to spray paint horses, which actually happened here a couple months ago, to expanding what implements, the definition of an implement, a graffiti implement is, and expanding what that means, rocks for etching and different things that somebody could have on their person if they've etched into a window. And then, of course, reestablishing the graffiti enforcement team. I think if you look at the historical data, our graffiti enforcement team was very successful when they were in place, doing what needed to be done. In fact, had received some national recognition for their efforts while that was still going on. And real quickly, a lot of this I went through already, so I will just keep it up on the screen to save time. Again, the education campaign targeting 2 primary audiences. We're talking about the general public is one education campaign, and then, of course, separately and apart from that, we heard about an arts effort, maybe talking to art teachers in schools, talking to kids in school, having our art teachers and professors, if they notice any kind of a pattern there or thoughts or things of that nature, to just really be an all-out community effort. Annual graffiti count, how we have a trash count, that's done in the valley, and with Keep Trucking Meadows Beautiful, I think the idea was, can we have a baseline of what graffiti count is, so we know we have a metric, so we know that we are actually decreasing this over time. Last 2 bullets I'll touch on: incorporate graffiti eradication provisions in city construction projects and franchise agreements. So if there's somebody constructing something in the city, developing something in the city, there's agreement in place that they take care of that graffiti on that property while that construction is going on. And then finally, and this is something the chamber can help out with, and other business groups and businesses, frankly, obtain property cleanup waivers as a regular course of business. A business in the city of Reno right now can sign a waiver and that says, I allow City of Reno staff to go on my property if it's been tagged and take care of the issue, cover it up, remove the graffiti. Obviously, it's a property right issue, and so the property owner has to give the city that permission. But that is something, frankly, if we want something cleaned up quickly, and especially on these vacant properties, if the owner is not here all the time or driving by or at that location all the time, that may be something that we can really make a push on. And so that would allow the city to go and take care of that quickly without having to go through all the hoops that are involved with getting a property owner. Because it takes, and that's one of the things we discuss here, it takes a long time once Alex and his folks or Reno PD talks about or finds a graffiti on a piece of property, and then it takes a long time once you said, hey, you need to clean that up, and the amount of time it takes before they have to get it cleaned up and fines and all this is a considerable amount of time, which of course affects all the other properties around it. That is it for the presentation. I neglected to thank Tracy Chase in my opening remarks, and Councilwoman Breckus, who was in many of our meetings and had a lot of helpful comments and thoughts along the way, so I apologize for not thanking you earlier. And that is all I have, and I will sit down and join my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any questions of Mr. Delgado and then Ms. Zadra?
And then me.
And then you.
Like I'm sure all the other council members want to thank you guys so much. I think the work that you guys have done and the recommendations that you guys have outlined hit everything. I see Tom Stewart and Mr. Hawkins have done tons of work in the Wells area, so I'm glad you guys were there to feedback a lot of the information that you guys see all the time in our communities, and all the work that the West of Wells group and everyone else does, and I'm sure everyone else added so much to it, and Barry, of course, see a lot of the work that you do out there. Not to, I'll say anyone else doesn't do tons of work, but it's tremendous. I think overall, as we go into the budget year, we got to see that we've got to revamp our graffiti task force. I think that's we got to keep that in mind as we start to look what we need to do. It's very, very important that we get that thing going. I think people have seen that as we started to see that if we don't have that up there, the ramifications that we see, if we don't have it fully staffed, I think maybe they did such a good job, they hurt themselves because people were saying that we didn't have a graffiti problem. And then once they weren't there, we started to see that of course, that's the issue. So making sure that we revamp that task force, in addition to some of the things that you guys have outlined and recommended to go along with that, of course. I had a few different questions on and we'll go quick in terms of what you've outlined. Education, you stated that you identified an at-risk population. Can you go into that a little bit more, and how would you identify them and work with that outside of just working with the general community?
It has mostly to do with kids before they start tagging.
Okay.
Once they start to tag, it becomes an addiction. So we're looking at kids before that starts happening. Schools, Boy Scouts, art classes. Eric Shapiro's group would be a fantastic part of this program.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. One more is the bill draft request. Can you kind of go into that a little bit more in terms of what you guys hope to pull from that, or want to see from that?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. What we did is there was General Bath, myself, and we had some other citizens join us. He took us on a tour, basically, over the municipal court. I think the general can say the other places he went, like juvenile hall, things like that. And we went and gathered all the information from all of those agencies to determine whether or not there would be areas in the NRS which would flow down ultimately to our Reno Municipal Code that could be strengthened. And we picked the major areas, and there we put it in a bill draft request form so that when council considers its bill drafts this summer for September, you could go through and say, we like this, we like that, or you could determine that perhaps there would be another sponsor for it. But we hit on a lot of the different areas. Number one, there's a special assessment fee that goes with a graffiti defendant that pays when they are charged with a crime or convicted of a crime. But that can be used like a secret witness fund. However, the NRS requires that a conviction have to occur before the funds could use. We checked with the Reno Police Department, and they had a pretty substantial account sitting there that could not be used because we did not meet all the requirements of the NRS. So that was one idea we came out, and we provided some suggested language to you. Some other things we did, we looked at everything from changing the law itself to see whether or not we should make it harsher. Through the representation from the police department, they came in, and the guys on the street who are doing graffiti enforcement, they informed us that our laws in the state of Nevada really are one of the toughest in the country. So we felt that the state was pretty good in that respect. We did go through and try to do some cleanups that would help with enforcement, especially with the tools that were used to commit the graffiti, because there were specific tools listed, like a marker, like a, some type of spray can or whatever. But the people committing graffiti now use all kinds of implements. I think someone came in, they actually used a fire extinguisher that was filled with some type of acid to create graffiti on different types of materials. So what we did is we expanded the language, so no matter what the vehicle or the apparatus is used, the law will now capture it. So those are some of the things that we looked at. And I don't know, General Bath, do you have some more to add to that?
No, I think you did a really good job on that. What I will say is that the issuing of use of your bill draft request may or may not be needed. I still believe that there is a lot of goodness in this, that we could probably use what I would call just the political structure inside the community here to get those bills working down there in Carson City without having to have the city use a bill draft request to get something through. And I'm certainly willing to do that. But what I got to say really quickly is this, to me, was an outstanding issue for me. I learned a lot about the city that I grew up in that I didn't even know. I got a chance to work with some great people. You know, we have, if you go back to Chief Deputy Tracy Chase and Deputy Chief Mac Vinson and Barbara DeCiano, they're the ones that did the heavy lifting on this. I mean, they were the ones that really just kept putting all this stuff together. And so from my standpoint, I'd like to thank those folks. My last thing that I learned is, I don't know anything about apps because I don't do those things on telephones. But I learned about Reno Direct, and then I also learned that this thing, KTMB, Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful, isn't a radio station. So this was a real education for me. I urge anybody that's in the community to get involved like this just to learn. So, but I think Tracy Chase laid it out very well as far as what I would think the changes that probably are necessary down there at the legislature. And I'm ready to throw in and do whatever's necessary when the legislature comes up to maybe make some of that happen, pending your directions. Thank you.
Tracy Chase, really quickly. So can we use those funds or not?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. We can use those funds if a defendant goes through the process and actually has a conviction. Then you can reward the person who turned in that person. But by that time, to be honest, the police officers indicated they're usually not really motivated because that could take months or even a year before they would get a reward. So what would be more productive, and how we did an amendment for your recommendation or a recommendation through a sponsor, would be that we'd have earlier access to those funds, because Secret Witness itself has earlier access to the funds they utilize to put out rewards and things like that. So we just changed that. We also added to that, because the title of the NRS had it was for great graffiti abatement materials, but nowhere in the NRS did it really say it could be used for paint and supplies. And so we thought we could change that to assist with funding in those areas. So if it came down the road that we need green paint for garbage cans, we would have a funding source as well.
Yeah, perfect.
Great job. We really appreciate your work. This is something that is just, it's always been a problem, and we've brought some improvements to it along the way, but you guys have really brought forward some very energized and good recommendations, and we certainly appreciate all of your time. I'm wondering if we could take some of your ideas, to those action levels, like your adopt a block, I think. Can we get the high school civics classes? They have to come and sit at one of these meetings. Maybe rather than coming and sitting at one of these meetings, they go out and adopt a block for their certain number of hours that they have to do.
They'd learn a lot more.
They might learn a lot more.
More productive.
Or the ASUN, or the sororities or fraternities up at the university, the Boy Scouts, those types of groups, getting them involved in that adopt a block. And for the property waivers, I don't know why we haven't thought of this before, something as obvious as sticking it in our sewer bill invoice, or the power bill, the invoice of the power. Anyone who comes in for a business license, or comes in to submits their annual fee when they renew their business license, just have that as an option right on there, like we do on our tax returns, for that $1. Just have it a check mark. Do I give the city approval to come in and abate, should my property be done? It would already be on file with one simple couple of inserts and invoices.
Yeah, what we learned is an incredible amount of delay occurs when we wait for the waiver. So the graffiti stays up sometimes
Yeah.
up to 2-3 weeks
Yeah.
while we wait for a waiver.
So if we have a bank full of waivers,
We can move.
exactly.
We don't have to wait. If I may, a couple of things. Councilman Delgado brought forth the idea of keeping in mind as we go into the budget cycle some of the things that are here. And it was very difficult to try to put together budgetary recommendations to you until we knew exactly which of the recommendations you wanted to adopt. But in light of that, you know, the cost of one police officer to dedicate to the graffiti detective at the cost of a basic police officer would be that cost that we would be looking at. Perhaps we discussed as a group $25,000 to initiate an education campaign and to work with an agency such as KTMB. I don't want to throw you under the bus, Jamie, but an agency such as KTMB to help us push out the education campaign along with our own OCC&E office and working hand in hand to get that done. And as far as abatement goes, you know, we're pretty much there with abatement. We've reestablished abatement to 2 trucks, 2 abatement technicians working 7 days a week. Not each of them, but with 7-day-a-week coverage. So some of the costs, you know, are fairly minimal, but some of them, you know, are rather expensive. But things we need to think about if graffiti is truly one of the things that we want to tackle as a primary issue in our community.
Absolutely, I think it's going to be huge on our return on investment for the community as we start to see, especially as we start going into the warmer months when kids are going to stay out and people, not even kids, young adults, right, 20-year-olds, are going to stay in out quite a bit longer. So hopefully, really consider it.
I just wanted to expand on General Bath said about this group. This was quite a dynamic group that we had, and it was really enjoyable to work with everybody. They're very committed, lots of ideas, and we learned a lot, just like he said. One of the main things we learned is that all they want to do is get their little childish scribble as far and wide as they can. So the one thing that we'd like to do is really encourage the general public to really start getting involved and calling it in, cleaning it up, talking to their neighbors, really get that out there, just like we did during the campaign of litter, you know, back in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is to get a lot of eyes on the street so that everybody is involved, and I think that would help immensely, especially commercial property owners.
In your guys' research, did you find, because you always hear about, oh, this is a way for, you know, these artists that really want to express themselves. I mean, you constantly hear that.
In
But
this
it's,
city, it's scribble, it's signature. Some cities, it's art. And that's one thing we learned here, is that in Reno, it particularly has to do with their little signature, not art. Art, of course, the difference between art and graffiti is permission. That's
right.
simple as that.
Yeah. Because I feel like, okay, if that's what you want, then I'll provide you with a few walls in Midtown. You know, my business is there. And so, you know, a couple weeks ago, everyone got hit really, really hard in Midtown. It was horrible. And so I worry so much about the economic impact. I mean, think about it. If we bring a company here, Parker Strummel and I were talking about this. If we brought a company here, let's just say Tesla, and we're driving down the street and I'm showing them Midtown, and all that's going on, I mean, it could drastically affect how people perceive who we are. So I think, you know, coming into budget, I would ask council to, you know, really think hard about, you know, the priority of this. And going back to what you guys have done an amazing job, and Barry kept me in the loop all the time. And I mean, you're so dedicated. I love you. And we're sending you to the legislature, by the way.
May I say one thing? Besides the people sitting at this table, we had people from the community, and they're sitting back here also with us, that weren't appointed, that were there every single night. And that, to me, was what was so exciting, was the community was coming behind this. And I'm saying keep the momentum going.
Yeah, they care. They care, and that's what it does. It's about the success of everyone coming together. But you guys, I mean, thank you so much, really.
Barry, you had a comment?
Yeah, about 2 months ago, we had, I don't know, probably around 25 Boy Scouts come to our meeting. And I involved them into our meeting, and it was just amazing to hear them. They're very concerned. There wasn't a single one that was bored. They were all, you know, eyes on. And some of the things that they brought up, it's very scary to them. They don't like it at all. They want to stay away from that kind of situation. And that was very concerning to me because these are our future. And I just want to try to get something in place that's going to work for the business owners and the people of this community that they can take pride in, because it's killing everybody.
Yep.
And I worked at Washoe Medical Center for 25 years, and I was the director of many departments. And I had a rule there that no employee of mine would go to their first break without making sure all the graffiti was off that campus. And, you know, it was a little work at first, but it never become a problem after a while. I mean, it was very, very rare, because if you got it off by 9 o'clock in the morning, it really made a huge difference. And when I mean getting it off, I don't mean, you know, put tan on or brown. I mean, because that kind of, it's like making a new clean slate for the next person. It really needs to be cleaned up where tan is on tan and the colors match. When you see Stremmel that was hit, you know, great people, they take very much pride in their building, and they're not going to do a little patch job. They do a painting of the building, and it looks like it should. And then we have other businesses down in Midtown that it looks like a quilt. And so, you know, I think a lot of these things that we have here can certainly help with it. I don't think that's it. I think that maybe hopefully we will continue to get together every couple, 2 or 3 months. I'd hate to put this team at rest, because I really think we could help in doing some things.
Good. Ms. Jordan.
I just want to comment, in the last year, in some of the efforts in the community that we have done with regards to graffiti removal, there was 2 things that were absolute takeaways for me. One was certainly the communications part of it, huge, that a lot of people out there want to volunteer. They want to help. They want to come together. They want to take ownership of their neighborhood, of their park, or what have you. But what I found was, one, there wasn't that linchpin of facilitator. There wasn't that bird dog that kind of helped bring the people together to inform them. Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful does a great job, but they only, I think, do cleanups quarterly, and so that seemed to be missing, was the linchpin, and certainly the education from children. You know, getting them early with the graffiti is gross. I mean, I think we can look back 50 years ago and smoking was cool. You can ask any kid now what they think about smoking, and they will cringe at how disgusting it is. So it's almost start young. And the other thing was, I found in a lot of the communities, including even the students from the university, and we did some different cleanup days, they were afraid of going out and cleaning up some graffiti they saw, because they were afraid of doing more damage than good. They didn't know what to use. They didn't know what product to use. They didn't know what type of brush to use. So again, I think it goes back to what Councilmember Delgado said during the budget process. The education part of this is huge. People want to help. They're just not really certain how to. And again, we just need that bird dog and that facilitator.
As you said earlier, we've got to get the community involved, because I still can't believe people drive around town, they see them tagging. I mean, I'm still trying to figure out, Chief, how they can hang off of the bridge and tag the bridge and nobody calls it in. I mean, it's amazing.
Did the neighborhood advisory boards play a role whenever they existed? Because you were on the neighborhood advisory board, right?
Yeah, for the record, Trey Abney. I was on Ward 2 South Neighborhood Advisory Board. I think I was the vice chair of that too. Always the vice chair, never the chair.
Go Trey.
We did, and if there were certain issues popping up, of course, in that specific Neighborhood Advisory Board, which is South Reno, Damonte Ranch area, it wasn't as big of a problem. I mean, there's some everywhere, but it wasn't as big of a problem. I'm sure at other neighborhood advisory boards that I can't speak to, and maybe Barbara or Lisa could, I'm sure there were big issues on that, yeah.
I just didn't know how involved they had gotten, just because we haven't had a neighborhood advisory board since I've been here.
For the record, Barbara DiCiano, Office of Communications and Community Engagement. All the NABs were different, but for the most part, when they had community pride grant funds, they allocated funds to purchase flash cams, which were a deterrent and placed in different targeted locations and rotated throughout the NAB boundaries. We also had cleanups that incorporated, neighborhood cleanups and graffiti removal. So that was the extent of the NABs, but they were always concerned and always ready to pitch in and allocate funds when needed for graffiti removal.
And Barb, could you add to that? Because I just don't remember. Ward 5, the Northwest group, after the NABs were dissolving, and especially even when the money went away, they still wanted to be able to work. They had volunteers. One of them was here today, Donna Klons, who wanted to be able to still provide those cans. If we just at least, make that available, or at least the right kind of products, and they would go around their neighborhoods themselves and do the cleanup. How did that evolve from the NAB?
Well, what we actually did, we determined that sending them out on their own might be problematic to some extent because of property permission and things of that nature. So before the NABs ended, we had a meeting dedicated to having a professional come in, do a how-to session, so we all learned how to use each of the products. And then with Councilmember Jardin, we created, in partnership with KTMB, we created a park and neighborhood cleanup, where, again, we did a park normal cleanup and then had the graffiti materials there, removal materials, and did a graffiti removal at the park and in the surrounding neighborhood. So it was a combined effort. And some of the NAB members do have the kits where they can, when they see it on public easements, on the utility boxes and maybe on the sidewalks, that's where they can do some removal on their own.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
I want to thank the council for setting up the task force. I think when we were struggling or kind of redoing our participation processes, like, disbanding the NABs, we said we'd have, some of these more ad hoc subject material, subject-specific committees, and the report is a very good one. I looked at other reports from around the, around that exist, and this is a good template for us through the budget, but in keeping that ever vigilant focus that you need for graffiti, I think this is something that could be a living document or a go-to guide for a decade, because it's really relevant. And like the others, I participate in a number of the sessions, and I think that the complexity of it was really eye-opening to me too. I know everyone kind of nodded, even those who have really been in the trenches as property owners and neighborhood activists. So it was a great learning experience, and kudos to staff. Even, we don't call out our clerk often, but they sit through there she is, all these meetings, and the deputy chief and chief deputy and some of the other law enforcement people, I think, were a great resource too. And I will say that just this last week, I emailed the Reno High School principal about a problem adopt-in area over on a walk from Old Southwest to Reno High that gets hit all the time, and with the concept that it'd be so much more worthwhile for those students to learn about these dynamics rather than sit through our boring meetings like they often do. But anyway, I want to thank you all, because it's not fun to give up your Monday nights or even 10 minutes to call in all the graffiti all the time. I knew we were dealing with the hardcore when I saw Jamie one Saturday morning and I said, "Oh, did you see that text?" She's like, I've got to call in. And she said, "Oh, I've already called it in." So
That's
you guys
awesome.
do so much, and thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion that we accept the staff report and request the city manager to assign staff time to determine the feasibility and financial impacts of the continued recommendations of the graffiti task force.
Second.
I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank y'all very, very much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, now we'll move to item 6, discussion potential direction to staff regarding the 9th Street neighborhood cleanup. Number 6?
6.
No,
We're still
6.
on the same.
We're on the.
So do they need to stay? Or?
Yeah, they're. We're still on
Graffiti
that
Task
agenda.
Force members?
Huh?
Do they have to stay for this?
No, they don't need to stay. Lord,
Never
no.
mind. Have a good night.
Thank you. All right, let's go. Item six, update discussion, potential directing staff regarding the 9th Street neighborhood cleanup. Let's go.
Mr. Mayor, councilpersons, city manager, Joe Henry, acting code enforcement manager. We'll start with the video that the OCC presented for us.
Residents came out on a windy, rainy Saturday morning to help clean up Northeast Reno.
I know sometimes it gets really cost prohibitive, but there's a lot of stuff that's been built up. And so doing a quick cleanup every now and then is a great opportunity for people also just to meet each other and to know that their neighbors care.
Just a good opportunity to continue to serve.
So it's been nice coming out here and helping out the community.
It's awesome. I'm speechless.
I think this is something that we want to continue doing as a city, and it also allows them again to do a spring cleaning as the weather turns around and people want to start walking in their neighborhoods and feel comfortable about it.
We just did this.
This
back-
9th Street?
Back in February, Lisa Mann approached me. Councilman Delgado had mentioned he wanted to do a cleanup. We identified an area that code enforcement fondly calls the finger. This area is kind of neglected because it abuts next to Sparks. So we went out with Lisa Mann, identified the areas we wanted to work on, made a map of the area. And in little over a month and a half, kudos have to go out to Lisa Mann, put together a program that usually in the past on our Clean and Green took several staff members over 3 to 4 months to coordinate. She got this all together in a very, very short amount of time with little or no help from code enforcement because all we did was the footwork on there. She coordinated meetings with the Boys and Girls Club, Washoe County Health Department, NDOT, Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful. We put together the date, which was kind of locked in stone, of March 29th. Code enforcement went out and passed out flyers. Unfortunately, Mother Nature did not get the flyer and decided not to cooperate because one of the tasks we were going to do was go through Paradise Park area and remove all the graffiti. We had over 50 volunteers. Unfortunately, with the way the weather was, we could not do that. We did get buy-in from City of Sparks and get their assistance on this project because Signet Circle is one of those areas that abuts right next to City of Reno, and it's a very hard-hit area. And City of Sparks showed up and helped pass out flyers. We passed out flyers in the area, and other than one pit bull incident, everything went fairly good. This is the area that we conducted it. We did leave out the mobile home parks because mobile home parks are regulated by the state. It wasn't feasible to go into that. It did cover a great area, and you see it abutted the freeway. NDOT was present with their trucks and their people, cleaned up an area that was, when we had driven through there, was really bad with trash and debris. We had 8 dumpsters. A dumpster started being delivered at 5 o'clock in the morning. As soon as the dumpsters got there and it was light at 7 o'clock, we had people starting to show up. We were kind of worried, would that be enough? We also had one dumpster from Reno Salvage who we took metal, and then we also had Ray's Tire who presented us with a big trailer for collecting tires. And we had over 105 tires collected, which is better than being dumped in empty lots, is which they usually ends up with those things. As I said, we had over 50 individuals who were volunteered. We had veterans, we had the Nevada Department of Veteran Services, we had Boy Scouts, we had the Boys and Girls Club had a huge turnout of kids out there helping. We had the U-Store staff, storage staff, we had Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful staff, and we had the OCC, and we had a couple of code enforcement officers also working the area. Like I said, City of Sparks stepped up to the plate. NDOT, Washoe County Health Department was able to donate the dumpsters for us, which was a huge savings and something we could not have done without them. The Governor's Office of Military and Veterans Policy, Waste Management, Keep Trucking Mills Beautiful, Race Tires. It was a joint effort in an area that affected both City of Reno, City of Sparks, and Washoe County, and it was great to see everybody come together and work on that. Like I said, Washoe County Health Department was able to get those bins donated, which saved over $2,500. We had negotiated down from originally $5,000 for the cost of the dumpsters to $2,500 for those dumpsters, and Washoe County Health stepped up. The metal collection bin is a $50 drop-off fee, a $50 pickup fee, and then whatever metal they get out of it, they'll go ahead and reimburse us with it. We came up with a negative 54 cents. They decided to write that off, so we didn't have to pay for that. There was a charge of $2.25 per tire, which is still a great deal considering what it usually costs us to get rid of tires. And then we had the garbage bags, the gloves. We had graffiti kits ready to go out there. Unfortunately, we weren't able to use those. Like I said, there's been previous efforts with the cleaning green. We go through the nabs and go to the cleaning green. It takes a lot of staff time to get those organized. And we don't have the same kind of a franchise agreement for donations of dumpsters that we did back then. So it makes it a little more difficult to do those kinds of things. This is for future cleanups, what those costs would be. The estimated cost of the dumpsters, and depending on the area, would depend on how many dumpsters you need. The tires, the advertising to get that word out, because that's the biggest thing, getting those people the knowledge that this is going to happen. And then staff time, we had Public Works out there with a dump truck and a trailer going up to the people's houses, because there were several elderly people who needed help. They have the trash, they have the debris, they just have no way of getting it there. So there is some staff time that's involved in that. The one thing we weren't able to do is the household waste, because they gave us an estimate of $26,000 to come out and do that cleanup. So unfortunately, this time we weren't able to take that waste. But I do know that there is an effort from the Public Works and Storm Drain there is some funding out there for that. So hopefully if we do another one in the future, we'd be able to get some funding for that. If there's any other questions or comments?
Yes. Hands down, yeah, absolutely. Hands down to all the staff, especially Lisa Mann for getting all this together. And Joe, all the code enforcement, Rob, Kenya, everyone that came out. This is a true community engagement collaboration thing that we did. Within a month's time to have so many organizations come out and participate. Like as Joe has stated, the weather didn't play as nice with us, but to show the commitment of the community to still come out and participate was just amazing. To see a line of NDOT trucks come down 9th Street and pull up next to the freeway and start trimming trees and taking out trash and cleaning up that area, that landscape that those households, that community sees all the time, makes a huge impact. And so, I mean, it was just overwhelming in many different ways. I went out and started knocking on doors and started giving people the code, direct 334-4636 numbers to say, hey, call. That way we can. This doesn't have to always have. You guys don't always have to wait for a cleanup to happen. Really want to push on the fact as we start to go into budgets of how important these types of things are for the community. If we could do 2 cleanups in a neighborhood. If one ward feels as though they may not need 2 of them, they can join with somebody else. I think it's really important too, if there's a possibility, as Joe had stated for us, that how costly it can be, and if there's an opportunity to join with Waste Management to see, as part of our franchise agreement, for them to do community outreach or community participation to say, can we get some dumpsters? And it's amazing now, working in certain communities where there are elderly, where there are people that don't have pickups or transportation, to try and get some of that stuff out there to get picked up. if we're able to have those cleanups and have the organizations out there to help go and help pick some of that stuff up, how much of an impact that makes for the community. And so I again want to thank everybody, the RPD, those and the gentlemen there, making sure that when we were crossing streets and everything else, everything was safe for us to walk down the streets and pick up trash and knock on people's doors to get them invited. So again, I look at the council for hopefully consider that as part of the budget, and hopefully in our conversations as we continue to go with waste management and anyone else to say, these are things that we should be doing. These are things that are that need to happen. And again, thank you to code enforcement, and hopefully we get some more cleanups happening here sooner than later. I'm already getting knocks on doors from the veterans that were out there saying they want to do this again. I was at UNR last night saying I want to participate and invite me next time. The community wants to get involved, and hopefully we can at least provide the services and resources for them to do that.
Okay.
And thank you, staff.
All right. They were all a lot of fun. They were kicking the pants. I remember when Surprise was on here, we did one over on Montello. I think Dave Ayes and I bought a car from some old boy that had a junk car sitting in the front yard and gave him $200 and donated to recycling. Anyway. Identification of items for future agendas. Any public comment?
No, I haven't.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion.
All right, second. All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. J3, no, we did J3. J4, item J4. Chair will entertain a motion.
Really quick, we just have one change to the contract if you don't want any staff report.
No, I don't
Okay.
think we need it.
The committee did a bunch of work for you over several meetings, so I think, yeah.
Julie Towler, Deputy City Attorney. I just have a visual to show you the change to the agreement. If I can get that up on the screen. Oh, thank you, Alexis. So paragraph 18 would read, compliance with laws. Each party agrees that it will comply with all laws, rules, permit conditions, and regulations affecting this agreement or the performance thereof, including but not limited to federal copyright laws. So that's my change. I'm happy to take any questions.
Move to approve the recommendations with the change in 18 as identified.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Now my favorite motion.
Wait. Oh, I wish.
No, wait a minute. No, I went to sleep there for a minute.
Boards and commissions.
Now we're down to,
You're so easy, Bruce.
you want to go to E2? Do we want to continue that, or do we need to?
No, we can do that. Do it.
Hmm?
If we're going to get an all affirmative vote, we can
If
do
we
it.
have 6, if we don't have 6,
I'll try it with a motion.
go ahead.
Motion.
Second.
Have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Hey! Today's clucking. Now we'll go to boards and commissions. Any senior citizen advisory committee appointments?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. So you need- Reappoint Donna Klotz.
Oh, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Downtown Police Special Assessment District.
I motion that we appoint Steve Foster.
Have a motion, second? Second. All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Identification of mayor and council items for future agendas.
I have one thing really quick. I'm always hearing about this idea portal, and I just wanted to hear from staff, maybe just a quick update, nothing big, on just what we're doing with the idea portal and how that's being handled by staff.
Okay. Any liaison reports? Ms. Brackus?
I do not have any
Okay.
liaison reports.
Ms. Zedrick? Mr. Delgado? Ms. Jordan? Ms. Sheevy. Item L4, approval of reallocation of council donation funds to the City of Reno Office of Communications and Community Engagement Funds for 9th Street cleanup. Mr. Delgado. Motion, second. All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item L5, Ms. Jordan.
You can actually remove this. I got a memo with regards to it.
Yep. Okay. Item L6. L6 is full. L7, Ms. Sheevy? Full, all right. Item M1, Special Assessment District. Yeah, oh, that's right, we gotta wait here a minute. That's the 6 o'clock hearing.
Oh, you're well after.
Is there anybody out in the lobby?
Is there an item?
Wait, we gotta go back, and we have to initiate a text amendment to Title 18 to the warehouse district. That hasn't been pulled. I'm sorry.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Now we will go to the public hearing.
Well, wait a second. What is that about? What are we initiating a text amendment? Just because we have 35 others to do, I'm a little curious what this one is.
Which one's which?
Think on it too, yeah.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. Go
what's the
back, we're
concept?
back up at L7. We already had a motion passed on. You want to do a reconsideration?
Yeah, we agreed to reconsider, but let's discuss the item.
Well, nobody's reconsidered. We took a motion to vote on it and accept it.
Oh, I
So
thought it
now
was a
give me
motion. I
Give
thought
me
it was
a
a
motion for
motion to reconsider.
Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye. Those that
Aye.
oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
What is the proposed concept?
Fred Trenier, Community Development Director. The proposed concept is that right now warehouse distribution centers aren't allowed within the mixed-use downtown regional center, Wells District. And there's been a movement where we've been seeing some smaller, about 10,000 square foot warehouse distribution facilities, business owners that are looking to get into that area to reuse some of the old distribution facilities that are existing.
For distribution?
And so the request was for us to consider almost like a minor warehouse distribution center instead of the massive 100,000 square feet, maybe something a little smaller to the scale of the existing buildings that are out there for consideration.
What are
to
the
allow.
general geographic boundaries of this Wells District?
We could come back with, well, it's the Wells District area,
Within
which
downtown.
which generally will be the northeast portion of the downtown.
Okay. Okay, so on the list of 35 text amendments you're working on, when can we expect to see this one? Or is it, how many?
It's actually 36. This would be 37.
Okay.
And some items are minor.
Yeah.
Some are a little more complex. This one is relatively minor. So
Wait, okay.
I would have to get with my planning manager to see what
Okay.
type of time frame. But I anticipate something before Planning Commission, probably within the next 60 days.
Okay. Do you see any land use conflicts in there? I mean, is this just a new use that's coming in, you think, that's consistent with our mixed-use vision for this part of downtown?
It's actually, if it's the owner I'm thinking of, it's a liquor distribution facility going into a former liquor distribution facility.
So we're
on
amending the
4th
code.
Street.
We're amending the code for one person here?
No, it's because we've heard some other concerns from other people that are looking to locate, again, in the existing warehouses that are about 10,000 square feet. But that's what this initiation is for us to do that 2+ hours to do the analysis and come back with some recommendations.
I mean, if they're coming into existing land use that's been used for warehouse, isn't there a grandfather provision?
Believe me, we did go through that process already to take a look at that.
Okay, okay. Well, I'll move.
Second. To accept L7.
Hate this.
Okay, you got a second? All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Now we'll go to our 6 o'clock hearing. everything going? We have the person wishing to speak, Ashley.
Prior to that, Mr. Mayor, proper notice was given and we received 3 letters in opposition.
Good evening, councilpersons. Thank you for taking the time for public comment today. I'm a homeowner. Our property is located at 341 West Arroyo. We are in the Midtown District. Though we thought we bought in Old Southwest, it is now hip and up and coming. We purchased our property in July of 2012. My understanding is that the initial assessments for the sidewalk improvements went out in March of 2012. Therefore, we were not a party to the initial assessment evaluation. To my knowledge, I could be incorrect about this. Homeowners were not included in this. While I understand that it is city property, and laypersons would think that city funds should take care of these improvements, I do understand that on the constant moratorium of funding with budgets currently, some of this money and distribution will be passed off on to the homeowners. We understand that. We had expected probably to see an increase in our property taxes. We were surprised instead to receive a bill for nearly $1,500. And I did include a letter that I'd rewritten, as well as copies of photos taken just last week of the work that has been completed in our area. This is just in front of our property, not including the other areas. The sidewalks seem as if they were arbitrarily chosen for which one should be replaced and which one should not be replaced. While I understand that fees need to be come up with, someone needs to help compensate the difference, I would ask that at least the work be completed entirely before assessing and then finding something that's a little bit more reasonable for homeowners. As you know, this area is up and coming. There have been foreclosures throughout our entire area that we're still working to recover from. Midtown is the new economic district. We're hoping that continued improvements will only bring additional monies into our area. You'll notice from some of the photos, hopefully you can see them, there are curbs falling away, there are tripping hazards, there is a sidewalk directly adjacent to one of the ones that replaced. It's crumbling and falling apart. There's weeds shooting through it. So I don't feel as if the work was completed entirely. And when I went and asked the granite construction persons, they had all told me that it's just not on this bid. So as a homeowner now, I'm supposed to wait for another bill for the rest of the sidewalk and hope that maybe it'll be taken care of that time. So I would ask you to reconsider when you're looking at these assessments and to think about what a massive bill dropped on all of the homeowners would actually entail. And as I mentioned, the work is not entirely done. Not to mention damage. They'd actually cracked our entryway upon replacing some of these sidewalks, areas that seemed as if they were fine to begin with. I actually had to take off work and go hunt down the foreman so I could actually ask him to fix the concrete now, because I know it's better to do it now than it is to wait till they're gone. I do not believe that that would have been replaced had I not been someone who's pushy to go and find him. So I do ask you to reconsider the assessments and see the damage that's been done in our area from the trees and really reconsider before pushing off the entire bill onto all the homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Staff. You want to address the issue the young lady brought up? Sir?
Yes, sir. Do you want it done separately right now, or would you like me to address it when we get to the protests, the other protests as well?
Yeah, we can.
Do you have pictures?
Yeah.
Do you have pictures?
Hmm?
Yeah, you, okay. Yeah,
Go ahead. Go
they're
ahead
on
and
my
give us
desk. I was just curious. If you had them with you.
I do not.
Okay.
Okay. That's all right.
Does hers count as a formal protest?
We received 2 written and then 1 email protest. So
Okay.
we've got 3 total. Right.
Okay.
We've got that one here for 341 West Arroyo.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I'll go ahead and address this, that's fine. I got this from the engineer in charge of the project, Mr. Wilson, who's in the back here, and he addressed the issues that were in the letter and that were brought up here. Property owner was notified 7 days prior to the work beginning. In addition, staff also Has record of door hangers which were delivered on 4/9/24, notifying property owner 2 days prior to removal and pour back adjacent to the property for their sidewalk. Deteriorating curb and gutter was not included in this project. It was strictly a sidewalk project. There was a landscape median between the sidewalk and the curb, so that part wasn't part of the, wasn't part of this project. Parkway was not included in the project as well, and a lot of the problems that were brought up were the parkway issues. They were filled in with concrete and stuff like that. What we did is we did the sidewalk and not the parkways. Slab entry at the gate, we had to match that because of ADA requirements, so that had to take precedent of previously existing. So part of that was the problem, just meeting our requirements for ADA. Route mitigation on sidewalks, the city normally charges the property owner for repairs for the first time. Anything after that, city usually picks up. So that's a normal fee that everybody gets charged. And in this case, we did the bridging portion of it with the steel plate. Excessive rates, we estimated this project to come in at $14 a square foot for sidewalk, and it came in at $4. That's the lowest of all the assessment units that we had this year. The initial notice that we sent out, and unfortunately with the purchase, timing on the purchase and everything else, they probably didn't get the letter. But at our public meetings, we do talk to property owners and do give them the option of doing the work themselves. That is discussed, we time that out, make sure that they get a bonded contractor, and that's all taken care of. So, damage to the fence. This is the first time we've heard about that part. And so we've got the address, and if you could provide Khalil with a phone number, we'll contact you and we'll get to work on that, see what we can do to fix that, okay?
I had a question regarding root mitigation. The root mitigation is...
You have to come up
Sorry.
here.
I just had a question about it, just to clarify. You had mentioned that first go around on root mitigation is normally charged to the homeowners. I would understand if it was caused by a tree that was on my property, but as this silver maple that's in question on Forest is actually a city tree, this goes back, no, I still have to pay for it, even though the city planted a huge tree 60 years ago that's encroaching on my property and I have to pay for it. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
The question was that she was asking whether or not, since it was a city tree, she would still be responsible for it. And yes, she would be, for the first time. That's policy that the council adopted previously. I think goes back to 1996, I think.
Is she a corner lot?
Yes.
That's being a corner lot. Well, the policy, is that policy, I don't think that policy's in writing, is it? In Title 12?
No, it's a council policy that was adopted back in 1996.
Okay.
Yeah, what are we looking at here?
I think it was about $1,500. Hold on one second, sir.
For the root damage?
For the root mitigation, I can look that up, but I don't think it's more than about 50 or 60 bucks. Should be pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Because what they were doing is
we
they
take care of that?
did the steel plate on that, and the steel plate, they usually charge by square foot,
Root mitigation was $170.
$170.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that would have been estimated over $1,000, or at $1,000 per tree. So,
What? I'm confused.
where would you like me to go now, Mr. Mayor?
Mr.
Well, let's take
Hardesty?
care- Yes,
I'm sorry, for the record, Susan Ballroth, Deputy City Attorney. We do need to address the hardship first.
Right, I know.
Thank
That's
you.
where I was trying to get to.
what are you going to hardship on this one?
No, sir. No, sir. Prior to the opening of the public hearing and everything else, we need to get council's approval or disapproval on a hardship application. I have one application for parcel number 019-04212 that meets the hardship criteria, and I need to get council's blessings to put that in hardship.
What's the hardship criteria?
Hardship criteria is, for one person living in the household is $23,800, and this property owner's about $7,100.
So they evidenced all that?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
okay.
That's all part of the requirement of the
Okay.
application, so if I don't have that, I don't bring it to you.
Okay.
So I need council's approval to include that as a
To
hardship.
build, you send them a bill or you're waiving it?
No, sir, they still are responsible for interest, but interest only as long as they stay and nothing changes. If they sell, then we pick up the assessment the way it was. If they pass away, we pick up the assessment, those kind of, there's 3 or 4 criteria that kick into play to make it go back to the original assessment. But right now, all they would be paying was the interest.
Okay.
I'd motion that.
Motion, second. All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. M12.
This is resolution number 7961, resolution dispensing with certain protests and objections to the assessment roll for the City of Reno, Nevada, 2013 Special Assessment District Number 1, and confirming said assessment roll and the assessments therein, ratifying action previously taken in connection with said district, and providing for related matters thereto.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
For the record, there were 3 protests, one from Braden Seaton.
Are these hardships?
No, sir, these
Well, these are protests.
These are the protests, and
Let's get this hardship out of the way.
We did.
Hardship's taken care of, sir.
No, we're doing the resolution on the hardship. Let's get it done.
Sir, this is the one for the protests and objections. That's the resolution.
M12 is the, okay, go ahead. All right, okay.
So there was 3 protests, one from the Sedans, one's from Mike Robbins, and the other one was from, where the heck did I put his?
Mr. LaRude.
Mr. LaRue.
The other one was from Eric LaRude. Mr. Robbins was concerned about the correctness of the assessment. He's basically in opposition to paying the assessment because he thinks it's the city's responsibility. There was also some damage done to his landscaping, and RTC and the contractor right now are trying to contact Mr. Robbins so that they can work that out and get that taken care of. Mr. LaRude, which was the other one, he sent an email saying that he was concerned about the cost and the fact that he wasn't notified. We did send him the certified letter, and it was tried to be delivered on the 7th, the 17th, and the 27th of December 2012. And then it was returned to us on January 10th. So the 3 protests basically will be answered or have been answered or have no validity. The other one, which wasn't a protest, a formal protest, but it was a concern, that would be for Marie Etchemendy. The city had worked out an agreement with her. She had had some sidewalk repairs through the sidewalk repair program several years ago. And then, in fact, we assessed her for the same thing. So we would request that council remove her from the assessment roll. Her assessment was $321. She paid quite a bit more than that for the repairs that she did several years ago. So we'd like to have that as part of the recommendation for the assessment roll. So M2, I'm done, sir.
What about the issue that it was patchy? Is it Ms. Cedrons? What about her allegation that, you didn't get the job done all the way? And I know this is our first sidewalk-only assessment we've ever done, and it's great. Sidewalks are 60-year infrastructure, and in this area, quite part of the attraction is really the walkability. And so this is a 60-year shot that we've got. But she says it's patchy. What does engineering say about that?
Part of what the deal, and this wasn't the first sidewalk one. We did one in Wells Avenue, or Wheeler Avenue in that area. So we did do a sidewalk only there as well. Part of what she was looking at, she's looking at the landscaping median between the sidewalk and the back of curb. And we don't normally do those. Okay, so that's that part. The sidewalks themselves have to meet the 8 criteria that council has established, the tripping hazard part, and that's the only parts that we take out. So yes, it does look like there's a new piece, an old piece, then a new piece. If it does meet those criteria, it won't allow us to assess, so.
Okay. Okay, so back a curb is a street project. Like, we went into Westfield Village a couple years ago, and we went back a curb and sidewalks. These are ones we're just doing sidewalks. I find her position a little compelling on the tree grate, maybe inclined to back that out on account of the fact that I've seen those go around, you know, I've seen those go in just as one-time deals around, not associated with assessments. So I find that a little compelling. One was put on my, I've got one on my block over by a neighbor, it just showed up one day. Disassociated with it.
If we take hers off, we have to back everybody else's out as well, so,
Really?
yes. Because that's the policy that you have established, or that the council has established in the past. And if it's going to be fair for one, it should be fair for all.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, we've got a protest. Not everyone else does protesting.
Susan Ballroth, Deputy City Attorney. Due process required us to treat all the same. Just because somebody shows up and protests doesn't mean they're given special benefit. If it's applicable to one, then it needs to be applicable to all.
But is her property different because she's on a corner?
No, it's the tree grate. How many tree grates did you put in with this assessment? 2 dozen? Okay. Well, I guess then I would withdraw that and.
Now, let's get back here 1 minute. I'm getting confused. Where are we?
We're finishing up M2, sir, the protest and objection resolution.
Does that include hers?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, before we threw all the others in, I was wanting to do something, but are you saying we can't?
That's what he's saying. You guys had a,
We can address it in the future. Yes.
yeah, unfortunately, it's something we would have to bring back to the table to change that for future, but.
Sounds familiar.
I've heard that before. So,
Yes, sir? I saw you take a deep breath like you had some wisdom to share.
Oh, no,
with
sir,
us.
I'm doing great. I'm
He's
just
waiting for a motion.
waiting for a
to-
vote. I think the motion's
hoping
already
you
been
had
done,
some
I think,
wisdom.
so.
No, there hadn't been much. That's right.
I'll motion
To do what?
to M2, no, which one is it?
M2, M1.2, Resolution 79.
I move to adopt resolution number
7961.
7961.
I have a second?
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no.
no,
Show the vote.
I don't like it. I don't think she should have to pay for that. So, no.
Roll call?
Go
So
ahead.
the vote is 4-1.
Yep.
Yes, sir?
I think we go on to,
So let me ask you something.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
If we want to do something for her, what can we do? Anything? And still live within the law?
Come on.
what,
I
well,
don't
Mr.
understand.
Mayor, whatever we do for her would be,
You have to go back through everybody.
yes, sir.
He's,
You can ask one more question.
One more question.
I'll give you two if you really have to.
Thank you. One for now. We're trying for you. I really appreciate
Get up to
it.
the microphone.
More than you know. There was a $300 inspection and design fee also assessed. Was every homeowner assessed $300? That seems a little excessive per home. I would imagine that that should be built into the bid unless they're individualing it out. It just seems,
It's not.
it's not high.
No.
I'm
It's
just
all-
complaining
no.
because they're charging me for their tree and their sidewalks. So we don't have valid concerns as homeowners. Thank you.
We should have bought the house 3 months before.
That was my other, see, part two. So additionally, because we had actually purchased the home 4 months after this initial assessment went out, I was not aware of the option to replace sidewalks ourselves. I feel as if perhaps that can be taken into consideration. The home wasn't even listed for sale at that time, let alone we were not in contract at that point.
Probably the realtor or somebody knew that there was an assessment
All
and
right.
didn't share it with
I
you.
didn't share. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Well, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Hopefully.
Wish we could help you, but I can't tear the whole neighborhood up.
I wish you could also. If we could just make it all look nice and everyone could come forward, because
Well,
I
we're
think
gonna
when,
come over and do whatever you gotta do.
That's
That we
great.
still gotta do.
I think when everyone else in the neighborhood gets the bill formally and understands what it means, there'll be more issues.
I think they've
past the
already
point.
got them. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and ordinance introduction, M13.
which is Bill number 6900. It's ordinance confirming the proceedings taken in providing for certain sidewalk, driveway, approach, and street improvements in the city of Reno, Nevada, 2013 Special Assessment District Number 1, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of said improvements, providing for assessing the cost of said improvements against the parcels of land benefited by said improvements, describing the manner for the collection and payment of said assessments, and providing penalties for delinquent payments, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Motion.
Have a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Item M14.
Resolution number 7962, it's a resolution to authorize the recordation of ordinance number 6275 and a schedule of estimated maximum special benefits to the tracts and parcels in the city of Reno, Nevada, 2013 Special Assessment District Number 1.
Have a motion second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Any public comment cards?
I have none.
Having none, motion to adjourn. Have a second. All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose don't count. This meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.